What's good, neighborhood? It's your man Martin Nash breaking beats, jumping right into this fight, man. Zepeda versus Jaime Arboleda, and me going at it early. Hard lefts, straight lefts from Arboleda, and I'm sorry, from Zepeda. You know, he's the southpaw. He already got Arboleda on his back foot, reaching in to clinch. As you know, Zepeda throws probably more than most punches than a lot of people in the lightweight division. I put a graphic up soon with the exact stat, but he's throwing them joints too, and he pressing this dude too. Shout out to Jaime Arboleda, but you got to give Zepeda something to make him cause the pause. Other than that, he's gonna be on that back foot all night. Yeah, but he's coming in like this, and he's just coming in to attack. So Arboleda gotta try to time him and counter him. Arboleda's clinching right now, minute to 30 to go in round one. Shout out to everybody pulling up early. Make sure I got my joint on the screen up here so I can at least see y'all. Oh, big shot. Big shot from Zepeda. Got Arboleda in the corner. Just palm with the jab from the southpaw stance. Big left from Zepeda lands again. Another straight left towards the solar plex. Jaime Arboleda escapes out the back door. Good shots right here early on from Zepeda though. Shout out to Clips. What it do? Big shots right here. This guy's definitely trying to cause some damage early on. Big shots to the body. Hey, Clips, y'all can't hear the audio, right? I just want to make sure y'all can't hear the audio. I don't want to get no flag. Let me know if y'all can hear the audio. Boom. Another left to the body. These some strong lefts to the body. Nice little counter hook right there for Arboleda, and another one. That's what he got to do. He got to counter like that and move. But what he got to stop reaching in for the clinch so quick. He just trying too hard to reach in for the clinch. Like, yeah, but definitely good little counters right there. Definitely good little counters. Where my channel at? All right, that's easily a Zepeda round right there for me. Round one goes to Zepeda easily. He said, anyone else fighting tonight? Nah, this is the last one. Oscar De La Hoya's cousin got upset. Oscar De La Hoya's cousin got upset. He was the co-man. I think it's a fight on UFC. I think it's a UFC fight on too. But yeah, Arboleda definitely lost that round. First round clearly goes to Zepeda. Easy round to give to Zepeda right there. Yo, can y'all hear the audio? He said, nah, we can't hear the audio from the fight. Good. Trying to hear what the corner's saying. Let me hear what the corner trying to tell him. All right, his corner just telling him to keep pressuring. And they told him to start working his body. Big left, straight left from. Man, this don't look like this gonna go that long either. At this rate right here, it's gonna be an early night. Oscar De La Hoya cousin got knocked out in the second round, by the way. Second round, he got knocked out. Boom, another shot. He getting cleaned up early right here. Big. Another left from Zepeda. Okay, boom, another left from Zepeda. Arboleda a little slower, and his punches don't look like he has nothing on it. All right, nice little 1-2 from Jaime. He looked like he's fighting just to keep the guy off of him, man. He looked like he about to get time for a nice shot. It looked like Zepeda just trying to line him up. Nice little uppercut from Jaime, though. Boom, there you go. He lined him up, got him with a nice left. Zepeda's throwing a lot of punches. Boom, nice body shot. And another body shot. He going down. He got to go. I knew it. He going down. Boom. Bro, he caught him too clean. Twice in the same spot. He stood up, though. He got up. He's going right back to that body, too. Old boy's on his legs. He's on his bike. Zepeda's looking for that left to the body again. Boom, and there it goes. Jaime's holding on. It's about 1:30 to go in this round. It's a lot of time to go in this round. Boom. You chasing him. You chasing with the jab. Zepeda got to cut off that ring. He's looking too hard for that left to the body, and he gets it though. Oh, and he got to win another one. And then to the corner. He about to go down again. He about to go down. There he go. Down. This the body shot. It's gonna be that body shot. Got him. They are clean too. And it's a minute to go. He gets up again. I think he's going down again. Oh, he going down again. This about to be. Oh, he got him in the body again. And again. And again. He about to go down again, bro. He about to go. Boom. I knew it. He down this time. He ain't getting up. He ain't getting up. If he ain't dead, he better play dead. He's rolling around on the ground this time. He ain't getting up. That's a 10 count. That's a 10 piece. That's a 10 piece. That's a 10 piece. That's all she wrote. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen. He looking confused like, what the hell hit me? It's a body shot, bro. Body shot, bro. Wow, what a fight. 2 rounds. What? Huh? Yo. This is on dazn, Patricia. So it's on dazn. Grand opening, grand closing. It is over already, bro. Over already. Wow. 2 rounds. 2 rounds. Clean shots to the liver, man. Clean shots. That's it. Let me see if I can get a screenshot of this. I can show y'all what these joints look like. Called him clean. He over there trying to. Oh man, I know he in some pain, man. He got hit. Boom. Then he got hit again. Boom. In the same spot. But he was throwing the same, bro. He was in there fighting. He was doing stuff like this, yo. He was in there like this. Like he just hitting the heavy bag. Oh boy, slipped under. Bow. Slipped under again. Bow. I was like, bro, I know he going down. Salute, what up, Tony B? Wow. All right, that was the fight right there. That is it. Damn. That's crazy. Shout out to Wiliam Zepeda.
What do you mean by that?
Bro. All right, let me see if I can get a shot of this. Let me see. Let me get a shot of this. See if I see what it. Boom. He hit him twice. Boom. So he hit him in the liver. Or he hit him in the liver, chin, liver. It was gone. Or the rib. Whatever called him first. I know it was the left to the body, though. Left to the body, left up top, left to the body. And he pointing to it right there, too. Wow. You know they talking about the Tank Davis stuff now. So both co-main event. Hold up. So both co-main events gave people some 4 rounds, not even the full 4 rounds. They both got stopped in the second round, knocked out. Oscar De La Hoya's cousin got dropped twice and got stopped. He couldn't get up that second time. This dude was rolling around on the ground. This dude got dropped 3 times in the second round. That's all she wrote, B. It's a wrap. Andre, what up? Oh my God, that was it, bro. It's over. That fast. Grand opening, grand closing. Wow. Body shots. Young fighters, if you don't take any other advice from this, from anything that you saw this weekend or last week, work that body. Body shots. Work that left to the body, man. And dig it. Easy KO by Zepeda. This kid looks like a Thompson machine gun. Man, behind me it's just levels to it, man. It's just levels to it. And Jaime is just a level below. He's just a level below. He's a good fighter. It's just levels to it, man. Yeah. Oh my God. This is I can't believe it was over that quick. And it started with a straight left to the body. Then he looped it around, and he had a sustained body tag. It will be the left to the body, right up top. Left to the body, right up top. Oh my God. That is crazy, bro. Beat him up. When no boy went down, he was like this pointing at his ribs and stuff. Yeah, good credit to him for getting up, but hey, look, man, it's a reason. Look, the dude got 28 wins, 24 KOs. I would love to see him mix it up with these top lightweights. Let's see what Haney what he can do with the Shakur. Put Shakur in here with him next. Everybody's saying Shakur fight Haney and fight Tank. Shit. Let's see what Shakur can do with Wiliam Zepeda. 28-0, 24 knockouts. Can he beat this guy? Let me see this. Let me get these punch stats real quick. Let's see if I get a screenshot. These power shots. Wow. 81 punches thrown in a round and a half. Wow. Let me put these punch stats on the screen. Bro, he beat him up quick, bro, and beat him bad too. I would love to see Williams Zepeda in there with Shakur Stevenson. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I would love to see what he can do with a guy like Shakur Stevenson, or vice versa. So 44 punches landed. Okay, so total punches he threw 119 to 107, dropped him 3 times. Power punches 81 to 51, thrown 32 to 18 landed. That was all she wrote, bro. That kid was not ready for this dude. It's levels. Let me see what they saying in the post-fight interview. Hold on. Wow, bro. He got him. Got him out of here, too. I'm probably link out there, see what y'all talking about. Bruce, what up? 24 of 28 opponents got stopped by Zepeda. Yeah, it's time. Yeah. I want to see him. I want to see him in there against the top lightweights, man. Let me see what they're saying in the post-fight interview. Hold on 1 second. I gotta wait for the translation, man. Oh, they're talking about Virgil Ortiz. All right, and then they're talking about Shakur Haney. Let's see who you say you want to fight next. Okay. He want to fight for a title, don't matter who it is. You know who got the title. He ain't calling nobody out. Put a case on him. Put a case on him. Wonder why he didn't call him out by name. Like he said, we want to fight one of the champions, bro. It's only one champion. His name is Devin Haney. Why you ain't call him out? Todd, what up? Juice, what up? He said it's a tough division, but he's ready to fight the top guys. Thanks, Andre. Hell yeah, he making noise. He talking that talk. He said that's why we joined boxing because we want to fight. He said we could have joined hockey or ballet, but I want to fight. That's why I'm in boxing. Let's go. I like that energy. Big energy. Let's do it. Let's do it. Shout out to Zepeda. That was crazy. The fight is over, Rachel. Stopped him in the second round. Grand opening, grand closing. It's a wrap. I just started the live stream like 15 minutes ago, right when round one started. And it's over. It's a wrap. Stopped him in the second round with a sustained body attack. He dropped him 3 times in the second round. Jaime didn't have enough. Jaime didn't have enough. Final punch stats, as you see on the screen, 119 thrown from Zepeda. Jaime threw 107. Zepeda landed 44 to 23 from Jaime, 37% accuracy right there. And that was all he needed. Some body shots, though. Those body shots to the liver and the solar plexus region, that's what did him in. Damn. I love to see Shakur mix it up with somebody like this, man. What can he fight? What can he do? Can he beat William Zepeda or vice versa? Oh yeah, you missed it, man. It's over. It's a done data, man. Team Oscar De La Hoya is still developing the young bull. That's why he turned down Shakur maybe in another year. Who? Well, he said, I want the check. I want the top guys. That's the top guy. Latavia, what up? Yeah, they say he a kid. He got an old face, though. How old is Zepeda, man? Man, that's the oldest looking 26-year-old I've ever seen in my life, bro. I ain't even going to hold you. This nigga 26 going on 40. Swear to God. Swear to God. This nigga do not look 26 years old. Hell no. Let me see. Let me see. You pull off Williams Beta. Get another picture of the Beta. This nigga don't look 26 to me, bro. Let me see. Hold on. Let me put another picture up. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Yeah, man. 26? Oh, the kid was older than that. Let me see what's up with this UFC card. Oldest Hannah Gabriel versus Clarissa Shields. That shit is coming around the corner. They call him the Clarissa Shields Hannah Gabriel fight unfinished business. Unfinished business. Undisputed middleweight title. Oh, they're fighting the undisputed middleweight. They're fighting in middleweight. Okay. So Hannah Gabriel is coming back down to Clarissa Shields. Okay. Damn. All right. Wow. What a fight, bro. That's all she wrote. Man ain't had nothing for the kid, bro. Conshana, what up, though? Andre Rodriguez, he said plus Ortiz. What about plus Ortiz? I missed. He said Zepeda and Schofield Golden Boy have 2 good guys for the future right there. Plus Ortiz. Man, what's up with Ortiz, man? What's up with his body breaking down, fam? Body breaking down, trying to cut that weight, right? Huh? It's crazy, crazy. He's young too. But look at Zepeda, man. Zepeda, like I said, I thought he was older than 26. I thought he was a lot older than 26. Yeah, man. He got an old soul, as as they used to say where I come from. Yeah, he got an old soul. But yeah, man. He went in and did what he supposed to do, man. He looked sharp, looked strong. Definitely letting his hands go too. Let me see what's up with this. Damn, anything else? They got Suzuki Boxing Promotions. Suzuki Boxing Promotion. Y'all ever heard of Suzuki Boxing Promotion? Okay, they got the bare knuckle fights on right now too. Perry versus Rocco. I'm trying to see that. Let's see what's up with this UFC card. How y'all feel though, man? What's the damn deal? Did y'all see that? Shout out to all the members. I don't know if the rest of the people see it. Shout out to the members. Did y'all see that clip I put out? Ryan Garcia admits that he quit. It's on members only. I did a members only live stream earlier today. Y'all check it out. Ryan Garcia admits he quits. Quit. All right, so UFC main event. This is Yadong Sung versus Ricky Simon. See this. See what's happening on this. Yo, that's crazy, bro. Zepeda, man. I thought I was gonna at least get about 10 rounds, man, out of this shit. Zepeda said, nah. You good, bruh. Find you something else to watch. This shit about to be over. Damn. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to click this other link. It's over, man. She said, what? I didn't get a notification for the members only. Yep, I did a members only live earlier. It's up there, but Ryan admits he quit. HOD says Zepeda can average 128 punches per round in a 12-round fight. He will say he will soon become a champion. Who you gonna beat? Who's he gonna beat to become the champion? And is he gonna get a shot? Is he gonna get a shot? Because I think the winner of Haney and Loma, here you go. This is what he averaged right here. CompuBox averages. This is average right here, HOD. Yeah, that kid is special. She said, you didn't ping me, Mark. For what? For the members only live stream? Or for this one right here? Shout out to Mike Big Boxing. Man. The link right there in the chat though, Rachel. Click the link. Demetri Harris said, I expected Zepeda to do this. I want to see him step up the competition. Me too, bro. But who's he gonna fight? Who's gonna give him an opportunity? You got to get an opportunity, right? I don't know if he's gonna get the opportunity. That's the bad thing, because the kid is that good, and he's a southpaw. Yeah, somebody got to give you the opportunity. I don't know if he's gonna get the opportunity, because the winner for undisputed, I definitely don't see. First of all, he ain't about to fight Tank Davis, so we can just leave that alone. And for Shakur, I think Shakur is trying to get the winner of Haney and Loma if they stay at that weight, and if Haney goes up in weight, those belts gonna get scattered everywhere, right? And the belt's gonna get scattered again. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Good shit though from the young man. Let me see something real quick. Let me do this. Bear with me. Let me switch this over. For some reason, it don't say sports up here. It says entertainment. Damn, man, that boy good, man. I love his shot placement, because some of these guys get in there and they's like, yeah, we throw a lot of punches, but the accuracy is super low, and it just does, they sacrifice fundamentals for volume. He ain't just throwing to be throwing. He's not just throwing to be throwing, man. His pinpoint accuracy, like the way he's throwing those shots to the liver, like it was the right hand, then to the body. Then he'll throw the right hand again, throw that left to the body. From the southpaw stance too, he's getting a lot of leverage, a lot of pounds of pressure per square inch on those shots, bro. Oh, loved it. I love the work. Shout out to my sister Lisa Bell. What up? Taylor B. What up? Conshana in the building. Somebody said he already turned down Shakur. Maybe we got to go back to the drawing board. Maybe he'll try to fight him this next time. Can't keep fighting guys like this though, doing 2 rounds or a round and a half. That ain't gonna get him where he trying to go. Doing 2 rounders. Come on, bro. Never heard of it. But skill for skill though, the kid, I like what I see about him. I definitely like what I see from him. Let me see something. Hold on, bear with me. Oh, this is bare knuckle fight. That ain't what I'm looking for. That is not what we're looking for. Let me see. H.A. Dizzle. H.O. Dizzle.
What's going on, Mark?
What's up, H.O. Diesel? That's what I should have said. H.O. Diesel. Out here looking strong in these streets. What up, bro?
What's going on, man? I heard you calling the fight, man. I didn't get to watch it.
Shit, I barely watched it. It's over.
Yeah, I tuned in. You're like, that's it. I'm like, damn.
Fam.
Not surprised though. I mean, this kid is a phenom, man, and he's physically gifted. I think he still needs to work on certain things, especially his defense, moving his head out of the line and stuff like that. But he's an offensive machine, literally an offensive machine. with the world record of the most amount of punches in a fight. Not in lightweight, in a fight. Period.
Mm.
So this kid is an animal when it comes to that, and he no gassing out, none of that bullshit. I mean, his last fight, JoJo, that's why I put out this way. It was 128 punches around in a 12-round fight. This kid ain't gassing, and so I've been pushing Zepeda for a good minute. Not pushing him to say he's been on my radar. He's been on my radar, definitely. So he's a good kid, man. He's a good kid. The oldest 26-year-old mark.
Bro, look at his face, man. This nigga, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe some.
You?
He's got some. He's got some skin issues that may have, but but man, the kid is good. He looked bad like 2 fights ago.
Right here, 26, Benjamin Button face ass nigga, man. Come on, bro.
Come on, man.
I gotta see that birth certificate. I feel like Donald J. Trump. I need to see his birth certificate. This motherfucker ain't no 26, man. This motherfucker ain't no 26, man. But he like a man fighting boys in there, though, right?
Hey, you end up looking in his background, end up finding out he fought Julio Cesar Chavez when Julio Cesar Chavez was a prospect.
And he beat the brakes off this kid, man. This kid was levels below him. Look how confused he looked when he got knocked down to the body. You're like, what the hell hit me? How many was it of them? Yeah.
I'm not surprised, man. I'm not surprised. It's gonna look, Jojo. I give credit to Jojo Diaz in his last fight because he, that's one thing I say, but he got heart. He ain't going down like that. But he got his ass whooped.
My man said, do they do vital testing for this? Shout out to Juice.
You got to understand, he works in the high altitudes and lives in the high altitudes of Mexico, and that's where he's from, and that's where he works out.
That has nothing to do with the question. Is he getting VADA tested for this fight? Do they get?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you see that at the beginning? I don't know.
Talking about altitude, where he trains.
Well, yeah, because the question comes up because of his high output.
I don't know.
I mean, it's unreal.
We don't know why Juice asked that.
Oh, stop it. That's the only reason why. This kid does things that, like I said, he broke the world record in his last fight.
Somebody
imagine landing like 800 punches in a fight. That's what he did in his last fight.
That's crazy. Somebody said, with or without a title shot, Zepeda will always be a spectacular draw. Whoever. This guy is entertaining as fuck. What you think of that?
It's getting there, and I would like to actually see him go against Pitbull Cruz.
Oh,
that's rock 'em, sock 'em type of fight I'm talking about.
Now that's a scrap, bro.
That's the fight I would love to see him do now.
Pitbull taking that fight.
Oh well, I mean, he's not taking it because of scared India. He or anything like that. It'll be because he's got a bigger name, bigger. They know he's got another rematch coming with Tank, and that's gonna pay him good money.
Yo, Jaime is supposed to be older than Zepeda. Did you know that? Look at their faces. Jaime is older than him.
Come on, Mark. You gotta give credit. You know, Black Beauty stays young, looking forever, man. Come on now. We know that.
You think he's beautiful, HLD?
He's beautiful, man.
HLD trying to smash Jaime.
But you know what I'm saying, man? Shit, man. You see that every day, man. You be looking at a lady at the grocery store like, damn. She turn around like, damn, she could be my grandma.
Yeah. Shout out to Miss Just Doing the building. Shout out to Rachel Donaire in the building. Clips is here. Andre's here. Conshana Teach. What up, though? Punchy punch.
Hey, what? How many punches did you throw in this fight? How long did it go for? 2 rounds?
Let me see, bro. It didn't even go a whole 2 rounds. He stopped him in the second round. So in a round and a half, he threw 119 and dropped him 3 times.
So imagine I wonder how many punches he threw in the first round.
Fam.
You know what that means? He was gonna, if let's say it would have got to round 3, it would have been like 210.
Come on, fam. I like this guy Zepeda, man. I just need him to give me at least 3 rounds.
Yo, but you
This
see,
nigga on my fight party tonight, man. You know, I'm supposed to be talking some shit about what's going on. I got
he did
screenshots. It's shit over.
he Mike Tyson you, man. But look how, I mean, you know, but he's listening to Oscar de la Hoya, you know what I mean? He you know, he you know, he's following what Oscar's saying. Look, and he's still been, this I think is his second headlining card, I think. So he's building him up not only through the popularity but also, you know, the experience.
Did
so
you
I
see
think
Oscar de la Hoya? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it, Mark.
Did you see Oscar de la Hoya cousin get his ass kicked in the co-main?
No, Mark, I said, man, I didn't get to watch this stuff, man. I listened to you when I came on.
He got his ass whooped in second round too.
Damn.
He got dropped twice, and he was the favorite, and he got beat by Morales.
Hey, was Oscar at the fight?
I think so. Yeah. Somebody said he left Ryan Garcia early, like he had to get, you know, start prepping decorations for this party and this fight party right here. So he had to go. Yo, did you see the clip though of Ryan admitting he quit though?
I did. And
everybody an apology. I ain't wrong. I'm so sorry. Y'all was right. I was
wrong. I don't, you know, I'm like I don't know, man. The because I mean the kid they come in that with a busted rib already. But I, you know, I wish I knew, was it a liver shot or wasn't it a liver shot, or was it you know, or was it a rib thing? If it was just a rib thing, I'm gonna say yeah. Then he could have gotten. I mean, well, I'm not gonna say how he could have, but we've seen many warriors fight with cracked ribs.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that. But at the same time, does this not put him even a more asterisk on Tank Davis? That, you know, of this win, that you know, they had a mole. They know that he went to the hospital with a rib injury, and let's work it.
Hold what you got. I got a call. Go ahead, caller. Tell me your name, where you from.
What's happening, neighborhood? This is that guy, Eclipse, Ohio's ambassador, and the neighborhood's resident gangster. Oh, wow. Congratulations to William Don't Blink Zepeda, a.k.a. you mean to tell me he's that fast? A.k.a. I thought that was an octopus. A.k.a. how many of them motherfuckers was it? And goddamn, he was so.
Bro, he beat him up, bro.
Man, that old man beat his ass. That old youngin beat his ass. I ain't calling him Zepeda no more. You know what I'm saying? He's so old in the face, I'm gonna call him Zepappy. Plus he's beating these boys like he their daddy. So Zepappy out there whooping ass. I would definitely like to see him. I don't know if we're gonna get that Shakur fight like Bruce Gaff was talking about. You know, I would him and Cruz, but we know Cruz is probably going to get that tank. But wow, I really need to. I'm with you, Mark. Can I see Zepeda go at least 6 rounds, please? For the love of God. Can you get somebody in there with maybe like some pads or something so we can at least get 6 rounds out of Zepeda? So I can really like, you know what I'm saying, confirm what I'm seeing and what I'm not seeing out this guy. Because all I'm seeing is a lot of punches and people not getting up. You know, I watched him fight a few times before, but it wasn't until you said that stat that I thought about it. Like, yeah, 24 out of 28 opponents couldn't continue. That says a lot. I don't know, Mark. That says a lot to me, man. That says a lot. And real briefly, before I let you go, you know what I'm saying? I'm still at work. Back to the, like HLD was alluding to, and I said it in the comments on your members only video. If you guys haven't watched it, go watch it. I apologize to everybody. I was in Ryan's corner for the fight. And yeah, that soundbite, nah, he quit. I'm not making no excuses for Ryan, but I'm with HLD that this does look bad on Tank because it leads credence to the rumors about the kid who hurt him in the ribs and got mad for getting kicked out of the training camp. And so he told Davis about Ryan's rib injury. And so, yeah. And like I said in the comments, if you really think back to how Ryan looked up at Tank when he was on that knee, that makes sense. He's acknowledging, he must know about my rib.
He looked up like, he knows. He knows.
Exactly. You feel me, Mark? Like, to where no excuses for Ryan, but it was like, now that we know this, that puts that whole 2 to 3 seconds in different context, doesn't it?
Right.
Well, I'm going to let y'all cook up, man. I'm going to get back to listening, man. Great analysis, you know what I'm saying, from everybody. Hell, I don't know what you're going to talk about. Looks like you got some time to kill, buddy.
Right, bro. Shit. Right. Hey, look, I'm gonna talk about race relations again. Let's talk about Hispanics wanting to say the word nigga. Let's do that. Fuck it.
Yeah.
That'll get 2 hours. That'll get them going for 2 hours.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, Mark. Tell HLD Teofimo Lopez got a mixtape coming out where he, you know what I'm saying, called Keep Your Black Fighters.
Oh,
I'm better than all the black rappers.
Nice.
All right, y'all.
Peace. Shout out.
All right, y'all.
All right, bro.
Clip.
What's up, Puto? Shout out to my homie Clips.
Salute, Mark. What up,
Bro,
18?
Man, I thought I was gonna do I thought I was gonna sit here and get my fight call on. I was like, yeah, man, we get some rounds in calling this fight. Grand opening, grand closing. What you think of the fight while it lasted, Puto?
Well, I picked in 4, but you know he took him out in 2. It was a showcase fight. I've seen Arboleda fight before. You know, Colbert got him out of there. He's not the strongest puncher, but it was entertaining while it lasted, I guess.
Yeah. Go ahead, H. You were saying something before the call. I had to cut you off.
Man, I forgot already, man. But
good.
But the young man, I think the young man is still in developmental process, not only in the marketing, but also in his skills, and they're working on stuff. I saw his stance a little bit different, and I'm looking right now at some clips. His stance look a little bit different. So I mean, I think they're working on stuff with the young man. I mean, like that's why Oscar De La Hoya is holding him up. He's, you know, and that's why, you know, Shakur called him out. And he's like, no, we're not ready for that smoke. You know, and you have to be really ready for that smoke with Shakur. So I think, you know, give him another year. I think he'll be in title contender status, especially if the belts get scattered. But if the belts don't get scattered, then I mean, you know, he'll keep on working at his craft. But the young man's a phenom, man, and I'm, you know, I'm happy for him. He's a good kid too. He's, you know, he's always grinding. So we'll see what it comes to, man. But 130 punches around, 128 punches around, not too many guys gonna put up with that.
Hell yeah, Puto. Who you want to see him in there against next, bro? It's open.
To be honest, if they can make it, and they were actually, he was actually ringside talking with Wiliam, is Frank Martin. That'd be a good fight.
Yo,
was up. So Frank Martin was at this fight?
Yeah. He was ringside talking with Zepeda.
Really?
Yeah.
Throw down. I'll see this scrap.
I respect that. Who y'all favor in that fight?
It's 50-50, I think. I'll lean Zepeda with the volume, but I can see either guy getting his hand raised at the end.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, Frank Martin is definitely a level above the guy we saw tonight. Jaime. I
think 2 or 3 levels, Mark. To be
yeah.
Yeah, nah. I've seen him fight before. Yeah.
He's like he's like almost maybe like 70 punches per round above him.
Yeah, man. What else going on out there, man? Shit, Zepeda didn't give us a lot to critique or criticize.
I don't know. You heard Arnold, you know, Slick Rick Majorian, I think his name is. He's the promoter for Jose Ramirez and Arnold Barboza. He made Barboza pull out of the fight that he had going on with Paella, I think his name is. Because again, with the same excuse that Ramirez said, oh, there's not enough money in the fight. That dude's trash for boxing, man.
Who is?
Arnold Barboza's been in the division at 140 for his entire career, and this guy has had Zepeda. He's had Ramirez in good positions for title shots, man. But when it comes to Arnold, bro, that dude just pisses on him, bro, in his career. So that's now 2 fights in a row for Slick Rick, pulling his fighters out of top fights.
So is that the fighter or is that Slick Rick?
Slick Rick.
All right then.
Yeah, it's Slick Rick. That's what I'm saying. Arnold's a good dude, man. But the way Slick Rick is managing their careers, man, I'm not down with him at all.
100% agree, brother.
So you think why you think he's doing that? What's holding him back, HLD? Why
Well, money. The same thing they said with Jose Zepeda. That's why they didn't do the Regis Prograis fight.
But you win the fight, then you make the money on the next one.
Exactly, Mark. Exactly. Especially if you don't got no name recognition. So hey man, get this guy, it was for I think it was for an interim belt, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Hell yeah, get that.
It was an interim belt, and I think it could have been a title eliminator. I gotta read the thing again, but I'm like, man, why would he do that to this guy, man? Because what, you ain't making enough money for yourself, Rick?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I think you mean Ramirez though, not Zepeda. Zepeda fought him, remember?
Fought who?
Regis.
No, but Jose Zepeda, Ramirez pulled out of the fight to fighting Regis Prograis.
Yeah, for sure. It's just I thought you said Zepeda, that's why.
No. So I don't know, man. I don't know what this guy's doing, but he's definitely not. Unless but I know Barboza. I've hit him up on Twitter, and he knows it's not. You got to know how to play chess in this boxing game to put yourself in position.
Right.
And this guy is just driving around in circles and shit, not doing nothing for this young man.
I agree with you,
the most famous that Barboza's been in the media is for calling out Tio. Really, bro? Is that all you got? So
I hear you, man. And I actually think Barbosa's underrated, to be honest. I think he's a good fighter.
I think he's an average fighter. I wouldn't put him great. I put him average.
Damn, he's average, bro.
That's why I say underrated. Underrated, Mark. That's what I say, man. I don't think HLDs. I think HLD is just. I think HLD is one of many that think he's probably average. I just think he needs a shot.
I saw him fight the Puerto Rican dude last year, and if the fight would have been 12 rounds, man, Barboza would have been knocked out.
And if was a fifth, we'll all be
happy.
We'll all be Errol Spence.
Like I said, happy.
Sean Moore joins the floor. What up, family?
What's up, fellas? Just watched that debacle. What's going on?
What up, Shutter?
Which debacle?
Debacle.
Oh, there was 2 debacles. The debacle in Denver, Colorado, and then the debacle in Texas. Zepeda got that dude out there with them 3 liver shots in a row.
In Colorado.
What you talking about? He's speaking in code. He wanted us to ask.
I told the playoffs, man. Phoenix just got their ass mollywopped.
Oh yeah. Kevin Durant got picked twice and got his pocket picked twice in less than 2 minutes.
I think Shelton had money on Jaime, to be honest.
Damn.
Arboleda? No way. Come on. No way.
That's the only way I can see it be at the debacle.
No, Zepeda's a beast, man. Zepeda needs a shot.
Let me get this call. Real quick. See who this is.
Agree with you, brother. Go ahead.
202. What it do? Tell me your name. Where you from?
Yo, my name is Alex from DC.
Alex from DC. Talk to me, fam.
Tonight was a great fight. Zepeda was a great fighter. But I'm ready to see him fight somebody, on his level. I know we talked about him being a nice kid, coming up in the ranks. But I think 26-0, 28-0 is it's time now. You know what I mean? It's time to show us you can fight the elites.
Right. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Who you want to see him fight next?
I want to see him fight Pitbull Cruz.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, because I want to see him fight Pitbull Cruz because I want to see him fight somebody that's going to be able to take them punches. Because Pitbull Cruz, you just mess with one time, he had that power to equalize the fight. So I think it'd be 50-50.
Yo, that's a cool ass boxing nickname too, Pitbull.
Yeah, really.
It fit him too. All right. So you want to see him fight?
And that's a starter fight. But after that fight, if he can get past Pitbull, then we can start talking about the Tanks and the Shakurs. I'm not ready to put Zepeda in with the Shakurs and everybody.
You gotta give me a second choice because I don't think we're gonna get that. I think they saving Pitbull Cruz for a Tank Davis rematch. Give me a second choice.
At 135, I think Shakur might be the fighter because Shakur just got into 135, so that might actually have to be the fight. Because he can't fight Haney because that'd be for the undisputed, and I'm not ready to put him at undisputed right now.
Yeah, he ain't gonna get that shot next anyway.
Yeah, so it have to be against Shakur.
Okay.
And Shakur not gonna go like that. So Shakur gonna really put him to the test.
Man, these dudes ain't mixing it up and crossing the street like that. They gonna put him against somebody else on dazn. They ain't gonna they ain't gonna do that. Do no cross promotion with these guys, and it ain't even for no title. And they're not big names like Tank and Ryan. Like I just don't see them doing it.
Yeah, that's poor management, man. That's really picked on poor management. Yeah. And they wonder why these guys not really getting over with the crowds like that because they're not fighting nobody. If they're not gonna fight nobody, people not gonna come out.
Yeah, man. We watched the main and the co-main event. Both guys got blown out in 2 rounds. Or matter of fact, a round and a half. It didn't even go 2 rounds.
Yep. Yeah, 2 rounds is not enough.
Hell nah. All right, man. Shit, you got anything you want to plug and promote before I let you go, bro?
No. Follow me on Twitter. Twitter Nate Foreign. Fabio.
How you spell it?
Nate Nate Foreign FOREIGN.
All right, I'm gonna follow you right now.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, peace.
All
right. Shout out to Nate Foreign on Twitter.
I got a name for him, Mark.
Talk to me.
Jermaine Ortiz.
Man, I was about to say that, Shelton.
There you go.
I think that'll be a good scrap right there.
I do too.
That's a good scrap. But again, it's just we know that the promotional shit is not gonna allow it.
I mean that's one where I don't see how because what are you saving Jermaine Ortiz for unless you're trying to push him? William Zepeda is already getting a push from Golden Boy. Neither one of them is gonna get to Shakur, Tank, or Haney. So let them fight each other.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they're working on Jermaine. That's why they didn't feed him to Shakur. They're gonna work with this kid and build him up.
They need to because the kid is really good.
Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz is good.
What y'all trying to build him to? Breaking Mayweather's record? He 28-0 with 24 knockouts.
Jermaine Ortiz, we're talking about, Mark. Jermaine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me calm.
We're talking about Jermaine Ortiz. We know Zepeda. We think Zepeda should get a shot. No, Zepeda should get in there with somebody.
Mark was going to ham there for a second.
Zepeda can't keep can crushing forever.
Yeah, man.
No, man. You do him no favors by doing that, man. At some point, you gotta take those chances. Step him up in the competition, man.
Like who else do they got? Oh, they got Kid Austin, but he's very green.
Yo, yeah. But do you feed? I don't think they'll do that. Now that's somebody you need to build up. He ain't got 28 fights.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So who else does DAZN got?
I'm gonna go to DAZN. I'm sorry, not DAZN. I'm the DAZN roster.
I mean, Top Rank got so many guys. You got Abdullah Mason. You got
Eddie got guys on the zone. Well, Eddie got Kid Austin, right? No, that's
you got
Oscar.
Kid Austin.
That's
No,
Oscar.
Oscar has it. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Do they got a roster for the zone? Sports, home, schedule. There we go. Fighters.
Oscar was promoting him today. Mark.
Who's that one guy that got crushed last week? The guy from Scotland, HOD.
I was about to say Ryan Garcia.
No, not him.
Okay, Mark.
The guy from Scotland, they was building him up.
Josh Taylor?
No. Some 35-pounder. They put him in there last week, and he got smashed. Knocked the fuck out.
No, nobody saw that fight because we were watching. I think that's what Lisa was telling you. Nobody talking about this other fight.
All right, so this that rock. Hey, look at this. You see Floyd Mayweather? Y'all notice this? Floyd Mayweather's on their list as fighters over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. What is that news?
No, not at all.
I mean, we seen him over there doing some stuff, but I don't know. I
Now,
don't know.
remember, he sold all the rights to his fights, like the fights you can't find Canelo versus Floyd or any of them Floyd fights on YouTube because he sold the rights to the Zone. The Zone got all those fights.
Oh shit!
Floyd's been on there since the inception. Mark, it's I don't know about like how Shelton was saying that he sold him. Maybe it's a deal happened after the fact, but the 10 fights that Golden Boy co-promoted with Floyd, they've always been on there ever since they made their deal with the Zone.
Oh, so Floyd's fights came over because of his work with Golden Boy.
Exactly.
Okay.
So who's on their 135 roster?
I know his fight's been over here listed, but to see him listed as a fighter right here is just still weird. But then again, I see De La Hoya, Bernard, Shane Mosley, so that really makes sense what Puto's saying right here, you know? Puto's right again. Hate it.
It sounds like a lot of people hate it, but it's all good, man.
You're right. I hate it. Damn it. I gotta wear that one. Okay. Damn. But there's more fighters over here than this. These are just the highlights, right? They got a lot more people than this. Talking about build them up. They building them up. Lord, how many fights Jaime Arboleda got, man?
40.
Right? It's time to fucking get him in there, put him in the fire, bro.
What are we talking about?
Man,
it's like Virgil.
He's about to be the greatest of all time, man. He's gonna break that record, man.
Never heard of it.
It's like Virgil, man. It's like inactivity or like fucking lack of putting them in like good fights, bro, or killing these fighters.
The guy's about to be 50.
Well, Virgil, you can't say that about Virgil, Puro, because Virgil's ill.
No, that's why I mentioned the inactivity. To me, I think he's getting ill because like he trains hard as hell and he's not in like he fights like once a year. I mean, they put him in with good fighters. I mean, he's fought some good fighters, but I mean
his body can't handle. I think that way.
Yeah, no.
That's, I mean, my opinion. I may be wrong, but I just think he just can't handle that.
You got to move up to 54.
Yeah, he has to,
or
man.
fight more. That's my hope.
I mean, if you look at Ortiz's frame size, and then you look at like young kid like Xander Zayas, you know that he's a much bigger frame than Xander Zayas, and Xander Zayas at 19 was moved up from 147 to 154 because they knew it's just too much. So imagine how hard it is for Ortiz.
Hola.
Yeah.
Damn. Show more. Screen came on them. I was like, I'm gonna just leave this here for a minute. Just park that right there. Hola.
Tunisia's hotter, bro, and she beat the shit out of Marlon already.
So what? I just like what I saw. I like how they got that the first thing you see on the screen though. That's good. That's good product placement.
There you go.
Shout out to Golden Boy. Ladies first. All right. What? Okay, I'm trying to just see these champions that they got over here right now. The NABF champion.
Mosley Jr. still fighting? I didn't even know that.
Jr. WBA Continental. All right, Oscar Collazo, Raul. Okay.
I want to see more of Raul. To be honest, he's a welterweight and a former Olympian.
Let me see. Are these in order or is this just any order? Okay. Yeah, they just in any order. It's in alphabetical order. Okay. Oh,
Johnny Cañas, bro. What worker does he have?
He's nothing. He hasn't even started yet.
Hey, how,
oh no.
let's fight him, bro.
Undefeated. Undefeated.
Yeah, we all undefeated too.
He's undefeated, bro.
Never lost in the ring, baby.
Okay, light flight way, Carlos. That's who's about to fight. All right, shout out to Blair the Flair. Nope.
De La Hoya.
He's got his ass beat.
Tonight.
The guy he fought, I've never seen him before. He's pretty good, man.
Morales, right?
Yeah, never seen him before. I'm gonna keep my eye on
It
him.
was cherry picking gone wrong, Puto.
It must be.
Yes, it was cherry picking gone wrong. Supposed to be this nice little showcase for
Duarte.
Oh boy,
I don't know.
supposed to be just a good talker, Morales. Yeah, let me see if they got it. Oh my goodness.
I don't know how you cherry pick a guy that's undefeated, but hey.
No, I mean, I ain't gonna say cherry pick. How about that? That's not fair because I hate when people say that. They challenged themselves because they.
Okay.
How about that? They both challenged themselves. That sound fair?
Yeah, no, I mean I was cool with the cherry pick too, but you know,
I just would like because you De La Hoya, you the bloodline to the family.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm thinking you supposed, and this the Oscar's first time seeing you fight, and they said in many years. So I was like, okay, and then you get your ass whipped right there in front of Cuz. Oscar's like, probably it's like, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of seeing y'all losing ass. You're making me look bad, like Roy Jones told Michael Williams Jr. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have said that. I'm just saying, man. These dudes care about. I'm joking about that, but I don't think Oscar cares that much about his ego like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oscar's team needs to put in some work and recruiting, man. That's what they need to do.
That's what it is. Here you go.
Duarte, yeah, that's about it.
Oscar Duarte. Well, I think I've seen him fight. I'm not sure.
All right, 25-1 with 20 KOs. All right.
5'9". From Chihuahua.
All right. Oh shit. I like this little Golden Boy site right here. I wish they had like a menu though where I can scroll and just click the weight class, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Ryan Garcia. So what happened?
There goes another one right there. Lightweight.
Has he fought any of these dudes? Or no, because he's undefeated. They are too. So
how you say that name, Joe?
I have no idea. Juice.
His name. It's Hosi.
Hosi. I wonder if he's an American Mexican, and then they try to make him right, and they just try to be like Jose off fancy Jose.
I've seen that shit too, yeah.
Right,
sure.
You know, I think I don't know if he's like an American Mexican because
Brian BRY.
Yeah, that type of shit, bro. I'm like, what the fuck you doing, man?
Y'all hate that shit, huh?
Yeah, bro, man. Puerto Ricans be crazy with them fucking names nowadays, bro. I got cousins with some fucked up ass names, bro.
Get the name out, like niggas.
Just keep it basic, Alejandro, or fucking Juan, you know, shit.
Oh, that shit funny.
I get in fights with some of my cousins. You named them what?
Miguel, Jesus, easy.
Yo, somebody take a shot at this name right here. Who got it?
Azat Hovhanesian.
Yeah.
Hovhanesian, excuse me.
Hovhanesian.
Yeah. Great fight he was in with Neri too, man. That was a fucking barn burner.
Yo, I like this kid right here. I seen him fight.
Oh yeah,
watching his fights, I like this kid. He was on somebody undercard a couple fights back. He made a statement, man. He did good. I like this kid and the way he fights. Damn, man.
Tristan Calcarew is lost.
Yeah.
Back the food bully, as I call him.
Puto, man, how you feel about Ryan Garcia with his rib injury?
The same. I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't change the outcome. I mean, like it didn't. I mean, he still lost. I mean, rib injury. You know, I mean, it's indifferent.
Well, he's already at 12-0. Okay.
Oh yeah, Schofield.
Yeah, he's 12-0.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
rushing him. Not rushing him. Sorry, that's the first word that came. But they got him on the fast track.
Yeah. we some negative motherfuckers in boxing, man.
I mean, they either a golden boy, they either rush you or they fucking hold you back. So I don't know.
Pura shoots out the first thing that comes into mind, and he goes, "Oh, hold on, let me check."
No, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. I'll keep an eye on him.
He's small though, man. He's small for the division. And is he like 5'3" or something like that?
He's small for a super featherweight. Holy shit!
Oh, he's like 5'3" or something like that, bro. I think
Yeah, that is pretty small. That is pretty small. You know,
They should, yeah, I would tell him to fight Floyd Schofield. You know why? Because Floyd Schofield out here saying, I want to beat the Shakur Stevensons of the world, the Devin Haney's, the Tank Davises. Can you beat William Zepeda right here, 28-0 with 24 knockouts? Can you beat him?
Call out William, man, right?
If you can beat him, I really believe you can beat all these other dudes more now than ever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He on that Keyshawn Davis trip.
I want to see him do it, man. 'Cause I like Floyd Schofield, man. I think he's dynamic. I like his personality. I like his story.
You heard what DAZN did now that they opened.
Oh, I would love to see that. I'm gonna try to get an interview with him. I'm gonna ask him about that. I'm gonna see how they feel about that. I'm gonna call him about that.
Say, hey, you had that interview by now.
I never even reached out.
No. Okay.
Nah, never even reached out to him. But I'm gonna reach out to him, especially in lieu of this fight right here. And I'm gonna just ask him that, like, yo.
Ask him about that contract situation, bro. That's what I'm interested in.
What part? What
you know, like the one that they were talking about, like he was kind of like exposing like about the 360s and shit.
Oh. Okay, which you want to ask?
Oh, I don't want to ask anything in particular because I'm bad at asking questions. But I mean, Mark, you're good at this shit. I mean, I'm figuring you can think of something.
No, I thought they already discussed that when they did the episode with Coach Malachi. Like, I thought that information was already out there. Other than like, that's why I was like, is it anything different that they didn't cover there specifically?
Not to my knowledge. So I hear you.
Did you see the interview they did with Coach Malachi?
I did.
Yeah, thought it was a very good interview.
Yeah, it was.
You know, sometimes you'll get some people in there, man. All you got to do is just stand back and let them talk, bro.
I hear you.
Yeah, I caught them on Punch, and they talked about it.
Yeah, I think they talked about it over there too. Yeah, so it's it's just trying to make sure I gotta have a story that I'm trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? And I think I got one tonight with this William Zepeda fight.
Okie dokie.
Because if he can beat that guy, I'm gonna really start saying, yeah, they ducking this kid, yo. You get what I'm saying? I can't say they ducking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
But he's gotta get into that position of getting some type of whatever, Mickey Mouse belt that's gonna get him in position.
Maybe Zepeda might want an opponent, and that'd be a nice fight, right?
Yeah, I'd do like a title eliminator or something like that for a mandatory position or to something.
I don't know what Golden Boy can do. Golden Boy, they both Golden Boy fighters, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Man, give him a bag, man.
You heard what DAZN did, though, right? I mean, what DAZN they opened up their production company to any promoter if they want to put their fight on DAZN.
I saw that HLD. I saw that.
So then, in other words, they're trying to eliminate the BLKs right off the bat, right? Because they can say, yo, you want to do a fight product, you could just put it up over here with us.
Yeah, I like when they did that. I like that.
Prior to that, they just had an exclusive with Matchroom and Golden Boy.
Right, and now it's open to anybody.
Oh, before then, it was like, nah, you can't put your fight over here. We only dealing with these two promotions.
Right, because it's like HBO or like ESPN or Showtime.
Now it's like lottie-dottie everybody.
Yeah.
You can
they said in lieu of making big fights, they're like, hey, if that's a hurdle, come, I can take her, doesn't matter.
Like for an example, Steve Bash, who did that, promoted he can now put his fights on DAZN if he wants to. What's that other guy who did the fight for Regis Prograis?
Marvin Gonzalez.
Marv Nation, right?
Marv Nation.
Yeah. Marv Nation. If they want to go to DAZN and put their fights on DAZN, they could do that now. So we'll see if somebody takes the bite on that.
That's awesome, man.
I think that's dope because there's a lot of promotional companies that usually end up they don't have the relationships and these people just basically were locked in with these other promotions. So you had to do sometimes you have to sacrifice on these deals just so your fighter can get that fight more than ever. You know what I'm saying? Or to put your fighter on TV. You know, he got to be fighting you on your promotion. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, they like I think that the Regis Progress fight was that on like Fight TV or something like that? Was that on that app fight
Like on
or?
the website. Yeah, it was on
I
the
don't know.
Yeah, it's a website thing, right? So
Right.
if you want to get some name out there on the zone with all the subscriptions and people come see your fight, I think that's that would smart way to go to get some name recognition too.
Yeah.
We've
And
been
it's an
talking about you
international
right now. Because could you imagine, instead of being on that Fight TV, the Marv Nation with Regis Prograis and Zepeda, if that fight would have been on the zone, how many more eyeballs would have seen that fight?
Facts.
We would have been talking about it on that Saturday more.
Yeah. And they're an international platform, so they don't have to partner with anybody else to get it, overseas or anything. Do you guys know DAZN is an actual channel in the UK now?
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, they started their channel on over there in the United Kingdom.
Oh, okay. So they're trying to be kind of ESPN-ish.
Yeah, facts.
Okay. Now they got football.
And then they got the NFL for the overseas.
They got the NFL, man.
Yep.
Oh shit! People thought they were losing money. They didn't know what they were gonna do. Okay.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right.
Who's that on the panel?
Shelton Moore.
Shelton?
Oh no, that's you. That's how your new logo. I'm like, who the hell is that?
Oh, you get that?
Yeah, I'm like, who the hell is that?
Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat, so I put that up for the guy in the chat.
What is that?
It's the emblem of my favorite soccer team, Leon, in Mexico.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Juan Devilla in the building. We got Latino Heat on the panel right now. HOD and Porto. My boy Shelton.
Yo, but Zepeda, they need to change it. His monarch, that nickname he's got, Camaron. He needs to change that, bro.
Nah, that nickname is fire, bro. I love that.
Nah, man, call him Sicario, bro.
Nah, Camaron, bro.
Sicario, bro. The Mexican Sicario, man.
Wiliam el Camarón Zepeda, bro. Perfect.
It reminds me of an enchilada, michelada, bro. You know what I mean? Camarón and beers and all that shit. Yo, man, you haven't seen that drink that Mexicans be drinking, Mark? They put shrimp in their beer and all that stuff.
Never heard of it.
Oh man, you gotta look michelada, right? Puro?
Michelada, yeah.
Oh man, bro.
Yeah.
It's
like a cocktail shrimp.
It looks like something that should be on Fear Factor, bro.
It's a lot. Hold up, man. Let me see this shit. Shrimp and beer. What's it called?
Micheladas. Put in the chat.
I don't know if they put shrimp in there, to be honest.
I seen it with shrimp and hot sauce.
You seen it with shrimp?
Yeah, shrimp, red hot sauce and everything. Bro, it is like, what?
The main ingredient is clamato, and then they put a chili powder on the brim. I forget what else.
Let me put it in the chat. Let me see if I can spell it right.
Oh man, I got it right here. I'm looking at it. Hold on, let me share my screen. Yo, y'all be wilding in Mexico.
I don't like them too much, Mark. I just don't like putting anything.
Oh, that's beautiful. You haven't seen the other ones, bro.
The shrimp looks great. This looks good.
People swear by them,
Mark.
Mark.
Cocktail sauce, but what does this drink taste like, though?
I see it with hot sauce and all the other. But you're missing the one. They have one that they put the beer upside down in the jug.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Like this right here. Like a
there you go, Mark.
Yeah. There's a place over here in California called Pesky's, El Pescador. They make them there.
They put some like sweet sugar on it too, with some hot sauce on it, and you got shrimp. And I'm like, what the hell, bro?
Shout out to Mexico, man. Y'all, bro, I've been to Mexico twice. I ain't never had nothing like this.
Yeah, I'm more of a beer traditionalist, so I can't put anything in my beer.
Yo, Mark, man, you have I've been on dates right with me. She be holding that shit, bro, and then man, you're gonna kiss her. You're on fire, bro. Yeah, your face is on fire, bro. You got that hot sauce.
Spicy. Oh, so this is look. I got watermelon in theirs.
Oh man, they put some chile de árbol, man.
Right?
Oh man, it's
Oh,
dude, bro. All I'm saying is
and
they
this
fuck me. Look at that, bro. Oh hell no, bro.
I'm not
drink
big
it,
on that, bro.
drink it.
People
I'm
swear
telling
by him though, Mark.
that's fear factor, bro.
Swear
That's
by
fear
him, bro.
factor
Up
stuff.
around that brim, is that
Swear by him.
spicy? Is that sweet? What is that going around?
It's sweet,
It's
spicy, and
What,
salt.
what is the base of the drink? It's a beer.
It's a beer, yeah. Any beer, well, usually Corona or Modelo, but then they put Clamato in it, and then they garnish it with all this shit.
I don't never like that Clamato shit anyway. That's
They
like
say it's
I'm
the
with
cure of
you, Mark.
hangovers,
I'm
bro.
with you. Yeah,
it's like
oof.
tomato beer, right?
Yeah.
I got a story about that shit too.
Yeah, man. Somebody handed me one of that shit one day, bro. I was probably the most disrespectful nigga in the world, bro.
Yo, man, this is what
Yeah, bro,
this is Williams.
I'm gonna show you, bro. This is what I did. Like, and just in my arrogance, like we just outside at a party, right? And somebody might have did like this. Nigga might have just walked up to me like, "Yo, got your drink, bro." It's like, appreciate it, man. What the fuck is that?
Wow. Mark's a dick, bro.
They pranked this. They thought he pranked his ass and shit.
Bro, I threw that shit down. The drink, like, we
Jesus.
already outside. It's an outdoor barbecue park. The shit went everywhere. He looked like, bro. I was like, man, I'm gonna go get my own shit. And as I'm walking, I'm like, yo, you wildin'. Then I turned right back around. And I was like, I think I've had enough. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Like, I didn't even mean to talk to you like that, bro. I was like,
Was that good, huh, Mark?
man, I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Yo, man, but this drink right here, I think this is William Zepeda's pregame secret, bro. That's what gives him that energy, man. Fuck.
Bro,
That's funny. That was funny.
oh my God, look at this, yo. And I bet people took a picture of this, like, oh, this the shit. Put the ball at the top of the
Dude, that's the problem, man. They're like, oh, I hate the girls between I go out. Mira que rico. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
With all that shit, bro.
Look at that, bro.
And I love seafood, bro. But
And look, you know what? I would order it just like that. I was like, let me get how you said it, michelada, but put my beer on the side.
Yeah, there you go, bro. I'll have a michelada, hold the clamato, hold the shrimp.
Yeah.
You know?
You can hold the clamato, bring the shrimp out on a separate plate, put the beer right there in the glass. Yeah,
I'll take it from there.
Though. Keep the same seasonings on the shrimp, though. We good. Do not put the shrimp inside the mother. Man, don't put that shrimp in that beer.
Yeah, man.
Hey, look, I'll throw that shit down in the restaurant. I'd be like,
oh man,
what the fuck?
Yo, man, and that look like that one right there with the 2 beers up, and the one that you got it with the 2 beers, and that should have cost you like $30, bro.
Senor, you're supposed to drink it.
Hold on. Let me see which one costs $30.
Like the one with the two, that
Hell
one.
Yeah, that's like $30.
That's $30, bro. And like, if you drinking that shit, if I gotta pay for this, you know what you gotta do for me later, baby. You know what you gotta do.
It's popping though, and they love them because I see different variations of them everywhere. It's like you see the nice scale restaurant right here with it like here, and you see what you're gonna get like at the bar lounge around the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, it's a main staple, man.
Some people just gonna bring it to you like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm good on them, man. I'm good.
Throwing in the glass like it's ice and shit. Like
straight.
And we're only talking with shrimp. They do with some other meats in too, man. I've seen like other stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of seafood. Fuck
yeah. I've seen it with asada and shit, bro.
Yeah. Viva la Mexico, man.
Yeah,
I'm good, man. But I eat more part too.
Shout out to Mexico, man. All right, man. What else going on, man? Shit, because that joint had me rolling, man. I'm bugging. I'm dying laughing off of that.
The king is back next week. That's about it.
Oh yeah. You going to the fight, right?
Nah. No, sir.
Bro, everybody keeps sending me this Crawford Spence July 22 deal. I'm not biting, bro.
Yeah, me neither,
bro.
I heard that that there was an undercard fight already supposedly made up for it.
I never heard of it.
Who?
I think Lefty put it out that somebody announced that somebody
Lefty put out it was June 17th and said it's happening, yo. It's happening. told y'all. I'm telling
I
you.
remember April Fools. That's what I remember.
I remember that too.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
If it happens, it happens. That's all I know.
Right, bro. I'm not getting excited about it. Who wins? Who gonna win? Bud Duck, Spencer Coward. Yeah, man. So what, bro? I think they blew it, man. I think they might have blew it with this joint, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
They're gonna have to recapture the buzz that it had. They're gonna have to. I think Showtime will do a marketing with that, but both of them fools got to do something with their own selves personality. They got to come at each other. They really do. Like that talk that Crawford was saying. On God, bro, I'm gonna that shit that he was doing, and he gonna beat up Spence and shit. That type of shit. We need that type of shit. Fucking, it will be an ugly grudge match. And I bet, and if that happens, I think it's gonna sell like crazy because it's also out of their character too. We don't normally see them like that, so they can't be that nice shit that they did in the hallway of that fight with that one day or that passive bullshit. No, we need I don't want to fuck you up type of shit on sight. Let's do that, so we'll see, man.
Yeah,
Kind
they
of
do all that.
like Crawford had that energy with with the Benavides brother, bro. You know what I mean? They were really want to get at each other, that type of shit.
Yeah, they had a fight sign though.
Right. So we'll see, man. I want this fight to be over with, bro. So first of all, for hey, look, man, for Mark Nash, man. So you can shut up
Fight
about
is
it.
over with, bro.
Yeah, it's over, Mark. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, I'm gonna be all right. Some people, this they whole channel, man. This all they got.
That is true, right? That is true. I've
Every
seen that shit.
day, every week, same old thing. The live streams, the uploads, the shorts, same thing. And that's okay. I mean, but what's gonna happen if your guy when your guy goes in there and lose? Or let's say your guy goes in there and he finally wins. They're gonna talk about it every day. Why they was right, or either why the guy got robbed, or it was a fixed fight. They're gonna make some excuses. They're gonna say the fight was boring. They're gonna be like Porto when we put Floyd Schofield up. It's like, man, Floyd Schofield pretty cool. They rushing him. Earlier we talking about somebody else. They're moving them too slow. Talking about how they might get Zepeda, they're moving too slow. They're taking their time with it, bro. We're gonna complain about everything in boxing, yo.
Yeah,
and they're gonna make excuses why they got lose. They're gonna discredit
why he wins.
guys win, yeah, everything. Yo. It's just
let me ask you going back to the last topic that we were talking about.
I love it. It's all entertainment for me.
But on the last time we were talking about with the Garcia rib thing, it's just kind of funny to me. Why would Showtime themselves release that? Doesn't that take away from a little bit from Tank's win? Because we know that Garcia had a busted rib already. Like, why would he put that out there? It was just kind of funny that they would, because it doesn't help. It doesn't help Tank.
I don't know, to promote a rematch.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. That's why I'm going with it. Is it to like, yo, I wasn't at my 100, and now we got to redo it again without no rehydration clause and all that shit, and I'm at 100%, no rib injury, no nothing, because if it did 1.2, can it do? I mean, could it do 700,000 the next time? Maybe. Is there still money on the table?
I mean, there is, but I mean, Ryan's got to, have a couple fights, a couple wins underneath, because an immediate rematch.
Let me ask you a question before you go that far. Did anybody on this panel have him winning the fight at the point it got stopped?
No.
No, I don't. I think he just won that first round, maybe.
Then why do we need a rematch?
Because this is for the casuals, Shelton. They're the ones who did the 1.2. It wasn't the hardcore fans.
It was a hardcore fan.
No, man, it was the casuals.
I'm a hardcore.
but who built up to 1.2. If you just only had hardcores, it wouldn't have gone that today. It was
No,
just
I hear
just
you on
like
that. I hear you on
just
that.
like the
I hear
same
you.
team, the same people who were in that stadium watching by majority were just the
Celebrities and
casuals.
shit.
Yeah, it was
Celebrities.
casuals, man.
Yeah, because
Uh,
look, we went to a great fight, a hardcore special, Jose Zepeda and Reach program. And I'll be being generous if I said it was 4,000 people there.
Facts.
Now, which fight was better, that fight or the tank fight?
Come on, HLD, you ain't even got to ask that dumbass question.
Exactly. So then, hardcores watched that fight. Mostly casuals watched that other fight.
I don't know.
That's my point. That it's a business. I think there's still some meat on the bone with those two that they can make money on.
I don't know.
That is so sad to say, but you are probably fucking right, bro.
It's the only reason. I mean, or the more logic. The other secondary reason is to take Tio off the topic because he took him off the number one trending topic, bro. He drowned them.
Tank's a TikTok fighter now, I guess. I don't know.
So,
But that's
No, it's it's not that. It's just that some people, it's kind of like with some of these Canelo fans. No matter what happens, they still got to spin a way to say that Canelo was winning or he was in the fight or whatever. Same with Ryan. You watched the fight. You saw that the dude was outclassed. And people are still going to say, well, he was doing good. He should get a rematch. And come on, man. That dude was getting mollywopped.
I mean, Tank was fucking clinching them a whole bunch during the early stages of the fight, but it's not here nor there.
yo, they said that he had Lomachenko lateral movement, but because of the rib injury, he couldn't do it in the ring.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Hey man, they'll come up with anything to sell the fight. You know what I'm saying? You just say, oh man, we couldn't do what he couldn't do what we had him trained for.
And let me ask you a question, HLD. I got a serious question for you, real talk.
Yeah.
If you really believe that you didn't say anything that was racist or wrong, right? Why is Junior out here trying to backpedal on that shit? Just explain that to me.
Public pressure?
Correcting what is mostly being spread that he feels is not right.
I still don't understand what he said to this day. I don't know what I don't know what he meant. I don't it's weird what he said. Whatever.
That's all. But
No, the reason I ask is because if I did nothing wrong, if I don't feel I did nothing wrong, I don't care what you think. If I don't feel I did or said anything wrong, I'm not going to apologize for it.
Well, he didn't apologize.
Should he apologize though? I'm gonna put a survey in the chat. Should Teofimo Lopez apologize?
Can we ever get a survey of who's gonna win, Shakur or Devin Haney?
Well, let's do that. That's what you want to do?
When we have a topic of Devin Haney, just a straight up one, just Devin Haney and Shakur, who's gonna win that fight? Not
So
today,
You're not talking about that HLD and you hijack it over to that freaking conversation.
because he wanna bury it.
No. I didn't say do it now. If I wanted to bury it, we could have buried it. I tried to do that. I said no when we're talking about that because I've asked for that a couple times.
What up, Rach?
Well, you have to put in a request with a help desk. Hi,
Rachel?
Shelton.
Rachel, do I gotta ping you then?
If Tio
What's
says
this whole pinging thing?
You're the help desk. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I gotta ping you so you can.
I mean, because the reason I asked the question, bro, is because Junior sound real silly. Well, that's not what he meant. What he said, he was in his feelings. It's just that, we're fighting this guy and we should get. Look, man, he said what he said and he meant what he said. Just leave it alone. Yeah, because you make it worse when you try to backpedal. Is what I'm trying to say.
That part I do agree. I don't think I would have just left it alone. That was that. But I mean,
if Tio says you could keep your Asian fighters, I brought you guys Bud Light. I mean, do we get the same backlash or no?
I brought chopsticks.
Nobody cares about Asians.
I brought fried rice.
That's not true, Rachel.
I don't know. I just
Man, that's not true.
I don't understand his
And
wording.
you
I
got
don't
to
know.
stop with that, Puro, because Bud Light was advertised on ESPN way before, probably before T.O. was born. So
That's my point though. Like I don't understand what he was saying. I don't get it. I still don't
if
get it.
you now you didn't find nothing wrong with if ESPN wants their black fighters, they can have them. You didn't find nothing wrong with that.
I don't understand it. I mean, like if I had a bit more context, like he was like what he actually meant by it. Well, yeah, I could have a problem with it or not problem with it. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Shelton. Like, what do
Well,
you
what
think
I'm
he meant?
saying,
What do you
well, the
think he
way
meant
I
by that?
took it as a black
Mm,
man, the way I took
mm,
it is
mm.
that you promoting all these black guys and you're not promoting me. So if that's what you want to do, fuck it, do that. I'll go somewhere else. That's how I took it.
I
I
think that's
thought like
exactly.
and I know that the full I don't think the full interview is available anymore, but from what I understood, like he had some issue with the commentators and um their lack of, I guess, lack of respect for what Tio's done or has and has not done, and he's assuming that it's more so a racial factor than it is um just how they're perceiving it to be, right? Like, so, I mean, for example, like one of the guys who was always such a harsh critic of Nonito was like Max Kellerman. But we never thought that that was racially, stemmed in any way whenever he would be really, really critical about Nonito. I just didn't like the guy and I would tell him to screw off all the time. But apparently Tio thinks that there's some reason, there's a racial undertone to the criticism that the commentators are giving him, if that makes any sense.
Let me play something real quick. This is to give it more context for the people who said I need context, right? Let's hear it. This is his father trying to explain what his son means.
What I'm trying to say is, like, we didn't mean nothing about when my son said that Top Rank could stay with all their black fighters, because you know what it is. When Devin Haney came into Top Rank and all this, they're promoting him more than they're promoting my son. He feels a little type of way. You got to understand this. We're fighting the top dude, bro, and we got to get some respect for that, And he just feels some type of way, like oh, they just want to promote, in his mind, the black fighters. You got Keyshawn Davis, you got Shakur Stevenson, you got Baby, you got, so you got all these fighters from Top Rank that are getting more recognition that my son is getting, and he's trying to fight the top dogs. So that's just something that he had inside, that he felt like, that he's not being,
Okay.
Well, let's
Puerto,
break it down.
hold on. Now, Puerto, after hearing that, now what do you do? Now, what's your take after hearing that?
Well, after hearing that, to be honest, like and how Shelton was saying how he felt. I mean, I could see, I feel where Shelton's coming from, but I could also feel a little bit of where HLD, where Tio's coming from, because I'm reminded of back in the day when like Oscar and Floyd were with Top Rank. Like Floyd was a little bit bothered about how they used to like promote Oscar more than him, and he was like real verbal about it. And sometimes I don't even think he just put Oscar's name on it. I think sometimes he would say Hispanic fighters. So I mean, like if that's his frustration, I mean that's his frustration. I mean, I mean.
I have a question. What does he mean by, like, because and the basis for my question is the fact that we have talked about, are promoters promoting, or are they just promoting a fight, right? So what does he mean by he feels like there's more promotion behind these other fighters, regardless of race? And how does he feel like that didn't work for him when he was the top dog?
Right, because he said they treat my son like more than my son, but your son lost to the guy. Devin came over there and beat that guy.
Correct.
You get what I'm saying? Your son is not a champion right now.
But like I was saying yesterday, what for an example, what the Top Rank, ESPN, Yusuf Suleiman promote his fight versus Lomachenko as? What did they crown him that night?
That has nothing to do
No,
with
no. You don't stop, Mark. You don't want. It has everything to do with what we're talking about.
They said he was the undisputed champion. That's what they said.
Right. They said that he was undisputed champion. Now, what are they saying now?
He was a unified.
The truth. They're saying the truth that he was never undisputed. He was unified.
But it went along for how long? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it went on. You know, and so he but those are his bosses. Those are his promoting company. This is who I work for, and this is what you guys are telling me that I am.
Right, but we all told him. We told you.
We all ain't nobodies. It's the company.
Right, but we all knew. Everybody knew in boxing that you're not undisputed. You can't be undisputed if there's a dispute. You can't be. It's impossible.
I'm not trying to validate the argument about if he was or isn't.
But he's just.
I'm just trying to say this is what you promoted me as. Okay. This is what you claim that I am. And now you're shitting on me.
That's a small thing, and he's talking about Andre Ward.
Is it a small thing or is it a big thing that you're undisputed or not?
That has nothing to do with.
Man, Mark, stop. You see, that's a problem that it is. That it's okay for one person to feel one way, and when the other person feels certain way, it's a double standard.
No, sir. That has nothing to do with black fighters. That has something to do with your promotional company.
What was he complaining about? What was he complaining about in this context of this fight, of this thing? He was talking about that Andre Ward, and we're doing the same circles again. We trying to deny that he doesn't have a problem with Andre Ward and Tim Bradley having biased commentary that he feels.
What is that?
Man, you keep on interrupting me, Mark.
I just need a quick answer to that. None of that has to do with black fighters, and you know that.
Until I finish. No, you don't want me to finish. That's what happens when you don't like people to finish. You don't want me to finish my job because it's going to land the plane.
We off to start with that, sir. And it's okay. We've been cutting. You was cutting people off all the time, especially with this topic. It's all good.
But here we see what I'm saying.
Can we just get that out the way? And I'll mute my mic. What does that have to do with black fighters? What you just described about?
Because he feels that the black fighters on ESPN are by ESPN production, Andre Ward and Tim Bradley give a biased commentary and favoritism in their interviews about ESPN fighters towards black fighters. That's what it has to do with.
Okay, now let's take that out of it. Let me ask you this. Now, this is for you, HLD. Let's take the black fighters out of it. Junior said that we need more respect because we're fighting the top dogs over here. He used plural. Now I don't know if his grammar's wrong. Hey, how you doing? I don't know if his grammar's wrong or whatever, but was the guy Kampa a top dog?
Lomachenko and Josh Taylor is going to be better. That is what it is. You're not. That's who they're fighting. That's who they're fighting. That's still better. Right now, Teal still has the best resume at 135.
No.
You see, that's not giving him the respect. Again, that's not wanting to give him the respect. You want to wash it under the floor, and that's not what. That's the disrespect. That's the disrespect.
You're fighting the top dog now.
Like you complained about.
But that's the disrespect.
Was not a top dog. Martin was not a top dog. Motherfucking what's the other motherfuckers?
He was top 5.
He's not a top dog.
He was top 5. He was top 5.
They're not top dogs. They're not top dogs.
Neither is Avenesian, but your guy's still number 1 pound for pound. Stop the care. You see how the difference of the bullshit is? How the double standards fly?
That guy's still undefeated too.
This has nothing to do with it. He's fighting. He has fought the number 1 guy pound for pound at that time, and he's about to fight the theoretic undisputed champion number 1 guy at 140 with under 20 fights.
HLD, get off the gas, nigga.
Nah, you see, that's the disrespect.
Because here's the real. You did all that complaining about Mark. That's what you do. You cut people off when you don't want them to talk. As soon as the Shelton started saying something you didn't like, you cut him off. Now how was that Mark's fault, or was that HLD's fault?
Because you're the host and you're trying to control it.
No.
Me and him, we're not the host.
Just let me get my thought out, HLD. Just let me get my thought out.
It's my fault. You cut Shelton more off when he's talking.
Okay. Was Kampa a top dog? Yes or no?
He was number 11, so I don't know.
Is he a top dog? Is that a top dog to you?
No, he was as good as that Venetian.
We ain't talking about Crawford. We ain't talking about the 100.
No, I just said he's as good as. I didn't say. I just said Avenesian.
And Avenesian was not a top dog. I admit that. He was not a top dog. Was Sandro Martin a top dog?
He was top 5.
Is he a top dog? Is he one of the best at 140?
Top 5. I mean, how much more do you want me to say? He was top 5.
He's not one of the best at 140. I can name 10 guys at 140 that'll beat him. So
after the champions that are out there, he was the next guy in line. Behind Tio.
No. So you weren't fighting top dogs. Now you are fighting a top dog. And I agree. You should get some props for taking this fight, and you should get some props for fighting Josh Taylor. But that's now. The reason that Tim Bradley and Andre Ward were critiquing you because you were having shitty performances. You got dropped twice against a guy who should have never dropped you. You should have watched that guy.
Before the fight,
you went to war with fucking Campa, and Campa's not even rated. He's like number 60.
Why he went to war when he stopped? What are you talking about? Yeah, he went to war.
Come on, man. That fight was competitive.
Stop the cat. Stop the cat.
I think he should get credit for Sander, by the way.
Okay, well, we'll find out. Look, we ain't gonna go back and forth in circles because we'll be going in circles all night. Fuck with HLD. We'll see what the fuck happens in June when he fights this guy, and then we can make our critique after that.
Yeah, he's been there before, baby.
I'm with that.
He's been there before.
Oh, keep it going.
That's all I'm saying, man. No, your favorite fighter hasn't done that. What he's about to do. Knock out the two number one. No, your guy at under 20 fights. Your favorite fighter has not done what this young man is about to do. It's
my favorite fighter is three division champions.
The best.
My favorite fighter is undefeated.
Pound for pound.
My favorite fighter is number 1 pound for pound. Has been on the pound for pound list for the last 7 years.
He has not done what this young man is about to do.
Is undefeated. And is a 3 division champion.
He has not, and he's not done what this young man done at 25 years old at under 20 fights.
What?
And he's scared of Errol.
What? Be a 2-time champion?
And he's scared of Errol Spence.
You know Crawford was real no franchise belt, right?
Was that?
You know Crawford had a real undisputed, no franchise.
You think it? I say the franchise is the top belt in the division that WBC had. It's a super belt. Whether you guys when Mayweather took the super belt and they gave Thurman that Mickey Mouse belt then that it turned into, nobody had a problem with Mayweather doing that. Nobody. Oh shit.
No, and he made sure he grabbed that from Cambosis too.
But Tio did it, and what? What?
But look, Tio got 2 green belts in there.
But he has the WBC belt and the thing because they are 2.
But he didn't win that one from Lomachenko. Lomachenko didn't even have that belt. That's an old belt that he had relinquished.
Tio has those 2 belts, man. They've sent him those 2 belts.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see what your energy looks like after this fight. I want you to do the same screaming and yelling after this fight, HLD.
Hey, man. Look, man, I know that's how you got, but you know what? Nobody does what this motherfucker does. Get in the fire and cook with you guys with it. Could be 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't give a fuck. We're gonna have this party.
Yeah, and then you're gonna be like, well, you know,
never hoid of it.
He really tried.
Never hoid of it.
Joe Taylor is
never hoid of it. I like to see when your guy gets knocked out and gets his fast rearranged when he fights Spence. And then I'll be like, you guys were fighting for this shit for this long for what? For what?
Yeah, he gonna beat that guy.
For glory, bro. For glory.
That guy's getting knocked out.
He made it that easy.
HLD. I want the same energy after that guy gets knocked out.
Spence is gonna make it look so easy, like Zepeda did tonight, man.
Spence is gonna get knocked out.
I don't know about all that.
I'm just throwing sauce at it, bro.
He's gonna get knocked the fuck out.
I ran right I'm out of here.
Hey, where did Rachel go? Rachel dropped the grenade and then she left.
Y'all ran her off. She got tired of hearing you crying.
Got tired of hearing you whining, HLD.
No, man. Not at all.
Drive-by instigation, bro.
She, not at all, man. Rachel got on this panel first time because of who? Look at the circular voice that's here around this purple, black, and blue. That's because of this motherfucker. I didn't run her off.
Argue with you though. She didn't come. She was
and did she argue with me? Nah, she didn't argue with me.
Did. She said I got a bone to pick with HLD. Same with Bill Haney. Like the niggas that put up like, man, HLD's providing some dope content right now. I gotta just say what's up to my boy.
So then she wouldn't pull off because of me, man. She pulled up because of me.
Devin makes Shakur quit, by the way.
Huh?
Devin makes Shakur quit, by the way.
When?
That's my pick. That's my pick.
Oh, that fight's never gonna happen.
Well, you're a ray of sunshine, aren't you?
Well, I mean, it's as good. Yo, man, we're
Lisa on too. Can she say hey? And say what's up?
Lisa.
Hey,
Hola.
what's up? Hola. I'm just checking my trying to get my picture to come up.
What's
the
up?
Avatar. Hey, what's going on?
Okay.
That's on there, but what is it? I can't really see it.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's you know what it is, the StreamYard or something. Something.
It's what's her name? Fedora? No. I forgot her name, but it's Marvel. It looks like
the Marvel, yeah.
What? Lisa, you up on that? Okay.
I like the Marvel. I used to do that online coloring.
Oh,
but you have to buy those Marvel things. Yeah, you have to buy them. And nothing but just, online coloring. Not like it's real coloring, but as far as Shakur and Devin, I think that's a fight that's something that I think that Aaron wants. So, Aaron wants them belts, in his possession on his side. So, who knows? That'll be a good fight. But I definitely got Shakur in that fight. I think Devin is a good fighter as well, but I just think Shakur. I just think he's a little better.
I think the eye test says that he's better, right? Lisa, it's like you can see it. It's like he's different.
What up, Don?
Yeah, I think they both were. Oh, sorry.
What's good, Mark Nash? How y'all doing?
I just want to give you a chance to say what's up before we start cutting people off some more.
Yeah, but I think that's just me. But I mean, Devin is longer. He probably has the bigger reach, the longer reach. He's taller. But I know they have sparred together. I saw some of their sparring wars here online.
Yeah. What's up, Don Dada? What's on your mind, big dog?
Shit, it took me a while to fucking log in. What was y'all rapping about right now?
Man, we all over the place. What's poppin'?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all all over the place.
We were talking about micheladas, bro.
Micheladas? Oh, that's my shit.
Who's
talking about that?
We talking about HLD over here making excuses for T.O. being delusional and disrespecting black fighters. Like he blaming black fighters for the way he's promoted.
He's not blaming black fighters.
Nah,
you're lying with that. You're lying with that.
Hey, hold on.
Go ahead. Look at him. Look at you, emotional HLD.
Hey,
yeah, bro. Puerto Rican, man.
Hold on. Hey,
I'm a lively motherfucker, bro. Go ahead, Dondada.
You off.
Just a couple months ago, wasn't they saying that Top Rank was favoring Mexican fighters and Latino fighters?
Who?
Wasn't that the storyline around Top Rank that they was favoring Mexican and Latino fighters?
I think 2 years ago or so they were up on that.
Exactly.
2 years ago,
and now all of a sudden
they've changed their ways over there.
Yeah, man. It's all about a narrative that people be saying, man.
Maybe they're.
But he said it. He said it
too.
Because that's how he feels. That's how he feels, and he has a right to feel that way if he wants to, man. Who are we to tell him that he can't feel the way he wants to feel? You feel me?
Black people. That's who we are.
Yeah, but he singled it out. Like
I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is if one person could cry about this and that, then what makes it wrong if he comes back and cries about that? You know what I mean?
Nah, I don't. Like, why is he blaming black fighters for what his promotional company doing?
Hey, when Tio renegotiated his deal, wasn't he supposed to get a pay-per-view fight?
Who, Tio?
Yeah,
he lost though.
But wasn't he, when he no, just it's a yes or no. When he renegotiated his fight, wasn't he supposed to get a pay-per-view fight?
He literally lost the fight.
No, I'm not talking about if he lost or won. I'm talking about
we don't know that part.
His contract.
I'm
talking about his contract.
I'm sure you can't just like
I'm
get
talking
a
about his contract.
Get your ass kicked.
Come on, Mark. I'm talking about his contract.
What you mean? Come on, Mark. You don't think winning and losing matters? You don't think Top Rank has a clause in there where I can drop you at any time for any reason?
Of course.
Okay. All right. You think I got to give you a pay-per-view after you went in there and lost your belt to Kambosos?
No, what I'm saying is I'm looking at the perspective that Tio's coming from. He was due a pay-per-view fight. His Loma fight wasn't no pay-per-view, and then all of a sudden Haney comes through and it's a pay-per-view fight. And I'm not bashing Haney or nothing like that. So don't get it twisted.
His Loma fight happened during COVID though. You got to keep that considered. Let me take this call. 830, you got the flow.
And y'all got royalty on there, and it ain't even Rachel Donaire. It's the dude Don that's on there. I seen him do a breakdown about how Ryan Garcia was gonna beat Tank, and he cammed up and showed the dip, man. Tell him to cam up and show the dip again, man. That man knows his boxing, man. Y'all got this dude on here, and y'all arguing about the wrong stuff, man. I was just calling to get y'all back on track. Don, show him your boxing knowledge, man. Anyway, I'm gonna hop back in the chat. I just calling here to let y'all know y'all was fucking with royalty.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Don, cam up and show us. Is he still on there?
He putting him on the spot, bro. He like, man, come on now.
Is he still on there?
Bro, I don't know what you got going on. He talking to you.
He saying you're royalty, man. He said you're his king.
I mean, yeah, you know, in these boxing streets, I be talking that real shit, so I wouldn't be surprised if people come up here and show me some type of respect.
I gotta agree with you. Disagreeing with you.
Show us the dip.
Man, get off my phone, Boxers Go.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, that man knows his boxing, Mark. That man knows his boxing, bro.
Come on, man. What?
I know how to hang up phones.
I didn't say that, man. The caller called in. The caller called in and vouched for me, man. Come on, dog.
Bro, but that don't mean I gotta agree with everything.
Show me some. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Mark.
Call in and tell me you his king. Bro.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
Boxers call trolling, man. He trolling, bro.
Hey, HLD. No, I know what you were saying as far as the super title or whatever, but see, the thing is that with the franchise, it doesn't cover everyone. Now, I never was down with that franchise thing, so I never really. I blame like the Team Loma for that because like when they went that way, like. And that's when Devin was elevated to the regular not the regular but just the champ WBC. Like they didn't do it like how the super champ, you know what I'm saying? Like now you don't really even hear about the franchise status.
Well, because it's when you're either when you're about to win it or when you're gonna use its status. Kind of like when Canelo didn't use the franchise status of the belt when he went up to 168 because they actually put that belt, the vacant belt that was available, on the line with who did he fight for when he first went up there? Was it Fielding or? But I mean the WBC belt.
What's the tall guy name? Was it the tall guy?
Smith, right? Was it Smith? I forgot.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Well, anyways, he had a belt, but then WC put the regular belt on the line. But he was still franchised because when he became undisputed, what did he ended up doing? He went to the convention and he used the franchise status to demand Makabu to be Makabu's immediate mandatory. That's how he became, that's what he petitioned because he still was franchise. It's just that you use its status as you go up and down in weight. That's the privileges of having the franchise. Like right now, Devin Haney, if he beats Lomachenko and decides to go up to 140, he could petition WBC for him to be Regis Prograis immediate mandatory. He doesn't
But
have to take
it's
a tune-up.
stupid that because they already had the WBO doing that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
another.
well, because they're different sanctioned by, so they're like, okay, you guys got super belts, I'm gonna make my own. That's what WBC did. It's no different than when I mean, I said it a little bit earlier. It's no different than when Mayweather became the super. They gave him the super. He didn't win it in the ring. They gave it to him. He was elevated. Thurman became the regular champion, and I didn't hear no squawk about it, not one bit.
So Devin is okay then too. He didn't win his in the ring neither. So y'all gonna start calling him an email champ?
Thurman was a paper champion. What are you talking about?
I'm saying Haney.
Well, he was. Now he's no longer.
Okay.
I mean, that's a dead argument since the day he beat Cambosa. That's the first time he actually became a full-fledged champion in my eyes, because he won it in the ring. I saw him get that other belt on a podium with 3 people clapping in the crowd.
But that's not his fault, though.
I'm not saying it's fault, but the fact is that doesn't make you a champion. Not in my eyes. Hell, my son won't even take a participation trophy or medal. I'm gonna have no. Yeah, I mean, no. I don't see that's no champion to me. Now, you guys want to make it as a champion, that's on you. But my prerogative is not. You earn everything in boxing. To me, respect, honor, and glory is only earned in the ring.
Go ahead, Don Dada, because your mic bleeding back in.
Nah, I just gotta say
what
about
about
that
Lennox
franchise
Lewis?
shit.
Go ahead, Don Dada.
About that franchise shit. Bill Haney, he knew exactly what was going on with the franchise belt, and he knew he was never gonna get the Loma fight. He knew that shit. He knew that they were gonna create some belt so Devin Haney could get a belt. He knew all about the franchise shit from the beginning. So I don't know why Bill be coming out here and capping and shit when him and Suleiman are in bed together. So
exactly.
All
Tio
that
left
shit,
that.
that's all a facade, bro.
Tio left that tournament that Devin Haney was in with Fortuna and Abdullayev, I think it was his name.
Yeah.
He left that. He left Tio's when Suleiman told him this was for the interim belt, and that not to be, which does not allow you to ever become the mandatory to the full-fledged champion.
Exactly.
Bill Haney decided to stay because he knew also that
he was never gonna get
that Loma was gonna be franchised and that they would get that free belt that they got down the line.
Exactly. They knew Bill Haney, Suleiman, all of them, they all knew what was going to happen before it happened.
And Tio didn't want to take that right. He's like, no, I want to fight Loma. So what he did, he went out, he got out the tournament, went the IBF route, got to fight with Comey, knocked him out, and then that's how he became then the available fighter to fight Lomachenko.
Hey, and I want to say this, man. I don't know how the fuck Tio's getting so much fucking hate when he fought for the lineal title at 135, and he's about to fight Josh Taylor for another lineal title at 140. He out the youngins, he probably got the best resume out of all these youngins. So I don't know how the fuck
I respect
he's mentally
Devin
unstable
Haney.
or anything, but how the fuck he get all the hate when he's fighting all the tough opposition out of all the youngins? That's what's
I
crazy
respect
to me.
the way Devin Haney did it better. Because he cleaned up this mess.
He
did,
signed to the wrong promoter. Bob said he signed to the wrong promoter. And Bill knew
Look,
that.
I don't care about all of that stuff. About who signed with who. You know what I'm saying? Or this or that. That's the problem.
But Lisa, do you respect
boxing.
do you respect the way they got that regular WBC belt? That for 3 years they claimed to be the champion.
Do you respect how Lennox Lewis got his WBC? Because Riddick both threw it in the trash.
The difference wasn't Lennox Lewis the mandated mandatory? Devin Haney was never a mandatory, ever.
Exactly.
Yes.
He was never officially made mandatory.
Never. And I'm about to prove
People
it.
get it fucked up. Just because you number one.
Devin Haney was on the wrong side of the politics at that time, but he cleaned it up. So I gotta respect that.
But I'm talking about from back then, not now. Obviously, from now, ain't nobody on this panel or anybody can say that he's not the undisputed champion. But was he a champion for real when he got that free belt?
No, he wasn't. He beat Zaire Abdullah for his championship, and that was an interim belt, and he got elevated. That's an email champion.
But couldn't Loma say, "I want to fight him"?
There's no such thing as an email champion.
I don't accept this franchise. I'm gonna fight my the number one guy. The number
one.
Guy.
WBC said that was like the super belt of that for them.
Just
so
like
how you gonna say I don't want that belt?
You petitioned for it, just like
the WBA. Just like hold on. Hey, let me say something real quick.
Yeah, bro. I just started talking. I've been
quiet.
quiet.
Go ahead, bro. My fault.
all I'm saying is Mauricio's on record. Say yes, you petitioned for it. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
I just want to remind y'all what happened with Floyd and Thurman. Didn't they elevate Floyd to a super champion just so he won't have to fight Thurman,
who was a mandatory?
And then Thurman got elevated to the regular championship, right?
And he lost his mandatory position with that.
Same shit with the Loma, except the only difference is Loma actually went on to unify with Tio. And in my eyes was for the undisputed lightweight title.
That's wasn't undisputed.
Yeah, man. You guys want to, Mark? Can I play an audio?
He's not even on the list as the undisputed champ.
On ESPN, he is, and so is Cambosis. In my eyes, them motherfuckers is undisputed.
They beat the guy who beat the guy.
Because you still everything is in agreement. When you become
who did Loma lose the WBC title
it's an agreement. Hold up. You have to have an agreement. When you go into a unification, there's still an agreement with all sanctioning bodies. It is not recognized with the other sanctioning bodies. That's not the rule.
Why the rule amongst the sanctioning bodies
he was unified.
I didn't know IBF, WBA, and WO controls who the WBC champion is. I didn't know that. That's news to me.
They are the only agreement that all four sanctioning bodies have.
That's
is that they have to recognize each other.
I said what.
And if I remember,
that's why when you look it up, he's not considered an undisputed champ.
If I remember correctly, WBA did recognize Tio as a WBC champion. If I remember correctly, y'all can fact check me on that.
Yo, Mark, you still there?
Go ahead.
Can I play a minute 26, a minute 21 second audio?
How you about to play it?
I'm just gonna play the audio.
Can you just send it, or you about to play it?
Yeah, I could just play it right now.
No. Hey, Don Dottie, you got to mute your mic when you're not talking because it's making a lot of noise, bro. And I think go ahead, HOD, play it.
Now, this is from the horse's mouth to understand how Devin Haney became champion. Give me a sec here. All right, here we go.
That Teofimo Lopez that got out the tournament and Javier Fortuna because you ordered the tournament. It was Javier Fortuna, Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, and Zaire Abdullah. We called you and we said to you, we're in the tournament and we don't have any problem with fighting Teofimo or anyone, right?
Absolutely, and that's that fight because Mikey Garcia was the champion.
Yes.
And he moved up in weight. So the WBC ordered a 4-man tournament.
Yes, sir.
It was going to be 2 elimination bouts, and the 2 winners would fight for the title.
Yes, sir.
He immediately said Amin. Abdullayev said Amin. The other 2 fighters went on. So we had a final elimination.
Meaning went on. They said that they got out. They got out of the tournament because we had a time. Okay.
And then that fight was moved to be an interim title fight because the tournament was disrupted. So that's how it happened.
Well, the tournament actually, but the tournament we had an opportunity. We had an opportunity that we could have chose to be the mandatory for Loma, be the mandatory, or be the interim, in which we petitioned to be the interim because we knew that Lomachenko was then going to franchise.
Case closed. They actually preferred to have the interim. They already knew that Loma was about to be franchised. In other words, by being the interim champion, they were going to get handed a free belt.
Exactly.
And so that was their choice. Now, you want me to respect that? No.
They putting themselves in position to get the real belt because they're not going to get to fight Loma.
No.
Tio left there because he was fighting it. He was never going to fight Loma, which is why he said, I'm going to get the other belt that's out there so I could get in position to fight the number one guy in the division. That's what Tio did. He didn't sit there he's like, no, I don't want that crap. And so they left. Simple as that.
Facts. And the only reason they did that was to get more money from Eddie Hearn, because once you're a champion on paper, you get more money. That's the only reason they did that. So that's why I say Bill Haney knew from the beginning all about this franchise shit. He knew the whole move from the beginning.
They all did. Everybody who that 4-man tournament, everybody knew.
Exactly.
My world has just been shattered, bro.
Was that?
So all I'm saying, all this shit that everybody's fucking Haney, he the boogeyman. All that shit.
But it started with Canelo. That's why.
No, it didn't start with Canelo. Don't even start.
Oh man, it's articles out there. It started with Canelo for the franchise belt. What is you talking about?
It started with Mayweather becoming a super.
Man, no.
It started with Mayweather as the first super.
Article out there. I put the article out there. Now, if you don't want to read it, that's fine. If you don't want to believe that, that's fine.
My man, the first person who started.
What I just said before with the WBA super belt.
Nobody had a problem with the super belt.
Canelo was the first one to be franchised.
Why did it come in the welterweight weight class?
Canelo was the first one to be franchised.
Who invented the elevated belts?
Again,
I'm asking you, who invented the elevated belts?
I'm trying to get you to answer that question.
What happened when Keith
Canelo was not a franchise? He didn't get franchised because he was.
Him the super belt. Then they will award him the super belt and made Keith Thurman the regular champion. Ain't that what
Listen,
happened?
the WBO has super champ too. We're not talking about that right now. We're on the.
I'm talking about a franchise
subject
belt.
at hand. We're talking about the franchise.
That's a double standard. Such a double standard.
What makes you think I agree with how that came about?
It's the same.
You're changing the goalposts.
No, it's not, because it's the same thing.
No, but it's the same. It's the same concept. Same concept as a WBA super belt.
What does it mean to be franchised, sir?
You are in an elevated status. With
I don't know if you just
privileges.
started watching boxing this year or last year, but when WBA super belts
don't slide your slide remarks in there with me, man. I asked you a question. You either gonna answer the question or you're not. Nobody want to hear all that emotional input to that. I asked you about a valid question. You was talking about the franchise, so I'm letting you know that based on me, because the franchise wasn't implemented, but to about 2-3 years ago. If I'm right,
no, you're right.
You act like the franchise belt was been around for a long time.
What I'm trying to say is just as the WBA super belts were introduced into the sport,
I'm not.
The rules were changed.
I am not talking about a super belt. So stop throwing a super belt in there. I asked you about the franchise.
It's the same concept except different names.
I'm asking you about the
super belt. It's called.
It must be okay because it was Mayweather.
Belt is different.
Exactly. The difference is because Mayweather had it, so it's valid. Mayweather
it was given to Canelo. What is he talking about?
The WBO super belt that Mayweather got.
I said I'm talking about the franchise belt. What is you talking about?
See, my man, they don't want to accept the fact that the elevated status of all belts started with Mayweather. They didn't want. It's okay that when Mayweather did it, but when Canelo did it, it's a bad problem.
Okay.
Can't you see how hypocritical that is?
Put an article. You know what I do? I just put an article in the chat, and then we'll leave it at that.
Didn't the WBA super start with like Lennox Lewis? And it started with him because he had a bunch of mandatories and they wanted undisputed. So instead of finding all these mandatories, they gave him the super belt so he could become undisputed. So the reason franchise became was so they could skip mandatories and fight unifications. So when they say Jamal
Exactly. No,
Charlo
so they can,
was mandatory,
they can pick
who
and
did Canelo fight
choose
instead of
who they
Jamal
fight.
Charlo? He fought a unification against Danny Jacobs. Am I right or am I wrong?
Again, the
No,
Am I right
franchise
or am
was
I wrong?
created so they didn't have
Am
to
I
fight
right or
their
am I wrong?
mandatory.
wrong. I
It's
think you fought
athletics
Triple
too.
G. I think you
So
fought.
so
A
Canelo
real
didn't
champ is
fight Danny
supposed to
Jacobs in the
fight their
unification instead of
Mandos.
Jamal Charlo.
I think Canelo fought Triple G around that time.
Well, that was a rematch, and even if he
No,
did
the
fight him,
first
then
fight.
then
No, the
that's
first
still
fight.
valid though. What
No, I'm
you
talking
mean?
about the first fight because I remember people saying he was ducking. I was like, how you
Exactly,
ducking
exactly.
fight Triple G? That's like picking a bear over a lion. Like,
The
still a tough fight.
No, all right. So I'm
the
talking about after the second fight, Triple G and Canelo. After that, I think Charlo became mandatory, or not. He never even officially became mandatory. He was only positioned at number one.
but let's get back to we're getting back to Loma being franchised.
I mean, it's all the same bullshit.
Dundada, you let me?
Go ahead.
The thing is with Lomachenko, he did not have any mandatories. Devin Haney was never ever a mandatory. He never ever was in a title eliminator. He never was. So he didn't need the franchise to avoid any mandatories. He took it for the main reason because it was considered the supreme belt of what all WBC had. That's why he took position for it.
The franchise didn't come into effect until about
My
2
man, do
years
you listen to
ago.
what I'm saying? Devin Haney was never a mandatory, so he didn't have to. He didn't have to. The problem is he didn't have to give it
Yeah,
up.
he was. Yes, he was. Loma's Mando at one time. Yes, he was.
You heard Bill
Yes,
Haney.
he was.
No,
I
he
heard him
wasn't.
say it in the ring. Yes, he was.
Do I have to play it again from Bill Haney's mouth that you guys can understand it?
I'm not even thinking about that. I'm talking about the franchise belt, which you haven't answered yet. You trying to make it like it's the.
Well, you guys didn't let me finish. The thing is that
y'all keep talking, bro. Y'all got to listen to the host, man. I said, let me take my call. I'll get right back to y'all. Y'all got to let me take the call. Jerry from Baltimore, talk to me.
What's up, guys? What's up, Mark?
What up, fam?
If anybody ducked anybody, it was Devin Haney. Devin Haney was offered a contract by Top Rank where he was constantly screaming the two fighters he wanted was Lopez and Loma. He was offered a contract by Top Rank. He turned it down and went to dazn, flat out ensuring that he was not going to get either one of those fights. Bill Haney and his dad, Bill, they're not dumb. Don't let this Tank Davis Ryan Garcia fight fool you. We all know better. Cross promotion, cross network fights almost happen next to never. There has to be huge money on the line. Those fights aren't big money fights. He ensured that he wasn't going to get those fights by going there. But dazn paid him more money. And regardless of what Haney or any other fighter says, they're fighting for money. That's the number one priority. And things worked out brilliantly for Devin Haney anyway, because he probably figured, look, I'm going to go over here, make some good money with dazn, fighting a bunch of washed up featherweights and that had some names like Linares and Gamboa and Jojo also. And he made good money over there, and he built his profile a little bit. Bob Arum told him, you signed with the wrong promoter if you wanted those fights. Now, what happened? He signs with Top Rank, and in his very first fight, he gets to fight for the undisputed title. In his very first fight, Kambosos, we know, had the rematch clause, but that worked out great for Devin Haney, too, because the purses swapped, and he got the $10 million in the second fight, and Kambosos got the short money. He got to make his first defense against a guy that he beat very easily. And then in his third fight, what's he getting? Lomachenko. So, that, I don't like to use the word duck because I don't believe fighters really duck each other. But what they do is their careers are managed. And really, it worked out brilliantly for Devin Haney. But this talk about ducking, I mean, why would Loma duck him 3 years ago when he was closer to his prime, but then fight him now? It doesn't make sense,
Facts, exactly.
Neither of them made $10 million, by the way.
Well, it was reported that Haney got $9 million in the rematch, and that Bob Arum paid the sanctioning fees on the belts. And in the first fight, absolutely, Kambosos got $10 million, and Australian government funded both of those fights, like they did Pacquiao Horn. Australia doesn't produce a lot of champions, but when they do, the whole country gets behind them, and the government even gets behind them. And that's why Devin Haney went there, and the rematch worked out brilliantly for him. In fact, the way his career has been managed up to this point for a fighter that doesn't have a huge fan base, I mean, they've made all the right moves. Up to this point, they've made all the right moves. Now, I don't blame Devin Haney. People talk about clout chasing, because when he was at dazn, he knew he wasn't going to get those fights against Loma and Lopez while he was at dazn, but he kept saying that he wanted them, and I don't blame him. Was it clout chasing? Yes, to a degree, but that's as old as boxing itself. I would do the same thing. You're going to want to mention your name with those names too, and so I don't blame him for that. But like Bob told him, you know, for those fights you signed with the wrong promoter, now that he's signed with Top Rank, we see what happened, that those doors opened right up for him. And I think Devin Haney should re-sign with Top Rank, especially if he's considering a move to 140, because this Top Rank has some good fighters there, and I think that's his best move.
Okay. Appreciate you, Jerry.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Just want to say Kambosos didn't get 10 million for the first fight either.
I just want to say the only reason, in my opinion, Devin Haney took that supposedly quote unquote slave contract to go to Australia and all that shit was because it was Kambosos.
All right, let me
because if it was Tank, if it was Ryan, if it was Shakur, they would have took it in a heartbeat and won. If it was Loma, they would have won. Y'all, we forget to mention that Loma had that fight in his hands and he gave it up.
All right, fair enough. Let me do these two super
Interesting.
chats. Let me do these two super chats. Let me do these two super chats. Shout out to Jake Finley. He said, please mute your mic if you're not talking, y'all, because y'all got a lot of background noise. Please mute your mic if you're not talking. Jay Finley said, great show, Mark Nash. Love the show, man. Thanks for the content and dedication. I know it's not easy putting in all these hours, talking to these crazy people on your panel like HLD. But no, he didn't say that last part. I just made that up. But he said, I know it's not easy in all these hours. He said, you're going to the top soon. Appreciate it, brother. And you're going right there with me. You're going to be right there beside me. All right. It's enough room at the top for all of us. Thank you, bro.
I got 5 on it.
And shout out to Andre Rodriguez with the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for supporting the show in a major way, Andre.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
All right, go ahead.
You see what Mark Nash just did? He did the exact same thing that Andre Ward and Tim Bradley did to Teal, man. He's going to downplay me. I'm the crazy man and all this shit, man. You see what I'm saying? That's the same thing.
Oh, nah, man.
I mean, no respect, man.
If I was you, I'll be mad too. How the fuck you gonna put
So I put an article in the comments section or the comments of
They're
the.
gonna put me on PPV.
Nah, you ain't muted. You just sound real low. Turn your volume up.
Yeah, Dundada, it's you sound mute. You sound muffled.
Yeah, that's your audio.
My fault. You try to hear me better?
There you go.
Yeah, see?
All right. Now, I was just saying, I mean, I'd be mad too if I was Teal. I mean, how you going to put this man on PPV, but I've been with you for the long haul, and I've already fought Loma, and then I'm about to fight another lineal champion in Josh Taylor, and you're not going to put me on PPV.
I think that's a different type of business. The thing is that the business strategy that's going on with that pay-per-view is it's not the same thing like the revenue share that Garcia and Tank just had. Lomachenko and Haney just got a guaranteed pay. Their fight is going to be is a paid site feed by MGM, which means Bob Arum's not forking that money to rent that place out. They're paying him.
No. I feel you.
You know what I mean? So it's a different scenario because Bob Arum has to rent out Madison Square Garden. That's coming out of his pocket.
But I'm talking about from the view of Teofimo. You feel me?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I can't say that he knows but there's a difference in the business of philosophy that Bobby Ehrman is doing with that fight of Haney and Lomachenko than what it would have been with Tio and Taylor. So I at least I can understand that there's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm coming from is that Tio thinks that, okay, I already fought Loma, who was lineal, or we fought for lineal at 135, and now I'm fighting for at 140 Josh Taylor, who was undisputed, who's lineal at 140. So coming from or looking through Tio's eyes, he thinks that this is a big fight, and it is a big fight, and this shit should be pay-per-view in his eyes.
I'm okay in not being pay-per-view, but I do think it should be in the big room.
Me too. Yeah.
Just in the big room. Does it have to be pay-per-view?
And I think that's where the problem is, that this
because dance partners make a difference. I mean, Tank never did 1.2 million by himself. You have to have the right partner to do that. So yeah, even though those may say that, oh, he only did this with this guy and this with that guy. But when he fought Lomachenko, it was 4.2 million people who watched that fight. So the right dance partner will make the right moves to fill up a stadium. So yeah, he does feel that he's being slighted.
Exactly, and that's where I'm coming from. HOD, you right. You exactly what you said. That's where I'm coming from. That he feels slighted. That he's bringing in a whole bunch of numbers. Look at even though it was on free TV, but look at the views that he did with Lomachenko. And I think he broke a record. Tio and Loma broke a record.
Please, Dondada, let me say something. It was COVID. Everybody was in the house, so I'm sure. People wanted this. People wasn't there, so more people was at home watching TV, bro. So you got to consider the fact it was around COVID time too, but. People didn't fill up the stadium, bro, because they fought during COVID. It was an empty
obviously they didn't fill the stadium because it was during COVID.
He said the right dance partner.
But I'm talking about viewership on ESPN. That's what I'm talking about. People that downloaded ESPN Plus, people that watched on ESPN. That's what I'm talking about. Loma got good numbers, bro. Y'all sleeping on Loma. Y'all sleeping on Loma.
Dondada. You want to say it was because of COVID, but okay. So Tio fought Campa on TV. And then almost 1 million views. Haney fought for Undisputed on TV, and I think he did like 1.1. He on his second fight did like 1.2, I think it was. Tio fought Sandor Martin and did again almost 1 million. And this is for no belts, fighting bums like Shelton was saying.
Set this up. What you sent right here, Porto. What are we doing with this?
Oh, this is a copy of I believe it's a copy of the lawsuit that between Cambozo and Haney, and that just that was the first fight, what he got paid for the first fight, and I was about to paste the what he got for the second fight, just for informational purposes. It wasn't 10 million, by the way.
Fact check.
Obviously, we can see right there,
This is him. His guarantee was 5.6. What did he say he got?
10.
And okay.
That's Australian dollars, and in Australian dollars, it's like 3.7 million. I mean, in American.
Oh.
Yeah. And this all came out because he got into it with his ex-manager and his ex-trainer or something like that, and they leaked all that shit.
How much was the second fight? How much so it was 3. How much did Haney get in that fight?
Doesn't say what Haney got, to be honest.
Oh, it does. So it's only on him. Okay.
Just on Cambosis. Yeah, on the second fight, just for information, if he wanted, 2 million.
And he got less than Cambosis. That's for sure.
I heard it was 2.8 million, but I mean,
in the second, 2.8,
which is more than what he was getting. That was Haney, Devin Haney's highest payday.
Yeah, for sure.
So he made it.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that was his highest payday. He wasn't getting that kind of money before he signed with Top Rank for those.
He was getting nowhere near the views that he's getting now. I could tell you that.
No, good for him.
Nowhere near the views.
I just bring it up because
it's funny how you guys just jumped over. Y'all started talking about something else. I'm still stuck on the franchise belt.
Let's talk about the franchise belt. Let's talk about it.
Hey, Mark, I'm gonna get off so Rachel or somebody could come on.
Hey, salute to Lisa Bells, man. I always see you on the chat. You always show respect, man. Salute to you. I hope you have a good night.
Oh, I'm still in the chat. I'm listening. All right, salute to you too. All right. Peace. All right, peace, guys.
Please.
I post some of the article when it all started. A franchise didn't start until about 2020, 2029. I mean 19 when they started that franchise stuff. And they started with Canelo.
But what's your point?
Why did they
The
start
point
it?
is the reason why they did it was so that it gave him special privileges for him to fight who he wanted to fight instead of taking a mandatory.
False. Tell the true story. Franchise
I'm
was
giving
started
you
so
with
that
I'm giving you with the articles, and this
we're stuck on this
it's
franchise
pretty
thing,
much
bro.
consistent across the
hold
board
on.
with
Let
whatever page you go to.
Let me get it off. Franchise was started so the big fights could be made.
Huh?
So the big fights could be made. That's what
Man,
franchise was started for.
man. So I guess
So
you're
the
just gonna
big fights
create
could
your
be
own
made.
reason why because it's giving you.
Instead of fighting, so instead of Canelo fighting mandatories that nobody knew, he could unify with the likes of Danny Jacobs. He could unify and become undisputed. That's what
It specifically mentioned
just
Charlo.
like what happened with Estrada.
Oh my God!
Just like what happened with Loma. Instead of Loma fighting
Okay.
a no-name prospect, he could
bottom line
unify
is,
with Teofimo Lopez. That's what the franchise was made for.
Okay, make up your own way about it. It's cool.
Look, the bottom line is, Lomachenko didn't have to accept the franchise belt to avoid anybody because he didn't have no mandatories under the WBC.
I didn't say he was.
Let me finish. So even if he didn't drop it, he still would have fought Teofimo. And even if he did have a mandatory, unifications trump mandatories.
Exactly.
Bottom line. So no, my man. Acknowledge. You want people to acknowledge what you're saying,
yelling, bro?
but acknowledge
Calm
over
down.
here. Acknowledge. Lomachenko did not have to be franchised to avoid no mandatories because he had none. So he could have just kept that belt and still unified with Teo.
Okay. I'm just letting you know what's out there, and more than wait a minute. It's more than one article being consistent about what I'm saying versus what you're saying.
You heard it from the horse's mouth, from its father. From its father.
You're not properly defining the franchise belt. That's what's going on.
Bro, it's all Canelo's fault, bro. It's all Canelo's fault.
I've just put the article in the page. I'm not defining anything.
Bro.
It says it in the article.
No.
The article trumps Bill Haney's word
was made so the big fights could be made. The franchise belt was given to Canelo so he could avoid.
The franchise belt was created 2019.
Okay,
and the reason for it was because so that'd give him special privileges if he could choose who he wanted to fight, whether it was somebody bigger than the mandatory or not. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
How does that apply to Loma? Okay, we're talking about Canelo, but how does that apply to Loma?
The same thing. That's the reason why they wanted him to have the franchise belt.
But he could have fought Teo regardless.
Could choose who he wanted to.
Yeah, he could have chosen regardless of having it.
I'm not concerned whether it was low opponents or higher opponents. I'm just saying it gave him that privilege to do so.
Yes, that's the privilege of it.
He didn't have to. He didn't have to fill his. He didn't have to fulfill his mandatory if he didn't want to. He could fight who he wanted to.
Yes, exactly. That's
all I'm saying.
That's the same thing like when Mayweather got the super is to avoid all the mandatories. Yes, absolutely.
Oh my God, that is not a super. That is not a super thing. This franchise was created in 2019.
But my man, when Mayweather was given the super, it was to avoid Thurman, who was his mandated mandatory. And they said, you know what?
All of a sudden, he got elevated.
That's not a franchise.
It's a name, my man. The privileges are almost equally the same.
It's the same concept.
It's a super belt.
I'm talking about a franchise. I'm not talking about super.
My man, it's the same.
I don't care if it's the same or not. Call it a franchise. You want to call it something different.
Mercedes-Benz.
It's not a franchise. It was not a franchise belt when Mayweather was in there. It's a super. It's a super belt.
It's a Mercedes-Benz.
And he had to drop his belts to move up.
Mercedes-Benz and BMW, two different brands. Guess what? They're both cars.
Hey, I guess Thurman didn't get elevated to WBA champion, right? I guess that never happened, right?
Can we? I mean, well, this is like a 5-year-old argument, bro. Can we move on?
No, you a 5-year-old nigga.
Please,
what are you
please.
talking about, boy?
Yo, my man, I
You
said
better
it's a
check yourself,
5-year.
nigga.
I said it's a
You got
5-year-old.
me fucked up,
No,
dog.
5-year-old argument.
Warren, as in the year, it's been 5 years and we still arguing about it. Not calling you a 5-year-old. Let's not be so reactionary. Like, yeah, it was you misinterpreted what he said.
I mean, you gotta chill, my nigga. You know, you're one of my boys here, man. You're part of the panel, my nigga.
HLD, you gotta chill.
Yeah, well, he calling me that, bro.
He keep popping shots, man. He know it on the cool. But man,
My
I
point
just giving you
exactly.
the article. Man, you act like you act like I'm
Hey,
telling you
Warren, what you been
something that
drinking
I'm
tonight? Hey,
making up.
Warren, what you
I'm
been
letting you
drinking
know
tonight?
about the articles, and they've been
You
consistent.
didn't even apologize right now. You just got corrected, and you don't even have the balls to correct yourself.
Who you talking to, man?
To you.
I don't have to apologize to
Yeah,
you.
all right. So then fuck you, bro.
Well, right back at you, man. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yo.
So leave it at that then. Let's keep it moving.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
So how about that boxing?
Okay. What's this right here? You sitting in the private chat, Porto?
Oh no, just the WBC's definition of the franchise championship.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, set it up.
Shit, man, I haven't read it in a minute, but it just explains, you know, that it's a designation, and you know, and then Maurice has explained it tons of times. It's you know, to make these bigger fights happen.
Somebody bleeding back into the show. Somebody got 2 sets of audio bleeding back in.
Oh, is it me? Is it me?
Nah, it's going now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. It just explains it, you know. It says, okay, I'll read it. WBC introduced the franchise boxer concept and rule a couple of years ago. The franchise boxer is a special designation and privileged status which the WBC may bestow on a current WBC champion who is also an elite boxer and who has achieved and maintains the highest stature in the sport. Under governing rule, blah, 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 in its discretion, the WBC may, upon 2/3 vote of the Board of Governors, designate in each weight category one WBC franchise boxer. A franchise boxer enjoys special status with respect to his or her mandatory obligations, holding multiple titles and competing for the titles for other organizations, as the WBC of Governors considers petitions from elite boxers to receive the franchise boxer designation on a case-by-case basis.
And if you go scroll down a little bit more, I was reading the same article. If you scroll down a little bit more, it goes into more detail of how the sanctioning bodies govern or chooses a franchise, and then it gives you an example of Canelo Alvarez and the reason, and then it goes into Charlo and reason why they did that. Period. That's all.
I already read
it. It's the same article.
I already read
why was
how they make it.
Canelo awarded the franchises? Let's talk about it.
With a 2/3 vote of the Board of Governors. That's how.
But why? Because he was a multi-divisional champion, a multi-lineal champion. Come on,
I'm sorry.
man. Acting like Canelo just got that shit just for being Mexican.
Huh? I'm not even talking. I'm just saying that Canelo was.
So what are you saying, man? Because you just.
So if you read the article, my point is the franchise belt was created so that whoever was elite, whoever they chose to have that special status, can choose who they want to fight. They didn't have to fight their Mando. I'm not trying to say that they didn't want to fight their Mando. I'm just saying that they had the right. They got special privileges to select who they wanted to fight. You got to understand, Canelo was the cash cow at the time, so he could fight whoever he wanted to fight, and they wanted to solidify that. It was created for Canelo.
You mean instead of finding mandatories,
and people took advantage of that.
Fight so instead of finding mandatories, you mean they wanted to fight unifications, is what you're saying?
That's not what it said.
But that's exactly what most franchise.
That's not what that article said. I'm just going by what the article said.
Instead of Loma fighting is mandatory, he fought a unification.
I understand that. I'm not trying to discredit Loma. All I'm saying is that when they made that for Canelo, they also took advantage of that for Lomachenko, because at that particular time, let's be a buck about it. Lomachenko was their prize fighter was the one that they hung their nail on, and then the one that they marketed the most. Come on, let's just be real about him. Lomachenko was the man. Everybody was talking about Lomachenko back then. Come on, he was, just like Canelo. Canelo is the man in boxing, so they wanted to capitalize off of it for more money. And they created that belt they created that belt especially for Canelo, and the other promoters took advantage of that. Oh, let me utilize that for my fighter. That's all. I'm not saying that Lomo was ducking or anything. I'm just saying that's what the franchise belt was created for. Period.
To fight the big fights. That's what it was made
You can
for.
call it what you want. It didn't say that. It just said
No, that's
to choose who
the
they
literal
wanted to fight.
definition. To fight the big fights.
If that's the definition you want to live by, it's fine. I'm just saying what the article said. That's all.
Nah, I'm going off what Suleiman said.
But hey, at least we got it all cleared up.
Exactly. So let's keep it moving.
Then what happened to Warren?
Don't know.
He got cooked. He had to get off the panel.
Done died.
I don't think he got cooked. Having a conversation. Just have a conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all niggas quiet as hell. Y'all need somebody to argue with to have a conversation.
Man, what's the next topic?
This played out argument, man. This is a played out argument. We're talking about disrespect of one man, and we're talking about. No, I'm like, dang.
I mean, what was the topic? What was
Devin
the topic
Haney
at
is the
hand?
undisputed
What's the
champion.
topic
That's
of
period
this
today.
live?
So that I don't get it.
I mean,
so what is it? What's the next on the docket? Give us a docket, Mark.
You kind of need two to tango for a conversation, though. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then get off a mic, man, and do something. Bring up a topic, bro.
What's up?
HLD and the people that hate him. Let's go.
Yeah. No, I made a mistake. Hit the wrong button. I was trying to click on an article and stuff like that, but it's more to that article that the gentleman just read. If you scroll down, it's a lot more to that article. It doesn't say anything about choosing whether they fight for undisputed. It don't matter to me either way. If they fight for undisputed, it just gave them special privileges.
Hey, Warren, let me ask you a question. If it were Tank or some shit like that, would Haney still take that quote unquote slave contract for the undisputed? If it were like Tank or somebody like that?
I think Devin Haney did a business, and let me let you know, Shakur is my favorite fighter. So Devin ain't even in that. It's not
so if it was
okay.
Shakur,
All right. So let me say this first. I'm gonna ask you a question. Devin Haney made a decision because I thought it was the smartest decision for him because he's young enough to capitalize off of his decision. He wasn't making that much money more than what he was going to make, so he made the decision to finally sign with Top Rank so he can get that belt. And now he put himself in a position where he get a little bit more money. And what Bill and Devin Haney is doing, and Bill is guilty of this, is trying to milk the cow, if I could say it that way. He's trying to milk everything he can get out of it while he's in it, while they're in the position that they're in. Because they know
he don't
once
have
they
to fight
lose.
tough competition.
I mean, let's look
because we know damn well if Tank or Shakur was on the other side, they would not take that quote unquote slave contract. That's what we know.
I don't know what they would do.
So I don't know
All
how much credit should we give Devin Haney for going to Australia, this and that, and then for the rematch, you
He
know,
did.
because
He did what
he
he
got the
needed to
job
do to
done
get the
though.
belt.
no,
Dundada, he
I
got
give
the
him credit
job
for
done.
getting the job done, but
You know, I mean, regardless if you think it's an easy path, the accomplishment had to get done. You know what I mean? So even though it's not the highest scale of competition in my eyes, I don't. But you still have to win the fight. You know what I mean? And so he did what he had to do. Kind of like Zepeda tonight. That guy was underwhelming. He doesn't belong in the ring with him. And he got him out of there in a buck and a half and get the fuck out, right?
I
That's what
agree
you
with
know.
that.
So,
I agree
but if
with
you
that.
would have,
But what I don't agree
lost
with,
that guy, you know what I mean? Where we, so Devin Haney did what he had to do, and that's that. That has to be given because he has to get the job done. You know what I mean? So now, if we're talking about comparing the mountain hill from one fighter to another fighter, yeah, that's a
exactly,
different argument.
and that's what I'm doing. I'm comparing. Exactly.
But
What you
I
just
mean,
said.
but to what point? To you know what I mean? I mean, for what?
To
I mean,
tank to tank to
the kid is gonna
Shakur.
fight
Well,
Lomachenko, and we're gonna see how high he can climb. You
there
know
you
what I
go.
mean? That's
Fact.
all. But
I
he is
take
the
it.
undisputed champion. He got the job done. He has been well managed. You got to give that props too. Regardless
Yeah,
if you like the moves, but guess
definitely.
what? This young man has been getting paid. He's been getting paid without no belt over there. How does Jerry call it? Dazn? The zone for a minute. And that's because, you got to give Bill Haney his credit. So those type of moves is credit to Bill Haney. They got paid. They were able to maneuver no different than what Teal did. Teal knew how to maneuver, get out of the tournament,
I
so he could
mean,
get the IBF belt, and then he could fight Loma. Well, Bill Haney
The only difference is Bill Haney is manager of the year, but the only difference is Haney has, I mean, what's it called? Teal is probably ahead of all the youngest in fighting top opposition.
I mean, okay, I think that can go without saying as far as the resume is, but still to the point, Devin Haney did what he had to do. He is fighting Lomachenko, and that's that. I mean,
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that.
If we're trying to go into I want to compare Tio totally. I have a problem when we're trying to disrespect, because I'm not trying to disrespect Devin Haney with that. He did what he had to do. Had he not done it, that would have been what the fuck. But he did what he had to do. Regardless of the fact he had to travel halfway around the world, which I don't think is a big deal in itself, because Lomachenko's done that all his life. Taylor's done that all his life.
Usyk has done that all his life.
Right.
A whole bunch of people have done
had to get it done, and he did it. And so now he's moving on to that next chapter with Lomachenko. He is the undisputed champion. There's no argument in that, and that's that. I mean,
you broke it down. You broke it down. You broke it down
in the ring. Ring.
You broke it down real good, HOD. Because what I'm trying to say is that this man Haney is getting so much praise as if he conquered the world, but
no,
Usyk and
absolutely
Lomachenko
not.
has done that their whole entire
Absolutely
career.
not.
His fans love him. That's
Usyk
okay.
and Lomachenko has done that their whole career.
Absolutely not.
We acting like they're fighting. They're fighting in the Ukraine.
Dundada.
So is it not that when Shakur called out Devin Haney, we ain't getting this Devin Haney's ass as to why you so quiet?
You
got
I
What's
see
that?
I said bye, HOD.
Said bye, man. You ain't no New York. Get the fuck out of here.
Somebody got you in the gauntlet. I'll see you in 5, brother. I got the time started. Yo, HLD backstage for 5 minutes. Jay Finley put a price on his head, man. He's in the gauntlet, man. Welcome to the gauntlet. Shout out to Jay Finley for the super chat.
I got 5 on it.
Gauntlet is going, so yeah, somebody can kick you off the panel, man, for 5.
Damn, it's like that, Mark.
10 minutes for 10, man. 20 for 20 minutes. So HLD got about 4.5 minutes in the gauntlet. Shout out to Jay Finley. Salute.
I got 5 on it.
Go ahead.
Man,
Go ahead.
That's pretty cool. So, I mean, when Shakur called out Devin Haney, he was quiet as a mouse, and we know Devin Haney to have respond to everybody that criticized him on Twitter. He was going that T.O. Him and his father was going that T.O. Him and his father was going he was going that Lomachenko. He was going that Tank. And he was going that Ryan. But when it came to Sakura, he was real quiet. His demeanor was real quiet, and he was it's like he was forced to really say that he kind of stayed at 135, but he really wanted to go to 140. So we've
really
been
wants
on
to go
this
to
neck,
140?
but we've been on this neck. So I'm not sure where you getting this narrative that Devin Haney is getting the pass. Because we want to see what he's gonna do out there. If he get past Lomachenko, we waiting for what his next move gonna be. Because if it's going up to 140, guess what? You're gonna have a lot of people going at him.
No, I mean what I know is that Bill and Devin, they're kind of, I wouldn't say avoiding, but they don't want to talk about Shakur.
They don't want
They don't
that
want to talk
smoke.
about Shakur.
They don't want that smoke because it's not beneficial to them. They know that belt is their ticket. That's their belt. It's that ticket. It gives them a little bit of leverage, if I could say it that way.
And one thing before we continue on is I want to ask this question to Mark Nash. Do you know what a WBO super champion status is?
What about it?
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, what about it?
Not every champion that represents the WBO becomes a WBO super champion.
That is correct. We did a whole breakdown on it one day.
Okay, thank you. So how many WBO super champions are there? I think Crawford is the only WBO super champion. Am I correct or incorrect? I mean, y'all can fact check me.
I don't know everybody's weight division. I think they said Josh Taylor was a super champ, and we pulled up the rules that day, and we were shocked that he was a super champ because part of it was
Is he? I might be wrong. I don't know.
You're supposed to have a certain amount of defenses, been on TV a certain amount of times. That was like one of the first criteria. You got to have a TV deal.
Exactly. Yep.
So yeah, we did a whole little breakdown on that one day.
So when people say that Shakur, that he was a WBO champion, that he could have immediately move up and become Devin Haney's mandatory, that's false, because Shakur Stevenson was never made WBO super champion. The last super champion that I known was Terrence Crawford, where he could legitimately drop his title and become the number one contender.
So Top Rank got WBO in their pocket, just like the PBC got the WBC in their pocket. Let's just keep it a buck. I'm just gonna keep it 100. And so the WBA or whatever you want to call it, WBO mostly, you can Top Rank can get in touch with them, and a little deals can be made. And next thing you know, look at Thurman. He's ranked number 1 at WBC after losing twice.
Hey, now that you mentioned Thurman and the WBC, I want to say this, that how long has Jermall Charlo been champion for, and he hasn't fought? 2 years, right?
June will be 2 years.
Yeah.
So I want to kill this narrative that the WBC only favors or helps out or this and that to Mexican fighters. Because Jermall Charlo has not fought in 2 years, and he's not even close to being stripped. And he does have
where are you hearing that narrative
dominance.
that WC is only favoring? I'm not sure. I never heard that. Maybe I'm low. Maybe I'm late.
No, there's definitely a narrative that WBC only helps Mexican fighters. So I want to kill that narrative.
Yeah, I thought WBC only helps PBC fighters. That's the way I looked at it. That was my narrative that I was going with.
And then on top of that, Deontay Wilder, after getting two brutal beatings, was still ranked number 1 in the WBC.
Right, PBC fighter.
All right. Yo, Jay Finley, man, you owe Mark Nash $45. That was just a discount momentarily. To take out the top dog of the YTBC, you got to pay $50 for 5 minutes. All day long, you get it. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. HLD's the man who brought Bill Haney up on this
He
shit.
said, "Shut up before I do it again."
Rachel don't dare.
He said, "Shut up before I do it again."
Yo, you better pay $50. Bring it. It takes
Hey,
50 bucks 5 minutes.
tell Jay Finley to get on the fucking panel, man. If he's telling my man HLD out like
Nah,
that,
bro,
man.
but he got a typo discount.
I always say that. It's a lot of people been watching the show 3 years, ain't never called it or joined the panel. It's all good.
Hey, Mark Nash, can I say something real quick?
You just did.
You been saying it all night.
Look. I be on a lot of motherfuckers. My fault. I be on a lot of people's YouTube channels, content creators, this and that in the chat, and they think they don't. The only reason I don't get on their motherfucking panels because a lot of these motherfucking YouTubers and shit, their chat or them, they're so fucking biased. They're biased or they're fan of man. But people like you, Mark Nash, people like, the Boxer Boys there, they keep it a buck. They keep it down the middle. So I only come on platforms like yours. They keep it down the middle.
I appreciate
it. They keep it down the middle. There's no bias or nothing.
Man, stop kissing her. He just sold me out for $5, man. Fuck out of here.
Except this. This is the first time that I've seen this. Except this part.
It's $50. $50, 5 minutes.
HLD saying his own prices.
You damn right.
But what I'm saying, but what I'm trying to say is that a lot of these people in the chat and shit, they be feeling cool because everybody agree with them, but they wouldn't come up here on the panel when nobody agrees with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I only come up here where it's down the middle.
I appreciate
where we could talk real boxing talk. Not just be fan of man. And I don't even want to mention no channels, out of respect of your channel.
Fair enough, bro. I appreciate it, bro. Don't be a stranger.
So Zepeda, did he call out anybody?
Hell no.
I would like to see him fight either Frank Martin or Keyshawn.
Man, that's not happening, man.
He's tied up by Oscar. Oscar has a plan for him. And maybe I hope it's not a Benita plan. You know what I mean? Okay. But he did say, I mean, look, he's not ready for Shakur. He's not ready.
Well, I don't see too many people.
He's ready for Pitbull Cruz, Frank Martin, another name that we talked about. Those are good names for him.
I'm glad we got into this because a lot of people have been saying that Zepeda and Cruz has been ducking. What y'all feel about that?
Well, they have. The Shakur called them out. Shakur called them out, and they each one said no publicly.
Hey, hold on, but look what you just said. That Golden Boy won't let those fights happen. So is it Golden Boy or is it the fighters?
I think it's kind of both because we just saw what Garcia did.
In my opinion, they come as a package, man. Come on, man. It's a package thing.
He made it happen.
Right now,
in my opinion, it's Golden Boy. You have to, if you have a fighter that sells tickets, sells tickets or whatever, you're not gonna put them in with fucking Shakur on the other side of the street.
But at the same time, Pitbull Cruz
just don't make sense. It don't make business sense.
Pitbull Cruz has a much bigger payday down the line, fighting a rematch with Tank than making a fight with Shakur
or Frank Martin or something, right?
I don't even. I think they're really.
Does that make business sense?
Pitbull Cruz was like a rock star at that fight on Saturday, bro.
Exactly. So does it make for example, if Pitbull is your fighter, does it make business sense for you to put him in with Shakur when you could put him in with two bums and then fight Tank again in a rematch and make way more money?
That's the business move, right?
Exactly. So who is ducking? Are they really ducking?
Well, but the thing is, he called them out. He said no.
Promoter,
but regardless, he got called out and you said no. I mean, that's the bottom line. You said no.
What's up? What's up,
In
Ray?
my opinion, these guys are not afraid. These guys, I think it's just
Well,
all
it's not
business.
about afraid, but it's a business deal.
Fair,
Let,
fair
let,
enough.
let
Yeah,
Rachel
exactly.
chime in.
I think it's just
Fair
all
enough. What's
business,
up,
bro.
Rachel? How you doing?
Oh,
What?
I'm just listening to the mess on your panel.
Yeah. What's going on? What you think? What you think of this shit?
What, Isaac Cruz and Shakur? I mean, like, we already saw that play out. It was a bit silly, like, the way that Shakur, like I said this before, the way that they presented Shakur at the WBC to try to move him, like, there was no definitive way. They just said, we'll fight anyone. And so, they had to go down the list because I think there was a back talk. There was a talk behind closed doors with Cruz's people, and they're like, nope, Shakur doesn't like. I don't between Shakur and Pitbull, it's not gonna be a good fight. And then he just started going down the line, right, trying to get someone to fight. But I think it is true that they're going to try to keep Isaac on the win streak for a bit to try to get another big fight. Because they know that eventually that he's going to meet. If they ended up putting him with Shakur when they were talking about that at the WBC, he would have had a large, extremely large chance of just getting outboxed all night and losing. And then so, if loses to Tank and then loses to Shakur, then his stock just plummets at that point. Like, people like him because he's
Exactly.
exciting. So.
Yeah, I mean, they, the previous fights that he had, they were, knockouts, and this fight with Tank, most solid competitors. Some people thought that he won. So I mean, it's just a good deal for him to wait it out.
Yeah. I mean, his stock is.
I don't
There's not a lot of times where you see someone's stock rise even though they lost. And his stock
exactly.
rose. So they're going to try to keep it at that same level as long as they can.
And it rose. I mean, primarily in his community, right? He wasn't too well known in the America over here in America until that fight, and it put him up. And they go ahead, man, $50. You started wildfire, Mark.
I mean, we have to keep it. We have to keep it a bug, though. I mean, why would Golden Boy put Zepeda in with Shakur?
He's not ready for that smoke
Why would
anymore, man.
PBC put Cruz in with Shakur? It just don't make no business sense. It just don't make no sense at all.
Okay, this is a sideline question. Sorry. Was Oscar at the fight
tonight?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was at the fight. He was at the fight.
So the death threats just disappeared?
I mean, it was a PBC card, so I mean, it was a Golden Boy card. So
where was tonight's fight at? Was it in LA or what? Anybody know?
I'm in the Philippines, so I have no idea.
Yo, man, are we alive? Hello.
Oh yeah, I'm listening to y'all.
Oh man,
enjoyed the show too. Reading in the chat.
Was it Cali or Texas? It was one of the two.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about that shit.
Rachel, you heard the commentary that Showtime put out at the inside of the ring, that confirming that he had a previous rib injury, Garcia.
I saw it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any opine on that?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I think, and Ryan's already said it, they're going to try to chase a rematch. So, I mean, and the thing is, at this point, right, Showtime would have the rematch. Because the only way it was even going to go on the other channel was if Ryan won. So would it be in their best interest to kind of keep that door open? Sure. Do I think it's going to change much as far as like the marketing and all that stuff? Not really. I think it's going to be, I think it's going to hover around the same viewership, honestly.
I was saying the same thing earlier. I was saying, why did they release that? Because that doesn't make Tank look good, knowing that it confirms that he had a mole in the camp, and that they knew that he got injured and on the ribs. And
on the other hand, people are saying that Ryan Garcia quit. That he knew he had the injury in the rib, and then he quit. So,
but it opens the door for a rematch, is what like I bet Showtime feels that there's meat on the bone.
It never heard of it.
Bro. Ain't no damn door open to no damn rematch, bro.
If it were up to me, I would like to see the rematch at 140.
I think there'll be a
with
rematch,
no stipulations, no rehydrating clause, no nothing at 140. But we know we're
I
not
agree.
getting that.
I know. I agree with that. I think it should be, or if they still want to run it back at that same weight, just no rehydration clause at the end of the day. But
They can market it like that.
Oh yeah,
No rehydration
you
clause,
guys.
all that stuff. And I mean, I think they can still make money again. Maybe I don't know if it's as much, but there's a lot of meat on the bone.
Is this fight made? Is this fight made 1.2 pay-per-views?
Can I throw something out there? In the second round, was that a rib shot in the second round?
was it a real shot?
You said
Was
rib
that a
shot.
rib shot in the second round?
No,
Okay.
it wasn't.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank
It was the punch that nobody else previously has got up from. And the young man got up immediately.
Well, we can confirm it wasn't a liver shot; it was a rib shot.
It could have been both. You know what I mean?
No, because Ryan Garcia in the epilogue said that he hurt his rib. It wasn't a liver shot like everybody suspected.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? The reaction was almost what we counted, Mark? Was like 3-second delay.
It was like 5.
Right. So the delay, the reaction was delayed. So if it was just a rib, that's gonna hurt you immediately. I would imagine, because I mean I've hurt my ribs, and once it hurts. But it took a few seconds, just like a liver shot. So I think it could have been a little bit of both, or both actually. Let's just call it what it is. But I mean, regardless of that,
see what a shot is at. It definitely looks like a little bit of both. Let me see. I can put it on.
Yeah. Actually, that has happened to me where one of my rib has broken, and now
look where it's hitting.
I felt it immediately.
Look where it's hitting.
My rib was.
I don't know if y'all can see it right here on the screen. Right.
Yeah.
Now what? There you go. It landed here, and then his glove slides off right there that way. So there you have the shot right there.
It was a clean shot.
And this is after he missed. You know what I'm saying? And his arm is coming back, because you can see the other shot as it's landing. Where's the other shot at? Oh, I'll put it back on. But yeah,
it could have been. It could. I think it could have been a little bit of both.
I want to ask. I want to ask Rachel this: if you're dehydrated and if you can't rehydrate well enough, does that affect your punch resistance?
Yes.
Does rehydration affect your punch resistance?
Yes.
I want to ask you a question, Rachel. Signing that contract, does that if you get
there you go.
You still have a choice to sign the contract or not, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
What the fuck? I feel like I'm getting cross-examined right now.
If it rains and you go outside and you don't have umbrella, do you get wet?
Thank you. No more further questions. I rest my case.
I rendered a witness. No, that was cross-examination. That was direct examination.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, so boom. This is where the shot looks. This is how the shot looks from the
That's
side.
a liver shot right there.
And you see.
Okay. Yeah, so that was a glide shot. The other one that you had was more towards the end of the punch.
Here we go. This is the same shot. This the beginning of the frame. This the next part of the frame.
At that punch right there, Mark, you saw his back ripple.
Right here. But this is where it lands at from the side. This is where it looks from the no, actually,
That's finishing.
That's a different shot. Yeah, that's a different shot. I'm sorry. Yeah, this the shot right here. This the finishing shot. This is where it hits, and this is where arms keep going, and the glove kind of slides off the side right here. But this is not the impact. This is the impact right here.
And it was a hard shot, man. We all saw his back.
The shot.
Okay. The eyes closed. He feeling that shit already. Look, boom, boom. Look at it. He's wincing in pain already.
Nonito said it's the money shot.
But Ryan said it wasn't a liver shot. It was a rib shot, which we had to talk about.
No,
he said his rib was injured before the fight.
Goosen asked him, did it hurt the rib?
That rib, some of that rib. He said, yeah. He said, yeah.
Some of
it did. As in, like, that. Okay, I can play the clip. Let me hear it. Let me play this shit.
Yeah, play the clip. I want to see it again.
Yeah,
no,
the Joe Goosen clip.
I'm talking about what Goosen said to him.
Okay.
This is what he said.
Did it hit that rib part at all, Ryan?
Did it hit that rib part at all, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knew it.
I didn't want to continue because my rib.
No, listen. Let me just tell you something. That type of shot is.
So when I hear that, I
Yeah,
immediately
but let
think
him
that
finish,
the rib
bro.
was injured.
Who is
That
this?
the rib
Talking
was
over the
injured.
clip. Look, yo, let me play.
Dundada, you gotta chill, man.
Play the clip, bro. Let me play the whole clip.
I want to continue because my rib.
No, listen. Let me just tell you something. That type of shot is hard. You'd rather get hit on the chin.
Yeah, I would have rather not.
I know, and you did.
He said, and you did. You did get hit on the chin, and you got up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you, I have another issue with this right here, Rachel, as far as Joe Goosen coaching. And I do want to say this before I forget, and I'll open it back up to everybody else. But Rachel, give me your take on this. Ryan Garcia, I don't know if anybody else saw this all access, but Ryan Garcia did not. What's the words I want to use? I'm gonna choose my words respectfully. Joe Goosen didn't go over there and watch Tank Davis' hands get wrapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's the most experienced person in the room. I think he should have been there. I don't think Tank Davis loading his gloves, but think about the context of it. Even when he sends his little brother Sean Garcia over there, as y'all can see on the screen, and he walks in the room, Tank Davis busts out laughing. He said, "Oh, we can do whatever he want. He ain't got no experience." He said, "We could put that. What's that stuff? They get hard in the round." He was like the plastic pair. He's like, "Yeah, man, we can do that." He's like, he don't know no better. He don't know no difference. He ain't got no experience. We can do what we want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why is Joe Goosen not over there watching the hands get wrapped?
It depends on if they were supposed to rap at different times. Like sometimes you agree and it's all verbal. Of course, it can change. I'm gonna rap at 7:20 and you rap at 7:40. So we respectfully give each other the time to rap and be fully there for each other's rap, right? But a lot of the times people play a game and be like, "Oh, we're gonna rap at after you," and when they hear that you're rapping, then they start rapping at the same time because there is no rule. You don't have to follow that, and at that point, you're gonna have to have someone from your camp to go over, and don't want to send your rap guy who of course is experienced rapping.
You sounded like you're going through the matrix now, Rachel. I don't know what you're doing. Say that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I'm just thinking. All I'm saying is Joe Goosen got the most experience in the room. Sean Garcia is not the most experienced person in the room.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is, were they rapping at the same time?
I don't know. And all I'm just know is Sean Garcia. I agree with everybody else. He's the guy that you sending over there to watch the hands get wrapped.
But Mark, the thing is, why the hell do they got this snot-nosed kid in there when they have Kenny Porter?
That's all I'm saying, bro. He's not even the second most experienced person.
I mean, like, what the hell?
Third
Hey,
most experienced.
same thing that they sent JD's to Fury's locker room.
Hold on, Tyson.
Same
No,
thing.
he didn't have Kenny Porter. He didn't have Kenny Porter in his team. Kenny was not with Ryan Garcia. I think you mean, it's somebody else, but not Kenny Porter. Kenny Porter wasn't with Ryan Garcia.
I mean, there was somebody else. I heard there was a secondary. Name coach there.
Kenny Porter.
Nah, it wasn't no second day.
Yes, there was.
It was definitely no Kenny Porter.
Okay, I'm be correct, but I know there's somebody else that was.
Send Daddy Garcia over there. He seen more than Sean Garcia. I'm just saying. That's all I just wanted Rachel's take on that. Everybody else, y'all can give me your take as well.
No, it's just the fact that, like I said, like it depends on what was agreed upon, what actually went down, if they're doing it at the same time. If Goosen was rapping Ryan, he's not going to stop in the middle of his rap to go over there. Like that's the game that people play.
Does Goosen
right?
rap their hands though? I don't think he rapped their hands.
I don't know, but if he was the person that rapped, then he can't just stop in the middle, or he can stop in the middle of the rap, but it's going to piss off Ryan, right? Because when you're rapping, it's like a meditation, it's like a ritual, and you don't want to ruin the vibe of the rap. Like now you're putting your armor on. It's kind of, I guess the example. So if they said, well, we're going to rap at, Ryan, you guys rap at 7:20, we'll rap at 7:40, and then while he started rapping at 7:23, they start rapping. Like he's not like Goosen's not going to stop his rap and then go, shit, okay, let me go over there and watch them.
This is the guy who's rapping his hands, so Goosen can go watch.
Is that the guy?
Wow,
that's the guy right there.
Well, then Goosen didn't have to. Then he would have been free to watch. If this guy's like let me tell you, there's way too many people that watch rapping. It's literally like you'll have the commission, sometimes you have the promoter there, and everybody else is not needed besides the person who's rapping the hand. And as long as the guy rapping the hand is vocal enough, for example, sometimes you'll have the other team go, wait, you need to push that back a little bit more. As long as the guy who's rapping knows what he's doing and can say yes or no, and say, no, I'm showing it to commissioner, is this good? Like he's trying to mess with my rap. Then Goosen wouldn't need to be there. But I don't know, the personality of the guy who's rapping either.
His name is Zamir Lozano. He's his midman. His midman does his hand rap. So that means Goosen is free to go over there.
Goosen is free. Technically, yes.
I would have, even Henry Garcia could have gone there. You know what I mean?
HLD, you just picking out anybody in the crowd at this point that could go right.
Yeah, right. I mean, he sent that kid. So yeah, you're right.
Well, no, yeah. Henry's today. Henry's been was training him, got him started, right?
Yeah.
Built the gym in the damn garage. That's the guy who got him started. Started this whole legacy of Ryan Garcia.
But I don't want to create a narrative that we're thinking that Tank cheated.
Not at all.
But just knowing the sport the way it is, we just think that an experienced person should always be watching on the other side. That's
if anybody got a problem with me saying this, look at what Tank Davis said. He said, oh, he ain't got no experience. He said, we can put this stuff. What's that stuff to get hard? He said, we can put that in there. He ain't gonna know no better. He ain't got no experience.
What are you talking about? What stuff to get hard? Viagra? Is that what you're talking about?
Bro, you talking to a man, bro. What you on?
You said what is that you put on it? Hard, bro.
Bro, that's a direct quote, bro.
Hey, Mark Nash. So I have to beg the question. Was this fight or the bright lights were just too much for the Garcia camp?
Nah, I don't know about that. I think
was the lights just too bright for him? Was the moment just too big for him? For him and his team?
No, man, I think the guy's level.
The kid is not.
It was just not on his level, man. Let's just call it what it is, brother.
Right.
Ryan is not on his level, man. Come on, man.
Exactly.
He's trying to make a excuse for why he
as Tiny.
That's just it.
Me and HLD and I think Reggie had this conversation the other day, and I don't know if you call it a conversation, HLD, but just the fact that Ryan has the clout because of his social media following. Like, sorry, not sorry. Like you have to sit on like national championships when you were in high school. That as far as like giving you any clout when it comes to announcing, then it's a little bit laughable.
He sounded like Ted Bundy talking about his high school football days.
Yeah. I understand like people national champion. I don't remember how many times I won national championship. Nor does Nonito. And for damn sure nobody gives a shit about that when Nonito's in the ring. You don't hear them talking about that he was, he was on the international team and he went here and fought for this and he was Golden Gloves champion. Like, that's all bullshit, water under the bridge, and no one cares once you switch over to pros. So what did you do when you were in the pros? And when it comes to just, oh well, he has an undefeated record at this this many number of fights. Like, dude, you could find that anywhere in the world. It's just the fact that those people don't have massive social media following.
So how much credit does Tank Davis deserve for this fight? Which was Ryan Garcia's first shot at a world title.
Far as what?
There was no world title
winning the fight?
It won't no
I
world.
give him all the credit for winning the fight, but far as the build up to the fight.
Stop, Warren. Let me correct him. It was no world title.
Quote unquote Reggie belt.
It was no title on the line. It wasn't even a Reggie belt on the line. They fought at 136 the catch weight. 136.
What's a Reggie belt?
They call it a regular title, but Reggie.
Happy Meal belt.
But
okay.
Not the super title. But no, nothing was on the line. I just want to make sure that's clear for the audience. Like, nothing was on the line. This was listed as a lightweight.
Let me correct myself. First time fighting a current world champion or
it's only
current,
one. Bro.
What do you call Tank Davis a current world champion?
Hell no, Devin Haney got all the belts, bro. Devin Haney.
You gotta change your stance on that, Mark.
Just saying, he's undisputed.
But you change your stance on him. I mean, the record say he's a champion.
Now you're saying conflicting stuff.
He has a record. My thing is, y'all can't have it both ways. Y'all can't say y'all don't count that or you do count it.
I don't count it. I'm just saying if you're counting it, if you're not counting it, not used to count.
I just thought like this was just a popular fight. It was an entertaining, popular fight. Now, can Ryan fight? Ryan can fight. He does have technical abilities. Now, is there fundamental flaws? 100%. I think Nonito and I broke that down I don't know how many times, and there's people, it's funny, people are now saying the same thing, right? They're like, oh well, his feet. I'm like, dude, that was before. It never changed. I don't know what made you think it was going to change. It's the lack of actual quality opponents that brought Ryan to a better level to be able to be standing in a ring with Tank. And it's I'm not shitting on Ryan at all. I'm just saying what it is. His experience level and the quality opponents that Ryan has fought in comparison to Tank, getting in the ring with Tank is what made that deciphering thing.
So it was a glorified.
He's a God-given, talented young kid who's lacking some skills that needs to be developed and hasn't developed yet.
So it's really the training then, right?
No, man, we put so much on trainers.
I think Ryan has all the talent.
No, I said the training. I didn't say the trainer. I said the training.
Oh yeah. I think it comes down to the fighter. The fighter's the one. Look, I don't know where we were talking like the other day that look, when Fury changed trainers, he bought into Sugar Hill. Period. And he went and he worked the way he wanted. Sugar Hill told him to do it, and he got it done the way it's supposed to. But if you don't buy into the program and you're not putting your part in, that I think that may be the reason why Canelo said what he said about the young man.
Ryan is not to me a dedicated fighter to be on the level of a Tank Davis. I mean, I'm sorry, Tank. He's just not dedicated enough. I mean, we see that already. He's been in his career, he's just exhibited that energy. You don't exhibit somebody that's a dedicated fighter to his craft or to the craft of boxing. Now, he does box, he does put in some work, but he's not dedicated to be on that level. But he did have something with that build up. I give him all the credit for bringing all of his fans over to that fight too. I have to give him credit for that. It was it was a perfect storm for both of them. It was just a perfect storm.
I agree to that.
So what do we expect Ryan to do at 140?
He should fight Montana Love.
I think that he needs a little bit more build-up fights. I think that he needs to correct the problems within his defense 100%. Again, this is not something that's new. It's something he's been caught with before. And it's at this stage, it's more, I guess you could say, quote unquote,
he's being exposed for not dedicating. not
Yeah, so
dedicated to the
he just needs to
craft.
go back to the drawing board and actually fix or try to address the issues, because he has the speed. That's not a thing. He has the height, but his distance is off. I said, like, how many times I was like, you know what, Tank's gonna run in, and sure enough, Tank ran in every single time. And what did Ryan do? He shelled up.
He
He
looked like
shelled
a
up, couldn't create
kangaroo.
the distance
So
again.
he needs a trainer that would drill all. So he needs a trainer that would drill the fundamentals. Just keep drilling the fundamentals. Drill, drill, drill.
He
Just
needs
needs to
to,
drill the
yes.
fundamentals.
And if you're trying to correct something, that's not in 8 weeks. Like, it's the same with AJ, right? Like, people say, well, if
I was
AJ
about to
changed
say.
trainer, can you guys hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Done,
Okay.
they bleeding back into your audio. You got to mute if you're not
Somebody's
talking.
bleeding.
It's done, Dada. Mute. That's why I keep saying mute if you're not talking. After Rachel, let me let Brandon Washington jump in.
Yeah, so it's not like, people say, like, oh, well, can AJ change trainers or blah blah blah, and Robert couldn't do much and all this other stuff. Like, you're taking away from the fact that any of these habits, these bad habits and good habits, have been established over years of training. To break that habit takes consistency over a long amount of time, meaning pre-camp, in between fights, not just the 8 weeks for in camp for a fight. You're not going to change your habit within 8 weeks. They just have to be dedicated to fix it. That's all.
Go ahead, Brando.
Oh, salute to everybody on the show, man. I just picked up listening when I was coming home. I took my boy to see the George Foreman movie, and I was pissed off. You know me, I always the implications and how they write those movies. I just don't like the way they write us in cinema. The way the way we are portrayed, the way we George Foreman was bigger and greater than what they put him on the screen. And I don't like it. I didn't like the way his mama was acting. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Man, I got tired.
No, ain't he a Southern dude though?
Yeah, he from Texas just like I am. But
so his mama probably got a Southern swing.
Come on, bro. Not when you overacting it, and then they used the actor from The Wire, old girl Kima, the officer. So she was really overdoing it. I mean, she acted like a slave. What I don't like is they make our mamas these hardworking slave acting women. Oh, Jesus, all on our knees, and oh, I hope he win. Oh, don't fight no more. Oh, that shit is
How old are
irritating.
you? How old are you, Brian? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Homie, and I'm 41 years old.
Okay, so you have some sense of what it's like living in the South, then.
Yeah, Warren, let him give his opening statement.
I live in Dallas, Texas. I'm from Dallas, born and raised here, been here my whole life.
Okay.
All right. So back to what I was saying.
Yes, sir.
The writing of the movie is horrible. They make us always these downtrodden people, and the only thing that's gonna save us and make us upstanding and upright is Jesus. They threw a honorary white man in there that he found in Job Corps. The white man was good with numbers. Oh man, you got to thank me for those brownies. And this the same white man who was his friend that ended up beating him out of all his money and caused him to be bankrupt in the damn middle of damn near at the end of the movie. Like, and it wasn't even real. It's just the shit that they write and the way they portray us. Muhammad Ali was just this big mouth braggadocio dude. Oh, I'm gonna make him look like a mummy. Oh, he's going down in 7. I mean, there's no depth, there's no intimacy to the character. Let them tell it. All black women are fucking married. They virgins. The Holy Spirit impregnated them because ain't a daddy around to be goddamn seen. And when it is, he's the shuffling old black man. Oh, I just wanna buy a house for my mama and I just wanna do good and thank you, Jesus. Fuck out of here, man. I'm sorry, Mark.
But Brandon, he executive produced that shit. That's part of it. He's one of the producers of the shit. He signed off on it. He's alive to tell a story, and he's at the premiere. He's pushing the movie. He's proud of it.
I know he is smiling with all them goddamn teeth, and I just don't like the only way we accept it.
You want him to be toothless?
Listen, he go in the bank. Every time he go in the bank, how much? What's going on now, Mr. Bank Man? How much money they done beat me out of? We don't have no money. What happened to the money? And all this every time he going in the bank with his hat in his hand. Huh?
Was that how he was talking in the movie?
Exactly. Bro? Yeah. Well. See, sir, and don't get angry, George. George, please don't fight. You said you'd never fight again. Don't be angry. Don't get angry. Man, this shit is weird. Like he the fucking Hulk or somebody, and he ain't got me beat up people, me dumb. Me eat up people, me dumb.
Yo.
Man, that shit is ridiculous, bro. I mean, I didn't like the way it was written. We never written with any depth, any character, any nuance, or nothing. Me big dumb. Me just go out and fight. Me dumb. I mean, look at all my cars I bought, mama. And the first thing they said when they interviewed, the fake interviewed him when he won, what's the first thing? I'm gonna buy my mama house. Shit is ridiculous, bro. They should write us better. We more nuanced than that. The struggle, the details could have been better. George Foreman, he sold himself short. Well, he don't realize that he deserves something better and greater than that. I mean, when we was kings, did do him and our.
You broke up. You broke right up, Brando.
That's Jesus telling him to shut up.
You broke up. Unmute your mic. He dropped off. All right. That's his rant, man. I hate he dropped off, but yeah, I enjoyed that. That was funny to me. I needed that. That was funny as hell.
Come on, man. Hating on the Christian, bro. Come on now.
Oh, talking like this. He was like, bro, he said it was.
That's who he is.
He said it's the late 70s and 80s. This ain't the the 1880s or the 1870s.
Has he never heard how George Foreman talks though?
He's
always like that.
I remember that. I'm not gonna pay a lot for this muffler.
Man, listen. Here's the thing. I'm back. I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Stop writing us in this behavior where we some broken down ass people. Always, man, we spend so much time in the movie with our back crouch. You'd be surprised that they get a standing shot of us. His mama, they put us in the worst clothes, the worst condition, the worst shit. Look at him in the ghetto. They even had one part of the movie where he was a little boy. He was in like junior high school, elementary. So he ain't had no food that night. So his mama break up a hamburger and give him the hamburger, right? So they all, thank you, Jesus, for this food now. So after that, he in school, Big George, and the little dude, oh, you want some food? You Mr. Poorman. He throw the chicken skin on the floor. Go get the chicken. Like, where is shit? Like chicken? Like, that's what y'all pick, not something else, not a piece of turkey or something. Go get the chicken, you big dumb monkey oaf. Like, watch this shit, bro. It's ridiculous to know, and we shouldn't accept this shit. Oh, that was a good movie. Oh, the white man. Look at the white man. Had to come do his numbers for him. Look.
Oh my God.
Shit. But that's his life experience, Brandon. I mean, this is his story. This is his biography.
But it's not, though. It's Hollywood ties, and it's written by people who do not look like black people. Even though he co-signed this shit, man, listen. You write George Foreman a check, he'll sell a goddamn grill with his big old fat ass. Oh, you've heard of it. It's called a George Foreman grill. He was a 300 something pounds. There's nothing wrong with it. What I'm saying is, HLD saying that's his life story. That's not necessarily his life story. That's his life story through Hollywood's eyes, through a fucking movie lens. Because most of that shit, the characters, they wasn't real. So I just don't like the way we portrayed on film, man. That's why I would rather it
actually happen.
I'm gonna look at the movie, man, and I'm gonna see if it, I gotta check it out.
What actually happened? Like, that's his life, and he is telling his story. Like, he did approve this. He's alive to tell his story. His kids are alive. That's in that movie. That's portrayed. Like, a lot of these people.
Somebody threw chicken on the floor, and that shit. If that's what he experienced, that's what they're showing. Maybe you didn't like the actors in itself, maybe. But
his mama was like that. Oh Jesus, he was like, and he's sitting there watching like, you nailed it, man. That's exactly how she was, man. Y'all did a good job. God, y'all killed it, man.
He was executive producer, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is his shit. It ain't like somebody made his movie without his permission and he ain't around. He don't know what's going on. He ain't got no control, no say so. Well, he just sold his rights over. And nah, bro, I'm putting this shit. I'm putting together the movie myself.
You know what I appreciate,
Brandon? I saw 77-year-old George Foreman hitting the heavy bag, bro. Dude, he still got pop, bro.
I agree, but you know what I appreciated in Creed that they didn't do us like that. That in Creed 3, he didn't do that.
It's a fan. It's not a real. It's not real.
Hold on, let me explain what I mean. I'm getting somewhere.
Too, and it's not in like
right. What I mean is we were dignified in that movie. You know what I mean? Like, even though it was a prison element to it, they didn't play into it. They didn't roll into it. It was a crime element there. They didn't roll into that. The movie was about friendship and redemption and shit like that. So, and the wardrobe, Felicia was shot, even though she was, mama, she wasn't, oh, Jesus, don't fight no more. And she was a dignified woman. She wasn't walking around bent down, looking like a goddamn slave through the whole movie.
His mama, Felicia Rashad, in that movie, they in the year 20-something.
But still, though, at least they had enough sense to write. What I mean is, we have to write better movies where we are portrayed with fucking. I don't want to see. Listen, I don't want to see no more movies with us bent over and beat down and downtrodden. We've seen enough of it, and I'm tired of that narrative and that element in the movie. We need to move on. Just like I just seen a preview for the fucking Napoleon movie. They making a movie about Napoleon. I mean, goddamn, why we can't get a movie about Dessalines or some goddamn about these cowards instead of making Medea movies? If another goddamn Medea movie roll off that goddamn Tyler Perry Studios, man, I swear to God. Anyway, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm fucking up the box. I'm sorry.
Nah, you good. You right on brand. Do you think Teofimo Lopez need to apologize?
No, he don't. Why you listen? Nearly Fuller teaches you
for racial insensitive comments. That's
because he don't feel like, if he don't feel like what he did was racially insensitive, hell no, he shouldn't apologize. Why should he? If you feel like what you said was correct, stand on that shit. That's how I look at it. Stand on your work. Now, do I appreciate what he said? Hell no. I don't like the undertones of it. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be there front and center to watch Teofimo get knocked out. That's what you call karma and redemption right there. That's how I look at that.
Fair enough. Let's open it up to everybody. It's open to the public. Well, shit, ain't nobody gonna say. I'll say this: Premier Boxing Champion just retweeted what Oscar De La Hoya said. Oscar De La Hoya said, "Let me share the screen." He said, Ryan Garcia is the new face of pay-per-view, like it or not. He said Gervonta only did 200 pay-per-view buys a few times without Ryan. With Ryan, generates over 1 million plus pay-per-views. So Ryan is the face of boxing, of pay-per-view boxing, not Tank Davis. What do y'all say to that?
The rematch deal is coming, bro.
What you say, Rachel? What you think of that? Ryan Garcia is the face of pay-per-view boxing. Without Gervonta, without Ryan, he only did 200K pay-per-view a few times. With Ryan, the fight generates 1 million plus buys.
Who said it? Oscar? Whatever. You can throw it out the trash. I don't even want to hear nothing about it.
Oh, Oscar said it, and PBC retweeted it. Gervonta.
I mean, it's always going to be about like the opponent, right? Like, of course, no one wants to see Tank fight someone who's like number 100 in the rankings, kind of thing. And the face of boxing stuff, like, it's such a dark hole that everyone argues and they move the goalposts so much. I'd rather not try to play this like, oh well, this person got pay-per-view numbers and this person blah blah, but this one has all the belts and blah blah. Like, it goes all over the place. So I'd rather not go into that.
All right, let me see if somebody else want to go into it. What y'all think?
I think go ahead, Chibby.
I'm just saying you can already start hearing the rumbles.
You already went the rematch. You already said that already. Go ahead, Brandon. You already spoke. I said that already.
No, I think Oscar is doing what Oscar does. You know, Oscar be on that booger sugar, and he start to get ahead of himself. From what I understand, Ryan ain't never been on no goddamn pay-per-view before.
Right. First time
So
out.
all of a sudden, you coming out the gate, which we ain't never seen that before. You coming out the gate and you just automatically a million and you sold the fight. Man, we don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. What you did was got on Instagram and all other little social media things you do. He did a TikTok dance and that got the little teeny boppers excited about the fight. But outside of that, Ryan didn't sell shit, ain't gonna sell shit. And Ryan was just in San Antonio. They say he sold 12,000 seats. Man, we looked at the comp. They comped a bunch of those seats. So do I think Ryan is marketable? Do I think Ryan is marketable? Yes. But do I think he's this big ass star that they make him out to be? Hell the fuck no.
All right, so Oscar, somebody said Ron never did pay-per-view before. Tank been on pay-per-view and sold out the last 4 fights. Oscar replied, "That's my point, you idiot. Tank did 200K buys. And Ryan on his first pay-per-view does 1 million plus. This is the dumbass shit I deal with all the time." Shout out to Oscar De La Hoya. I love Oscar De La Hoya for that shit. Oh shit.
Well, then based on his comment, then they should be able to put Ryan on a pay-per-view with whoever, and it should match Tank's, right? Based on his logic.
And that's what somebody commented too. Somebody said, let's see if Ryan's next pay-per-view fight does about 800K and Tank does his usual 200K. Then he has a point. But if they don't have similar numbers, then it's Tank. So Ryan got to be on somebody. And Oscar replied to that. He said, fair. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not, like I said, we're comparing apples and oranges. Like, dude, again, rabbit hole.
Nah, I think Oscar kind of got a point right there. I don't. Tank wouldn't have did 1 million buys by itself, dog. We just got to keep it a buck.
But the reality is, it took 2 partners to do this, make this happen. I mean, I think it was just I think somebody said it was a perfect storm for them to generate what they did, and good for them. Yeah. You know, but you can't say one or the other unless they prove it by, like the guy in the comments said, that is then go ahead, put them against whatever, Zepeda or something, and let's see you do those numbers.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, Tank's been doing pay-per-view and Ryan hasn't. So, you know, we know that people buy Tank's fights. We already know that. Do we know that people buy Ryan's fights? Not really. Like, you can't. It's a imaginary number because it hasn't been tested.
Those 13-year-old girls on his Instagram, they got to ask permission to buy the pay-per-view. So, you know, how many people are really gonna buy his? You know what I mean? He has a large following, but a lot of those teenagers, you know, they're not forking over $85.
Mark, can I hijack the conversation?
Sure.
Everyone's been saying that DAZN's been like double, triple charging them. Is that true?
I have no evidence of that.
I heard that on another panel.
I've been hearing people say that, but I have yet to meet somebody directly who showed me a bunch of their charges. Everybody, I've heard somebody else say, well, I heard somebody else show it, or somebody else said it. I'm like, bro, my bank would not let that shit happen. They would not let you charge me the exact same thing 9 times. They're gonna stop it. They're gonna be like, yo, is this you? They'll freeze the card until you got to call in and talk to somebody. They're not just letting you buy 8. They're not gonna let some vendor just.
Hey, Mark, some of us ain't got big bank accounts like that. We only got these rush cards.
And look, and some of them ain't got no money for the bank to take out 9 times. Get the fuck out of here. The bank ain't. You ain't even got 84.99 times 9.
I think I said that.
How much is that? Like $1,600 or some shit?
It ain't no 1,600. It damn sure ain't no 1,600. I said 84.99 times 9. It's about like
times 9.
About like 700 and some change.
Well, I mean, like, I only saw it on Twitter, like there were screenshots and stuff like that, but it did, like, the ones I did see, it just said processing. So, I mean, I've seen it a bunch of times where there's a couple charges and it's the same one over and over again, but then it just says processing. By the time it actually goes through to posted, like, there's only one, right? I know it's an inconvenience, but I was just wondering, because if that was the case, like, when it comes to numbers, was that also counted in addition to, is there some sneaky weird way that DAZN was trying to bump up the numbers on their side? Because Showtime didn't seem to have an issue with
that's not
their
gonna
purchases,
because people gonna dispute those charges, so it's not gonna bump your numbers.
But when you first announce numbers,
even when you technically even when you order a fight, right? Like, let's say I ordered it from my cable company, they don't even count those buys really all the way, because some people can dispute that with your cable company and just say, hey, the power went out, the cable, the fight never played. So people will dispute those charges, that take away from your buys, and that happens all the time too.
And I think the numbers were close enough where they can go ahead and make an estimate. I think if they're gonna play that number game, I know that it's close enough where it wouldn't even matter if they was off a couple 100,000. That's just the way they play the numbers game. That's just the numbers game,
That's why they said 1.2 to 1.4 million buys, maybe. So I feel where you're coming from, Warren.
Yeah, they'll play the numbers game, but it's not gonna be that far off. It's not gonna be 500, and then they just gonna boost it up another 500. So it's close enough where they say, you know what? Even if they was off, it's still good numbers.
And then next week,
I have to credit Ryan. I have to give Ryan credit for that. That's what he brought to the table. He brought his fan base to the table, and Tank fan base got to see Ryan get knocked out or get, technical knockout.
That's what this fight was for. They didn't have no fucking belts. The only thing they was bringing was their fan bases and their popularity. They had no fucking belts. Wasn't nothing on the line. So that was expected. I don't give Rank or Tank or Ryan credit for bringing their fan bases. That's what they supposed to do.
I'm just
what
talking about for
was give us an entertaining fight, which Ryan half-ass failed to do because he didn't show the heart that we expected him to show in that caliber of fight. Yeah, he got hit with a shot, but as far as before that, rounds 3 through freaking 6, he had his hands in his pocket. So,
yeah. Jake Paul. It's a Jake Paul event. It was a Jake Paul event.
So I didn't get what I expected out of that fight. I definitely am not looking forward to watching Canelo fight John Ryder or whoever the fuck he fighting. So that's definitely gonna be on the stream. I'm excited to stream that fight. Devin Haney, I think I'm gonna buy that fight. I want to see Devin Haney do his thing against Lomachenko. You know how we do out here. But I think boxing should be exciting pretty soon. They said the Cholo should be coming back this summer, so I think we got a good run at boxing. But I want to say one more thing before I get off the movie subject thing, because I'm still kind of hot about that.
I can tell you're very moist about it. Very moist about it, bro.
Nah, bro. Pause. But nah, man. The thing about it is we should be more protective of our images because everybody else is protective of their images. So when shit go out, even if we co-sign that, there should be a group of us to be like, say, bro, you can't co-sign that. Like, we're not putting those images up on screen no more. That's why I can't wait. I hope when Floyd do his movie that he portrays Bob Arum correctly. As a greedy man who beat him out of money. Don't go back and try to act as though he was. Don't let that Hollywood shit happen. Portray the shit right and make sure that y'all get in there and make a real boxing movie. That's the thing we want to see when they make these boxing movies too. Let's see a little blood and a little guts. Talk about how the boxers went through. Show the mental trauma of them getting up in the morning. Show them, show the sparring. Show that. I want to see a real boxing movie, some shit like The Wire, but like boxing. Like make this shit real instead of the Hollywood fluff. You get in there, poof, poof, poof. He's knocked out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Man, they don't even show them. They just go right to these championship fights, and they don't show how the grind, the behind the scenes, the dudes trying. Boxing a dirty sport. They should show how like people taking padding out of the glove. Like spruce that shit up. Make it real boxing. If you're gonna do it, make a real boxing movie. But I'm done, Mark. I'm not gonna rant no more. I promise.
But I mean, you can imagine that it was the movie made as a boxing movie or of his life. Like, you know what I mean? Was it the main focus was all boxing, or was it, his overall journey in life? I mean, that I don't know if that, I guess I gotta watch it. But if you're expecting a whole like the Muhammad Ali movie that Will Smith made, right? That was all about that, but it didn't show so much the details.
That shit sucked.
Well, but it was focused on the boxing, right?
Yeah, but it didn't show. No, it was about Muhammad Ali. The movie was called Ali, but it didn't show Muhammad Ali how he got into boxing, how he got his bike stolen. All in between, it just centered around the goddamn fight in Zaire, and then it showed his wife. One woman showed him cheating on his wife with Veronica. Then it showed his wife to be speaking against the organization that he found his wife in. Just a stupid ass movie, and then it didn't even get into. It made him look like anyway. It's just a stupid movie that did.
You know what, man? Send me your cash out, brother, so I can send you your money back, bro.
Like all these movies be sucking because if we know the history of these people wouldn't more. I tell you, the movie that was done justice. At least Malcolm X was done justice.
I was about to say that
because you saw the nuances in him, and you knew that Spike Lee read his fucking book and tried to follow it as close as possible. Even though James Baldwin wrote the screenplay, whatever. But those are the type of movies we need when we see our people portrayed on screen like that. We don't and closer to the story of how they actually live, not no Hollywood fluff bullshit. Like we didn't even get to see in the Muhammad Ali movie. We didn't get to see him transition. We don't know what made him join the Nation of Islam. We didn't get to see his.
Next time your son used the fire stick.
Yeah, nah, man. He wants to go out. He be wanting to go out. So
I'm playing with you, bro. I know you're serious. I'm playing with you. I'm lighting it up a little bit.
Yeah, but it's sickening, man. How we go and we watch ourselves. That's why I didn't like that movie. What's the NASA movie? About the hidden figures and all this shit. We always hidden and behind the scenes and up under the corner and around and up under the bed and. Like
but Hidden Figures was a good movie, bro.
Let me take the call, bro. 830, you got the flow. Talk to him.
First off, I want to say,
tell him your name, bro. For the people who don't know.
It's the Boxing Scholar.
The Boxing Scholar.
I want to say I'm pissed off, man. First off, I'm pissed off that shit. I got hung up on it. I pay for this shit. We pay for this.
Don't pay for no phone calls, but go ahead.
But no, I just called in because I want to say, bro, you got to chill out, bro. Muhammad Ali was on the set with Will Smith working on the movie. They brought in Angelo Dundee. I felt like that movie they only got 2 hours. What you want them to show the time he stole some gum from the HEB and was arrested, bro? It's like, what you expected out of a 2-hour movie? They got to condense that because it's going to be longer than that. And the people that was there signed off on it. So it's more like, how could you have a problem with their biography if they were on set and they didn't have a problem with it? I mean, it's the way stuff happens and the way that you're seeing it from your perspective. If Brandon Washington was to show up on the set of his movie and approve of something, who am I to be like, nah, I don't like that. But I ain't gonna die. I do get what you're saying about the mammy shit. Like that shit do be embarrassing. Like I don't want to see that shit. But I mean, if it's an accurate portrayal, like what do you want them to do? Make her educated? You get what I'm saying? I mean, like somebody mentioned earlier, them Southern people, they still be around. I know you done seen them in Texas. I done met people in Texas. I literally didn't understand what the fuck they said. Man, I'm them telling them. You're like, what the fuck, motherfucker? All you need is a banjo playing in the background. This motherfucker talk, but yeah, man. That's how I was calling to say. But we watched it. Keep cooking, man. Keep cooking. I'm gonna be in the chat cheering you, man.
Yes,
sir. Scholar has nothing to say to me. He was in the chat the whole time. He doesn't want to say nothing to me.
Oh, you'll get that a lot, Rachel.
Like, hi. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Oh man.
You know
Yeah,
what though? As far as the movie, Brandon, like we've done, there's a couple different ones that Nonito's done about his. I don't, not a movie, but it was more like, yeah, kind of like a movie, but a really long one episode on TV kind of thing. And like you literally sit down with a screenwriter for freaking days. And then they start picking out things that would, that would help the flow of the movie. So, like, I get what you're saying that you wanted a little bit more substance. It might have been better for like a series because I do think that there's things that they're going to overlook and they're going to say, well, this might not be as important as the flow of how they're trying to present the movie. So, might have been better as a series.
Yeah, I agree, Rachel. And the thing about Nonito, I bet you he's not going to let his mother look a certain way or fall into certain stereotypes or let her be portrayed a certain way. It's just a certain way that I know. Like, I don't want to see Nonito playing into stereotypes that are put for his people. And I don't think he would allow himself to do that. You know what I mean? Because he knows that that his people are gonna look at him crazy if he's sitting there doing shit that don't represent them correctly. So I don't even think that he would allow certain shit. He wouldn't even sign off on certain things to be. He'd be like, no, we don't do that. No, we don't talk like that. No. That's not our culture.
661, talk to me.
Hey, what's going on, folks? Hey, man, I want to say I love this Brandon Washington guy. His takes are absolutely on point. I feel it was exactly what he's saying about.
Damn, you trying to smash him or something? You got a crush on him? Call and say, I love amazing, this Brandon Washington guy.
This dude's amazing. I think you should have him as a weekly guest.
Okay, that nigga trying to bone, Brandon.
Nah, man.
That nigga said,
I'm support my people, bro. He's actually right.
Deuce, that's my brother. What up, Deuce?
What's up, folks? What's going on, man? I don't know what's up with this little homosexual innuendo, but you know what I mean? The niggas in the South a little bit different. Hey, though, you keeping it real, though, man. Like, I feel the way these niggas, like, let niggas portray our images and shit, like, for real, though. Do way extra. They was doing that same shit in the Tupac movie with Afeni. She's in there talking like a damn slave and shit. So, I feel you on that shit, man. The way we
I mean, I get what you guys are saying, but I think, like, for if it comes to, like, I don't know, I didn't watch it, so I'll put that out there. But a lot of the times, like, if it really was, if his mom really did speak that way, I think that holds to history, right? A lot of the times we don't want to see these things because we're so over it. We've grown out of it already. And yes, we're a whole different civilization than 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But if these were the conversations that were to be had, and in the exact same scenarios and of the time of how they talked to them, again, I don't know if it's accurate because I don't know the people involved. You almost have to pay respect to, this is how far we've come. Like, I feel like it's more so the fact that, no, okay, now nobody talks like that. Or maybe there might be a couple people from the South that do talk like that, but we don't. And we've learned to represent ourselves in a better way for our society. And I think that as much as, you don't want people to ever perceive you as that person of 50 years ago, it also shows how much we have all evolved and matured as humans.
I couldn't agree more with what you said.
And I gotta let the caller finish his call, y'all, and so I can clear the line. Go ahead, caller, finish your thoughts.
Yeah, he's also saying that it's not like that. You know what I mean? I'm from California, my people from the South, whatever. But, a lot of people down South are real educated. You know what I mean? They might have a draw or whatever, but they speak with a very vast vocabulary. A lot of shit was, created in the South. They like to portray these images that everybody was yes sir, no sir, but it wasn't really like that. So you know what I mean? That's why, like, people like Brandon and myself, we take offense because he know educated people from back in the 60s and the 50s and all that shit. So, I don't know. That's what I feel. I feel them on that shit, though.
Appreciate you.
You know one thing, one pressing issue, that all these images being portrayed like by these, like they're all slaves, they're all from Africans, and not FBA activists. Look it up. So they'll portray the image of us any old kind of way, or what they know it to be. All these new black actors coming up, whatever, they're not American.
Fair enough. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for pulling up.
All right.
All right. Go ahead. What was your
I find it weird, or I don't know, not weird, but just, I mean, if the man whose life they're making the movie about is there, and you're accusing him that he sold off his soul of his family's life so that Hollywood can make it the way they want it. I think that's like, I can't see that. I can't see
let me
that.
let me say something.
The way Rachel said it, I think maybe it bothers you more that that's what it was. And in today's day, it would bother the shit, but that's what it was. And like Rachel said, maybe instead of looking at it in the eye of maybe George Foreman sold his soul to Hollywood so they could make black people look bad, it's just that more that, yo, we have come a long way. And you know, your mom not talking like that.
So
you know
there is
and nothing like that. So I think what Rachel said, I think hits it right on the nail. And maybe you got to really reflect, is it because it bothers you that that's how it was? And you don't want to see that, maybe it offends you or whatnot, but we have to.
What happened to your audio, Rachel, dude? Are you eating or something?
No,
Yes, your audio just started sounding weird.
So let me interject. First of all, I had people from Mississippi, and you're right. There are some Southern folks that are educated, but there are certain Southern folks that are not. That has that. I mean, I remember I had to go. I would have to go borrow sugar because we couldn't afford to get sugar. It just at times was like that. The yes sir, the no sirs, it was like that. I mean, some of us had that type of experience. Now you had your segment of Southern folks who was able to get an education, who was fortunate enough to have a beautiful or blessed life where they was able to read, that sort of thing. But it's a large part of the same South that didn't have that opportunity and was trying to catch up at that time. So there was different parts that was moving. So it was a moving part. So you had some, and I want to say maybe he fell in the part where they was transitioning from one point out of Jim Crow and all of that, because all of that is real. The yes sir, no sir, and when you go to certain places, you had to be careful about how you talk to these folks, because next thing you know, you might end up on a tree. It was like that.
Fair
so
enough.
I mean, right.
Pass it around.
No, I think that that we do ourselves a disservice by playing it. See, these is more stereotypes. Southern people are like this, Northern people are like that. No, black people get treated as a certain way in America as a whole. So when we start playing these stereotypes, let's think about who came up out of the South. Martin Luther King. Did he sound like he couldn't speak and was stumbling, bumbling over his words? All of these people came up out of the South.
I said South. I never said the North. I said there were different parts of the South that are.
I'm not rebutting you, bro.
Okay.
I'm just throwing my little soliloquy. I'm not rebutting you. So I just think we need to get off the tip where we looking at it as North, South, East, West. Man, we are one people, and the reason we talk the way we talk is because of the region that we come from. That's it. But as far as the experiences, we all share the same experiences because of what we look like. And I just get upset. And yes, it may have been like that in certain areas, but that's not the whole. And if we talk about Hollywood, Hollywood takes liberty with history. I'll say this: the Oppenheimer movie is coming out by Oppenheimer. The dude who created helped create the nuclear bomb. I want to see if they're gonna go into his history about being a Nazi and how the CIA came in and collected them, and they started NASA. The CIA helped do all that. Took Nazis. They didn't go on trial. They didn't go to the Nuremberg trials. They actually took these people, used their expertise, developed the atomic bomb, and also started NASA. I want to see if they go into that history.
Brandon, but man, the thing, you're not happy no matter what, my man. I mean, we said the Will Smith movie of Ali. Ali was on set. Angelo Dundee was on set. George Foreman's on set, and you're not happy for shit, bro. Back in the day, you didn't have the black executive producers who had a choice to then, hey, I'm gonna dictate my how I'm gonna make my movie.
That's not true, HLD.
In the 70s, in the 60s,
Muhammad Ali starred in his own movie in the 70s. What are you talking about? He played himself. Have you ever seen the
but you criticized the Ali movie with Will Smith?
No, I'm saying, but Ali played himself. It's called The Greatest. Have you ever seen it? So yes, the thing about it is you do have dictation and control. The Ali that was on the set of the Will Smith movie, that man had Parkinson's and was gone. That wasn't the same man who portrayed himself in the movie and made sure how he looked. You didn't see no womanizing or no shit like that in the
Was Angelo Dundee on set?
In The Greatest?
You know which one we're talking about. The one that he made with Will Smith.
I don't know. Angelo Dundee was just his trainer. I don't know. Maybe he was talking about.
He was more than just his trainer. That dude was very instrumental in his life.
But you see what I'm saying? That's what happened in the damn George Foreman movie. You take a white man who was just around, and then you make them more instrumental in their life than they really was. That's the shit I be talking about. He
was just a man hanging around.
No, he was his trainer. He was probably helpful to him. He probably helped him in his life. But at the end of the day, he wasn't what you trying to present him to be. He wasn't cuss the motto to him.
No, but he was there to at least help give insight to this is how Ali was.
As far as boxing.
First his personality, bro.
All right.
You're not happy with nothing, Brandon. You sound like a miserable old man, bro.
That is a fact. I am not happy with nothing. I'm always pissed off. Hold on. I'm always pissed off, and I'm always reaching to do better. So even at work, I'm not happy with my job. I want to do better in my job. I'm not happy with my life. I want to do better in my life. I'm not happy with nothing. So yeah, that's what it is. So maybe it is passion and anger that drive me, but it only drive me to do better and want more.
Well, God bless you with that. If
you sound like you need to be a producer, man.
Well, for me, from what I'm hearing, it's more so like how they portrayed his mom and et cetera, et cetera. Again, I didn't watch the movie, but I also don't know his mom. So I couldn't tell you if that was an accurate portrayal. The only ones that can is George and his mom.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a damn.
All I know is George is worth $10 million. That's for sure. That much I do know.
Yeah, but you can't have, for example, his mom wasn't walking around. His mom wasn't walking around with, driving a Mercedes and dripping with pearls and diamonds and stuff as he was growing up. So you can't portray her as that. I also don't know her personality.
I know that. I'm just saying. I guess he's all right.
But here's the thing, though. But you don't have to portray. But you do not have to portray her as this wrinkled up, broke down ass woman. You can at least portray. Hollywood take liberty with characters anyway. Let's give his mama some dignity. Let's make his mama a person that could be inspirational to jump out in the movie, even if that wasn't basically her, because they take liberty with movies. They had characters in this movie that didn't even exist. So why we gotta go ahead? I'm sorry.
I just want to say if she's acting like you saying oh Jesus, I was like she probably gonna win an Oscar for that shit.
Bro, you're gonna be hot when you see this shit. When you see this shit,
But Brandon, you said it earlier. You weren't even happy. You didn't like the movie Hidden Figures.
I didn't.
Why, bro?
Because they hidden figures. What the fuck took so long for us to find this story out and for them to put these women should have been at the forefront when these missions was happening to the moon. They should have been all over the news. They would have been inspirational to the young women of then, but they hidden in the back. And not only that, we get to see them mistreated when they was at the forefront of this mission, but we got to watch these people be mistreated.
Because they were mistreated.
But what I'm saying, this is the point that I'm making.
Facts.
I'm confused.
I don't understand what because Brandon, if you give me,
I'll let my Food Revolution get her bars off because she is a member.
Hi, Food Revolution.
So Brandon,
hey, how y'all doing?
Foodie right after this. Go ahead, Brand. They were mistreated though, Brand.
Yes, they were mistreated, Mark, but it's to the depths and the nuances. You see how they make sure to highlight those mistreatments and those nuances when they nuance and they really drive home that these people were mistreated. That's fine. But you can also use the same nuance and raise it up with dignity and shit like that. And they don't take those liberties to do the same thing. They make sure we see the pain and the hardship in the movie, but we don't really, that should be a speed bump that we get over real fast. But they make that the heart and the plot of the goddamn movie, and it's not, and it shouldn't be.
Fair enough. I do believe with Nick Rich, that movie was made in the height of the segregation movies, and I believe that is the whole heart of the movie, that not only it was black women that did these amazing things far as science and as far as technology and NASA crunching these numbers and putting this thing together, but also they was treated horribly throughout the process. But it is a coming of age story, and they do start getting the respect of their colleagues by the end of the movie. Go ahead, Food Revolution.
Hey, what's up? I'm just listening in. I'm just coming in on the end of what Brandon was saying.
Oh, what's your take?
No, I'm just saying. I was just thinking that maybe a lot of people of color share the same experiences, but we don't all process information the same way. So, some people stayed in the South and endured. Some people said, "Fuck this shit. I'm getting out of here and I'm moving to the West, and we're gonna start something different." And that's where you come in with the like the whole Watts riots thing, and that whole situation in the West. And that's what my experience is with my family, my people.
All right, hell of an opening statement. It's open to everybody. Go ahead.
Right, I think that back then women had a hard time. Back then, I'm talking about the movie that we just discussed. Women didn't have the freedoms that they have today. So at one point, it's showing the struggles of women in general, as well as being an African American woman, and their tribute to the United States and how far we came to be able to do that. Because there are some countries won't allow you to show none of that. China being one of them.
Not true.
China will suppress certain information and put a ring and put. I'm sorry, it's Korea. My bad. Korea. South Korea will do, or is it North Korea or South Korea? They will suppress any information that they don't agree with.
It's North Korea and China.
That would be China.
No, North Korea too, and China.
Well, North Korea, you can't do shit.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. First of all, what he said is not true. Every country does that.
Yeah, we still don't know everything that happened with the JFK files.
Facts.
A president getting murdered in broad daylight in the middle of a parade, bro. And they said the American people can't know everything about that. What the fuck?
I get it. I'm getting it. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a movie. I mean, like you said, it happened, man. Those things happen.
But the thing about it, they might be over exaggerated by the way they portray them in the movie. You don't have to over exaggerate certain things. I'm gonna tell you why. That's why I keep bringing it back to the Oppenheimer movie and the CIA, and are they going to talk about Operation Paperclip and those things? If you want to talk about historically accurate and those things accurate, that happened at the height of Nazism and anti-Semitism, and we're going to see if it speaks to any of that or alludes to any of that. If it doesn't, then we know that Hollywood can take liberties with what they want to, and they should do the same thing with us.
If the writer was Jewish and the producer was Jewish, you might be able to get that. We don't know. I would think that they would try to highlight those things if they, especially if there had been the people that's been oppressed, they probably would highlight that. You know, I don't know. Have you seen Emancipation with Will Smith?
Never.
Watch that movie. Because
why?
A lot of that is true. Because I'm just letting you know, a lot of that wouldn't happen.
What?
You know what they would do in order to suppress the masses. They were making a sample in front of everybody.
So I need to watch that.
No, all I'm saying, brother, is a part of American history, and it happened.
But what I'm saying, we know that. I'm 41. I have a book called Without Sanctuary with that same man and the pictures in the book. We already done seen this, so we got to watch one of our biggest African American stars, black stars in Hollywood ever portray a slave again after he just won an Oscar. I need to watch him do that.
You don't have to watch nothing, really. You was talking about the documentary of George Foreman and how it portrayed us, and he sat there and approved of the movie. He approved of the documentary, and that didn't make you happy, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Who forced Will Smith to make that movie?
Can I ask a question to everyone on the panel?
Yeah.
Everybody get the answer though, so that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people talking again. Food Revolution before you get to speak again. You really want to answer? You want all 6 of us to answer?
I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to catch the rhythm of the stroke. I'm just coming in, like I said. Okay. So I don't know what the whole conversation has been about, but
I like that.
I like that. For everybody, that's 6 people that's about to answer. I just want to.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know if it was rhetorical or not.
I'm just gonna ask a question, and then I will mute my microphone so I can hear the answers.
Fair enough.
Okay. So, what does any of the questions that you're having, that you're asking, like when we're talking about what Hollywood, how Hollywood is portraying this and that. Why is it that it's so important to anyone on this panel how Hollywood portrays anything that has gone on with the Black American struggle? I mean, because people say, oh, well, Hollywood this and Hollywood that, but what we've gone on is this and why the fuck do you care what Hollywood has to say about anything?
I'll answer that first. The reason I care is because I know the images and propaganda, and when you control people, the image of people, you control their minds and how they view themselves. And I know that's a great part of it. So when other people have control of your images, they can portray you and your people the way they want to, and they project those images. Just like we, Black people in this country, have been projected as criminals. Black people have been projected as the worst of the worst. That's why when we go knock on the wrong door, we get our brains blew out because of the Hollywood movies, the media, the propaganda, the thing that's in front of us. That's why I care. That's why it means so much to me.
All right, pass it around. Go ahead, Warren.
No, I passed it. I passed. He answered the question.
All right, fair enough. Mute y'all mic if y'all not talking. Go ahead, Rachel. You got next.
Well, mine wasn't like so far as that Food Revolution. It was more so just in response to the movie that Brandon had brought up, and my question to his upset, like anger of how they were portraying was, for me, I was like, well, I wouldn't know, or maybe possibly Brandon wouldn't know, because we have never met George Foreman's mom. So if she did talk like that, we wouldn't know. And so for me, I'm like, if she did talk that way, then she did talk that way. If she didn't, then that's up to George and approving the movie and approving the script and stuff like that. But it's based off of someone's life that I didn't live. So I would just enjoy the story more so, but I think it runs deeper for Brandon, which I respect. That's his opinion.
All right, it's open to everybody. Anybody else want to answer that question that didn't answer? HOD, Dundada.
I'm not even sure what's to be said. I mean, it's as far as the George Foreman movie, none of us were there to witness how his mama talked. Brandon Washington wasn't there either. The only person that we know that was George Foreman himself and those that were with him in that life story making this movie. It is what it is. Now, I just want to know, are you saying, I still haven't got the answer as far as, do you think, did George Foreman sell his soul to Hollywood so that they could portray the movie whatever way they wanted? Is that what you're saying, Brandon?
Oh, no. I'm not saying that.
Then what? Then I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. You don't want them to portray it, or you just want them to cover it up?
No. This is what once again, I expected more from the George Foreman movie, and I didn't appreciate the way he allowed Black people or his mother or the few people, even his sister, or the people that I thought that they should have been more dignified. Even if they did speak that way, I keep saying Hollywood takes liberty with characters. It was characters in the movie that didn't exist in his life. So if you can create dialogue and characters out of thin air, then even if his mama did talk like that, fix the goddamn dialogue.
So then take the liberty to cover it up, though, of what it was and put it in a better light.
Not cover it up. Make it better. The
How
thing
can
about
you make it better? I mean,
okay, they make they make movies, they write movies so they could flow, so they create certain characters that they think gonna make the movie better, even though those characters didn't exist, and they give them a certain speech the way they feel like they should talk, even if they didn't exist and didn't talk like that. So you could do the same thing with characters that did exist. You could take certain liberties with them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So the liberty that they took with, and I'm bringing this movie up, and I can't remember the name of it, where the maid made pies out of dookie and fed it to the white folks.
The Help.
Something like that. Is that what you mean? The help.
The Help.
Is that what you mean? Make it back. Make it feel like you taking it to the white man.
I ain't to tell you
they took liberty to do that. We don't know whether that's true or not, but
can you correct me just to understand? Is that the movie where they made a book about it and then the word got spread around?
No. Well, it was a book and then it was a movie. It's called The Help. And the thing is that whether that's true or not is irrelevant. That was just a Hollywood story, and that's the whole point of something I'm trying to make, is that you cannot use Hollywood as an example for real life. It's Hollywood, and it doesn't matter who believes the Hollywood story or not. People have to come in contact with people on an individual basis and see how people really are. If you want to take a Hollywood story and just accept that as the truth, fine. But I come in contact with a lot of white people. Like, in general, I'm a Black woman who has worked in a predominantly like 90% white, I guess, in healthcare. There's predominantly like the areas I've worked in are white people, and they are conservative white people. I don't have problems with them though, because I'm not afraid to speak my truth when it's time to speak my truth. And when they are talking about things that don't pertain to me, I don't give a fuck. Because if you want to know the truth, you'll ask me. When you don't want to know the truth, you'll go ahead and go on with your bias. And it doesn't make any difference to me one way or the other. I'm not trying to be the champion for all Black people. That's not my job. That's not what God put me on this earth for. I can speak my truth. If you want to know the truth from my point of view, you'll ask me. If you don't, you'll go ahead and just think the way you want to think, and I don't give a fuck about it. It doesn't make me one way or the other. Black people have to stop thinking that we have to be the example for all Black people. Asian people have to stop thinking that when they come in contact with white people, they have to be the champion for all Asian people. Mexican people or Hispanic people have to stop thinking we have to be, when we come into them, we have to speak up for our truth. That's not our job. If you want to know the truth, you'll ask me. If you don't, you'll continue to think the way you think, and I don't give a fuck about it. Go ahead.
If I may, I'm gonna push back on that a little bit because, from a woman's perspective, from a man's perspective, we wouldn't want our women to feel like they have to champion for the family. The way I was brought up, we need to protect the family, and the woman's a part of that protection. And so we as men we feel the obligation to stand up for our community, for our people, for our women, for our children, because that's what that's the way God created it for me. That's for me. So if I got a family with my wife and children, I'm supposed to protect my family from deception, all of that. So I'm supposed to live a life that will um, cause my family to grow and be productive, to build a legacy, and so on. And that means building the community. That means I have to participate within the community of other families that not like mine, that may be the same color. It may not be the same color, but I got to help that community because God had put us here on our own, or else we wouldn't need each other.
Yeah, I understand that, but you have to take things on it.
I would say this.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on, Brandon.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to answer what Warren G said. It has to be on an individual basis. It has to be on a case-by-case basis. You can't fight the world. You know what I'm saying? Every time you speak to somebody who doesn't agree with you, doesn't have to be a situation where you have to champion for every person who doesn't think the way you think. You have to take things on an individual basis because we're not gods. We're not God. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just, so sometimes
I understand where you're coming from with that. I understand exactly.
So let's just say if I have a disagreement with somebody who thinks differently than the way that I think, I have to take that on a case by case basis. Sometimes you have to learn to just fight your battles. You have to learn what battles to fight. Sometimes a battle is just not worth it. It's not worth your energy. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your mind. It's not worth your energy. So sometimes you just have to sit back and think and listen to what a person is saying and just let them go ahead and think the way they want to think. Sometimes it is time to correct somebody, and you have to know. You have to have, the spirit of discernment to discern, what's worth your time and what isn't. That's all I'm saying.
Brandon, let me say this. As far as being a representative for Black people, I hope that all Black people would take more serious being a representative and how we looked upon, because I believe we would be a better people if we did that. If we all took individual accountability, and every time we went out about and we was known as a certain people who was about a certain thing, I believe that we wouldn't be disrespected the way we are on a day-to-day basis. So I'm gonna forever try to be the best representative when I go out of what I believe a Black person should be. That's number one.
And specifically a Black man.
Number two, when you talk about nobody cares about propaganda, it was a movie that came out that rebirthed the Ku Klux Klan. So when you talk about how images are not taken serious, I wish that you would really pay attention and look up propaganda and how propaganda, yes, ma'am, and how propaganda moves and controls the mind and also the behavior and the thinking of people, because that's where marketing comes from. That's where targeting certain people come from, because they understand the behavior of those people, and they use certain things to target them based on their likes and their
I
behavior.
feel what you're saying, Brandon, but a movie is just a movie.
To
Movies are fictional.
some people, but some movies make people go out and kill other people based on what they saw.
Yeah, but some of those people are going to do it before they saw the movie or not.
But the movie is the inspiration for it. That's what I'm saying. It's propaganda.
No, it's not the inspiration. If you were raised in a certain mindset, sometimes maybe it may be a confirmation to your own bias that already existed before the movie,
which inspired you.
It's about it's grassroots. It's from where you were born and where you were raised, the environment you were raised in, the experiences that you've had. You're putting too much on movies. You're putting too much on Hollywood. Hollywood is not responsible for people's actions. It really doesn't influence people one way or another. Look at all of the movies that we've had as far as gang violence, as far as
you don't believe colors influence black people? Colors?
Who?
Brandon, let me say something, and you guys can go back and forth about this. But one thing that you did say, and the word that stood out to me, was accountability. So if you're going to bring up the word accountability in, your own culture, your own family, etc., you can't all of a sudden also turn around and say, well, they made me do it.
Right. 100%. It is about personal accountability. And that is what I've raised my children in my home to be responsible for their own personal accountability. It doesn't matter what the world says about you or anyone else that looks like you or you thinks like you. You have to be responsible for your own actions, because if you go out and do some dumb shit, you are going to be the one to pay for it. Even if other people who are out there doing the same thing as you, they might not get punished, but you can't say, "Oh, well, they didn't."
Why not?
Oh, well, they didn't get punished. They didn't get punished but you did it though, right?
Seafood. That's the difference between me and you. I'm gonna ask the why not. I'm not just gonna teach my child that he should be on his best behavior and you should do your best. And even if the people that don't look like you, they get a pass, but you don't. But don't worry about why they don't get a pass. You just be on your best behavior and make sure you don't do wrong. That doesn't make any sense. And to me, it's counterproductive, and that's the passive attitude and those passive narratives that I want to do away with. So that's why
that's you're right, Brandon. But guess what? I raised my son in the same damn way. Give a fuck about my neighbors. I don't give a fuck about the person across the street. I don't give a fuck about how you think. Exactly. I'm going to raise my son to be an individualist, and he's going to be raised by my rules.
Exactly.
And not a group thing. That's the thing. Your mindset is a group thing. We're all individualists, and that's the problem. We have to be responsible for our own motherfucking lives, our own kids, not your kids. I don't got to worry about Mark Nash kids. I got to worry about my kids, and I got to take care of that business.
What about?
So yeah, it's about accountability.
That's not true. Everything you said is not true.
Well, that's on you. You can have that right.
I'm explaining why I believe different. I believe that I have to, when Mark, okay, you said you don't have to worry about Mark Nash children, but Mark Nash children may influence your children when they come in contact with them. So you do have to worry.
But they don't. And if they did, and he as a father, I'm in the fucking business of my kid. Now, if you're not in your son's life, then that's your problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, come on, man. This is an accountability shit. As a father, Brandon, I'm involved in my son's life in every aspect. I know who the fuck he hangs out with. He doesn't get a leeway, just be off free with anybody. No, I'm on top of that. Now, if you have your sons with liberties that they get and got whatever you don't know, then that's on you. But I'm gonna know my son's parent, his parents of the kids that he hangs out with. I'm gonna know who they are, what they're about. I get involved.
You just said you don't give a fuck about them, though.
If they are involved, I'm involved in their lives.
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. So which means
it's like this. Like you're trying to, like Brandon, here's the thing. You're trying to, and I'll give you a perfect example. One of my close friends is more, well, she was a close friend. She's not anymore. Was more a hippie style. Then there was me and another girlfriend that were very strict with our children. And the hippie style child, she would go and do things when we're all in the same house having dinner. And she would go and be like, "Oh, don't tell my mom this, or don't do this." And my boys would come and run to me and say, "Mom, I thought we weren't. Auntie said we weren't supposed to do this, but her daughter said that we're supposed to do this." And I squashed it. And I said, I was like, "Okay, well then this is not a family that we can hang out with." Because when I addressed it to her mom, they didn't. She was like, "Oh, well, they're just kids." That's not taking accountability for how you raise your children, especially where they were only 6 when this was happening. So I make sure that the people and influences that are within my family and influences on my children are the ones that I approve of. And I can stop and start any relationships that I want to. Now, can I
Exactly.
go and parent that other child? I mean, I can, but that's also not my responsibility. I have 2 kids
Right.
that I have to grow into my own house and teach to be responsible, respectful young men. Those are my responsibility. No one else's kids.
Exactly, Rachel. That's the whole point I'm
Amen.
trying to make. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Is like when my kids were 12 and 13 years old, and I was allowing them to have, like, sleep over at other people's houses or whatever outside of the family. I would go over to the parents' house and I would see the environment that they were living in. I would see, are the parents married? Are they not? What kind of men are around? Well, what do they do? What's going to go on? What time do what I will tell you what time I expect my children to be home, where they're allowed to go, what they're allowed to do. And I would tell my kids, no matter what is going on in this house, this is the time you need to be home. This is what I expect of you. You can't go anywhere else outside of this home until I say that you can go. And if you do, there will be, consequences and repercussions. And it did happen, and there were consequences and repercussions. So, you have to control the environment of your children from very small, before they even have, interactions outside of the family on up.
Well,
Well,
I say
you
this.
know,
I grew up in the project, so I wasn't as affluent as y'all are. So we had to be where we had to be because we didn't have the means to move around like that. So the values that I have come from a community in a group because I wasn't just raised by one person. I was raised by an organization who taught me values, discipline, and direction. So that's why I always advocate for intervention in young children's life, especially in the inner city. And I think that we should all care about each other's children. And when we see each other lacking, we should try to help each other. And I think that's one
well,
of the
Brandon,
reasons.
you know what, Brandon? I grew up in an environment. I grew up in an environment where everybody knew me on the block, and pretty much the parents knew each other on the whole block. It's not like that now, but I couldn't go down the street and say something because Miss So and So or Mister So and So would come and tell my mother, and then I get my ass whooped. You know, So I couldn't go down the block and do this, that, and the other, and then think I could come home and think it's gonna be all right. Because by the time I got home, I was met with a belt. You know.
Well, I
Uh,
think most of us that were raised over the age of 37, were raised that way. But the
and
thing is, it's like, I can't control, anyone else's household, but my children know what is expected
Oh no,
of
it's
them.
not about that. It's just about account. The parents was looking out for the kids on the block. That's all. If you
No,
did something
I'm just
wrong,
saying that's when more parents were more like minded. But nowadays, or even 20 years ago, you wouldn't meet as many parents that were as like minded simply because of things that went on in the 80s, things, as far as like, drug addiction and different experiences. That's what changes. Because to be honest with you, like I said, I've grown up with like, majority of like, for the majority of my life of white people. And the white people that I grew up with, they believed in corporal punishment the same way as my black mother and my parents believed in. So they were more like-minded. And same with Hispanic. Like, they'll say, you know what? If I fucking talk to my parents the way that these kids talk to their parents now, they would get fucked up. But nowadays, like, it's just a whole, like, you go online and you see just a simple, you see a simple interaction between two babies, and some people will say, oh, well, you know what, the parents should take initiative and say, well, no, you can't do that because the baby's going to grow up and, have, trauma because of the way that you talk to them. And like, it's a whole different ball game we're fucking around with. I'm like, these are kids being kids. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? People don't, like, parents don't even feel like they should be able to step in and intervene with their own kids. Like, my kids do. My kids are 22 and 24. They knew up until for a very long time, till just recently, I'm not your fucking friend. We're not friends. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your enemy. I'm definitely on your side, but we ain't friends. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to talk to me the way that you talk to your friends. You're going to get instruction. You are going to get discipline. There are consequences and repercussions, because if I raised you any other way, you wouldn't be ready for the world that you are going into, because there are consequences and repercussions. You got to understand that school is not an environment to educate people. We go to school to be socialized. You know what I'm saying? In this environment, to the American society, they teach you how to be a good citizen. So I had to balance that out. But once they understood that, once they got that, then I could say, okay, now I can back off a little bit, and we can start to, like, really get to know each other on a different level. So it has to be a balance.
So B Washington, bro. I noticed your low energy, and I kind of sensed it, and I think it's because of the frustration that every time we have a talk about bettering ourselves, it always goes down to this cultural thing where we on trial for some shit that we not responsible for and that we didn't do. Black people are on trial for nothing, for getting kidnapped, basically. The onus is on us. We got to fix ourselves. We got to do this. We got to do that, and it becomes, well, it's a culture thing. Only if Black people do this. There is no amount of accountability. Trayvon Martin's dad was active in his life, even though his mom wasn't together with him. They were co-parenting. It was nothing he could have done. He was shot. When he got shot, they tested his blood. Now this is a victim. Now they didn't see if the person that shot him was drunk or intoxicated or under the influence of drugs. They tested the person that was shot. There is no amount of parenting that could do anything for that situation. It's like the barriers that we see, everybody else, they don't want to see them. They close their eyes and start wagging their finger and talk about personal responsibility. And I be hearing it from Black people too. So that be the most disappointing, because it has its limits. I can be accountable for me and mine, but when the cops pull them over, I can't do shit. We've seen videos of people not doing shit, doing exactly the right thing. A guy got pulled over with his gun. You're supposed to identify that you have your gun. What did the cop do? He shot him. How would accountability have helped him in that situation?
Well, I think we're moving though from the topic of where we even started. Where we started was because of the fact of how a woman was portrayed in a George Foreman movie, right? With more dignity is the actual term that Brandon used, and having to have that influence the minds of the younger generation, of how she was portrayed, how the Black community, I'm assuming, is being portrayed. So that separated from a responsibility of the tragedy of what happened with him and the shooting and how it happened. Yes, of course, you would come together to use your voice collectively to make a difference, to show that. But it's kind of like we have kind of veered away from how we even got into accountability in the first place. And so accountability is how, like, that's how it started. This whole conversation was that we start at our house. It always starts at your house. And from there, then we build these people to go out into society, and we hope and pray that they're in the best of situations. When it's not, then yes, come together as freaking human beings that see a wrong and make it right. But we're talking about I feel like we're talking about two different things right now.
So I mean,
We are.
that's because it's the history. Brandon, the whole conversation stemmed from Brandon talking about the portrayal of Black people in the movies. Brandon knows the history. He knows about blackface. He knows about all the other stuff. So he's coming in with a different perspective than you guys. It's not one thing for Brandon. He's upset for a lot of different things. But see, this is what I mean when I say that, right? So everybody on this panel has respect for and love for you, right, Rachel? Whenever you tell us about the Philippines and the stuff like this, we sit and listen to you. We don't add what you should do, how this should be, how should that should be. Why is it that y'all can't sit back and listen to what we telling you about Black people's experience? Why does
I'm not sitting here and telling you exactly that. The funny part is, and Mark and I had talked about this offline, the Filipinos have the exact same oppression that the Black people have had in America. So, but I don't come here and use that and say, listen, we're like this, we're like that, and I have zero accountability for how we are perceived. I have 100% accountability for what I do. How you perceive me is a completely different thing. And I can only take in the accountability of how I act and what I say, not from what whoever is going to put it in Hollywood. Even in the Philippine movies and actresses and actors, you'll see that it's Spanish blood that Philippines actually adores, because we were ruled by the Spanish for 600 years. We were enslaved in our own country, So, but I'm not sitting here on a soapbox and saying like, well, we need to do this, we need to do that. If there is a social responsibility that I have where I see, again, a wrong, and for me, it doesn't have to be a Filipino. It could be a Black person. It could be a Mexican person. A wrong is a wrong for me.
But did you hear what you said? A soapbox. So us discussing issues is a soapbox for you. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not the respect barrier is not there. Like nobody listen, nobody said Filipinos didn't struggle. I said every time you educate us on it, we listen. Because that's what you do when you respect somebody. You listen to what they have to say about it. We don't say, oh, that's a soapbox. Black people been struggling in America for 400 years.
Okay, that was the
That's
wrong
dismissive.
word. No, that's the wrong word. Well, I'm not trying to be dismissive. What I'm trying to say is we're actually the same people, and I'm not using that as my stand, right? That's all I'm saying. It doesn't. I'm not saying yours is worse and mine's better. That's all I'm saying as far as that. Our history, as far as both ethnicities, have gone through the same things, but I'm not going to bring that up in today's society. Whereas if, again, they've done movies on Nonito and series on Nonito's life and things like that. His mom, wasn't as skinny on the freaking on the camera as she is. She's a lot bigger in person. His dad doesn't look that way. The person that they casted for me, I don't look anything like her. She's way lighter skinned. I'm darker skinned, and for a lot of people, in America, I'm light skinned, but I'm dark skinned. So the fact that like we're these whole things that we're talking about, it's not to not listen to him. It's more so of, again, if this is, and I'll keep saying it when he brought up the point. What did you want? Did you want Angela Bassett to be George Foreman's mom? Would that have been a better representation? And we're again talking about a movie that's about someone's life.
I didn't like Angela. I say this to answer your question just real quick. I didn't like Angela Bassett's portrayal of Tina Turner. I think she over dramatized it, and she did too much. I didn't like it.
Brandon, you're a miserable man, bro. You're not happy with anything, bro.
No, I don't think that Tina Turner had a problem with it, Brandon. So it doesn't matter in regards to your opinion about.
I didn't like the way they portrayed Ike Turner.
And that's
Ike
fine.
Ike Turner had a big problem with it.
That's fine. That's the thing. You can have your individual opinion about it, but it's not a fact. And a lot of times you get on a panel and you portray your opinions as fact. They're not fact. They're just your opinions.
No.
I think he's just discussing his thoughts. Yeah, I think he's just saying his point of view.
I never portrayed as fact. I only spoke.
A point of view is opinion.
Yeah,
that's all I've been saying.
We agree. We all up here to give our opinions.
Right. So the thing I'm saying is that as far as the Black experience in America and the way that they portrayed Hollywood, I think we put way too much emphasis on Hollywood. I mean, and I think that is because Black people have not accomplished or don't have any control over anything in America. And they feel like I was saying the other night, oh, I'm a ball player and I make a lot of money and I make millions of dollars and people should respect me for that. Oh, I'm a rapper. I make millions of dollars. People should respect me for that, but you haven't built anything. We have no control over anything in America. Even though we did build.
My point. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
I don't
So
know.
I'm
I don't
saying
know because I seen white people lose their shit for the Black Little Mermaid. I see them jumping out of windows, pulling their hair out.
but the thing is, it doesn't really matter what they have to say because that will blow over very quickly because they still have control over so much more than we have control over. It's
But they
just the
understand
thing.
imagery. That's you
But
missing the forest for the trees. They understand imagery. So
I'm not misunderstanding the forest for the trees. I completely understand the forest for the trees.
missing, not
I'm not
understand.
missing anything.
Imagery is important, is what I'm trying to say. I mean,
It's
we see it in
but I'm
boxing,
I
right?
that's where we
think
disagree.
Have
That's
you
where I
ever went?
disagree. It's not.
Have you ever betted with your heart after you seen a like a 24-hour access or something? It's because that was by design, right? There's no coincidences when you're marketing something. And Birth of a Nation, like this is a historical fact. Now, this ain't my opinion. Lynchings went up 5 times more likely. I don't know if you've seen the original movie, but
The rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. It
yes,
rebirthed
sir.
the entire Klan. That's what I said earlier. That movie inspired. It rebirthed the entire Ku Klux Klan by
Right, but
showing
how
it.
much? Right,
And not
okay,
only
but
that, it
okay,
propagated the image of black men as being rapists, black men as being a threat to the white woman, and a black man being overly sexed. That image is portrayed right now, and cannabis smoking, weed smoking, oversex, which they used to outlaw. You know why they did that? They used to outlaw because they was developing hemp paper, and I think William Harris Rudolph owned a lot of paper mills and all of that shit. So he
okay,
got
I got
upset.
you, Brandon.
So the point that I'm
We
trying
ain't
to
go.
make,
Okay,
sis. So the point that I'm trying to make, sis, is that you said it out of your own mouth. You just want to make it pretty. You just prettying up, but you said we don't control nothing. We don't own nothing, nor do we control our images. So if we don't control or own nothing, then I should be upset with the way our images are portrayed because we don't
we
own
do
them.
control. Okay, we do control our own images because the
You just said
problem
we
is.
didn't.
Listen, no, I did not say our images. We don't control as far as industry in America. As far as in industry in America, we play ball, but we don't own. We're not the owners. We're not the ball owners. We're not the basketball player team owners. We're not the football team owners. We're not the, you know what I'm saying? We're not the NFL or the NBA owners. We don't make those decisions on the higher level. And the thing is, Brandon, if they come out with a movie that says something like that, and then we go out and we make rap songs that portray the same image that they are, criticizing of us of, then people are going to believe what they see. So you can't tell me, people say
Sis,
we
you
don't
just been
listen,
arguing
hold
the
on.
whole time that people don't believe what they see, and you've been saying who gives a fuck about it. And I've been trying to prove this point to you the whole time, and now you came around and said people believe what they see. I know they do. That's why I don't like the way they portray us. And you talk about rap music, we don't distribute that shit. People make
But
millions and millions of
we
dollars.
make
What
we
we
make
do
it
is we get
though.
exploited.
But
We
we
It's
contribute
called
to that same
exploitation,
image.
sis. It's called
That very same
exploitation.
image.
That's called what you want to call that is being exploited. When you say we don't own nothing but we the workers, that's called being exploited. That's called exploitation.
But okay, you can't be exploited by contributing to the same thing you're exploited to.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can't. You can stop being. You can stop contributing to that. You
How
can
if you
make
don't have any
positive rap.
power? How
You
if you don't have
can't.
no power?
Zero accountability again.
Oh, HOD, we don't want to. You said nigga a while ago. You spent 6 hours on a live arguing that
You
T.O.
damn
was
right. You
racist.
damn
And
right. But you know,
the
you
first time
damn
you
right.
got mad at a black
You
man, you
damn
know how
right.
you tried to offend
If you
him.
call me that, and I call you that, my man.
You know how
But
you
then
try
you
to.
said that you
But
never.
we're not gonna do that. We're not. You know why you said it.
What
You
this
know
is?
why you said it, because you know that word is offensive to black people.
I
You
want.
didn't use
But I
it.
choose not to because I want to.
Well, I'm gonna let you talk. We can sing at the same time, but we can't
Yeah,
talk
you
at the same time.
reached out yesterday.
Huh?
No, when I asked who said racist yesterday, did you fucking stand up? It took the
Who?
old man from Chicago to call because your punk ass didn't have the balls to stand up to what you say. So shut
HOD,
the fuck up.
HOD, shut
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
That's why T.O. gonna get his fucking jaw knocked loose.
It has nothing to do. That's just you showing your bias that you just
That's
got
why.
that.
Hey, that's why you go. That's why you go and recycle Punch Drunk's. That's why you recycle Punch Drunk's talking points. HOD, you've been on YouTube for years and ain't even got your own content. You like a slave to somebody else. You just as delusional as T.O. I can't even give you respect.
Chunk.
Chuck.
Old man from Chicago to fucking call you out because you couldn't stand on your shit. Shut up.
HOD, you real tough over the computer. Do you go to fights, HOD?
OG to have to stand up.
HOD, you know what? I'm glad we started talking about this because I've always wanted to ask you this.
Ain't nothing to have to ask me, man.
You said T.O. brought you back to boxing. So what point did you leave, or did you just start watching boxing when T.O. started?
Man, you know a lot about my life, don't you, bro?
Because you're a fucking rookie when it comes. All you do is yell. That's what the L stands for in HOD.
Yeah, my man.
You think loud means right?
Yesterday? You got nothing to say, man. Don't open your mouth now.
You think loud means right?
Don't open your mouth now.
See, you got louder. Watch, you're gonna get louder again.
Open your mouth now.
You're gonna get louder again because
you don't open your mouth now.
Because you don't know how to debate. You use other people's talking points. You don't even know boxing. You don't even know boxing.
Yeah, and what do you know, bro? You couldn't even.
HOD, you admitted that you just started watching boxing again with T.O. Do you know how many great fighters have been around?
HOD. Yesterday I found out how much.
HOD, oh my God. HOD, do you know how many great fighters have came through boxing?
This ain't going nowhere. Boxing, we can move on. This ain't going nowhere. But I say this, HOD.
Nah, let them talk, man. Let them get that shit off. They need to clear the air. Let them clear the air so this shit can be over with.
Because I really want to know this, HOD. You know how many great fighters have came along? What's so special about T.O. that brought you back? Was it Punch Drunk's penis?
Yo, bitch.
HOD, quiet. Bitch. Oh my goodness.
Bitch,
I did something that Bill Haney couldn't do,
man, bro.
Oh my God.
You a bitch of it. You're a troll, man. You're nothing but a fucking troll.
HOD, you don't have any content. You're HOD, you're literally the definition of a troll. Rachel came to this channel because you were trolling. Bill Haney come to this channel because you were trolling.
Man, a real man who had to stand up because you bitched out yesterday.
HOD, the fact that you have to call yourself a real man lets me know that you sit down to pee.
So sad, man. You look right now, you say nothing that's relevant to what the fuck you are. Oh, pussy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, HLD.
Next topic.
I see you didn't answer none of them boxing questions, but you on this panel talking boxing every night.
How much of a pussy of a man you are. You couldn't stand on your square yesterday.
Okay, I'm a pussy. Answer the boxing question. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of it. What brought you? What's special about T.O.? Yeah, see, he ain't gonna answer it. He gonna keep yelling. HLD. HLD gonna keep yelling because he don't know shit about boxing.
You a sheep. I got nothing to deal with you, bro.
HOD, you a sheep. HOD. Did you literally just call me a sheep?
Yeah.
What is Punch Drunk? Okay, what is Punch Drunk to me and what is Punch Drunk to you? He ain't my YouTube father. He ain't father me.
Up, bro. Keep it moving, man.
Hey. He your father. Punch Drunk is your father. Punch Drunk started
had the balls to stand up, and it took an old man from Chicago to call in and stand up.
Keep repeating himself, and then he yelled louder like he making a better point. HOD. Let me tell you about Punch Drunk. Punch Drunk started a headline that sparked some beef and left you out to dry and argue on a panel.
Reflecting. Zero accountability.
No, you're a flex. Talking about. Oh my God, I can't do it. HLD, just keep yelling, man.
Women on this panel are trying to knock into your fucking heads. That zero accountability.
Yo. I hear you, HOD. You jack off with your thumb in your ass, bro. We not the same.
Yeah, you damn fucking right. We're not the same.
We're not the same, bro.
Damn right, we're not the same.
You follow Punch Drunk boxing. You take the heat for his. You take the heat for his interviews.
Want to go?
Hey, when you talk to T.O. through him, you can't even do that on your own. You don't even have enough merit and enough balls, like you claim, to get interviews on your own. Okay, how's it working out for you, HOD?
Why you
HOD,
bro?
HOD, you got loved ones. You got loved ones in your life, and you don't even have 0 subscribers on YouTube, bro. You can't even convince your mama and your loved ones to subscribe to your channel, bro. That's how.
About accountability, bro. Shut the fuck up.
I hear you.
We are not.
HLD, don't even use AC words no more. Don't say accountability. That's the one thing that you don't have.
Nothing.
You never have accountability. Every time T.O. does something, he's right. But you're up here telling me about accountability.
Shit yesterday. So
and then he keeps saying the same shit. Yeah, we can move on from this. He gonna keep saying the same shit. Oh, you didn't stand up for your shit yesterday. It took an old dude from Chicago. If we hit that rewind tape, I never said T.O. was a racist.
He saw you guys getting eaten up alive, and it took him all man to try to say, stand
See,
on his
I told
foot.
you he was gonna say
But
it.
your
There you
punk
go.
couldn't.
That's his one. I told you he was gonna
Your
say it.
punk ass couldn't.
I told you he was gonna say HOD.
Bro, keep it
Your IQ is
moving.
like in the negatives. I
Keep
feel like
it
my IQ is like
moving.
falling like every second that I'm
Keep it
having a
moving.
conversation with
Yo,
you,
man,
HOD.
keep it moving.
I hear you.
You know,
Have
you
a good.
guys all like really impress me how at 3:45 in the morning on East Coast time you guys have this much energy.
Yeah, we do. We
I'm
do.
like,
This is what we
no,
do, right? This is
no,
really what
and
we do.
usually I'm right there with you guys. It's just it's 3:45 p.m. for me. So it's weird for me where I am because usually by, just by how I've always listened to Mark at night, like all my day's done, I want to get off some bars, talk shit, talk boxing, argue, whatever it is, right? But it's weird for me because I'm like sipping coffee and y'all have this much damn energy right now
Yeah,
at
Rick. It's
3:45.
a little bit of local Rican and testosterone.
See,
Rachel,
Rachel, this stuff
Yep.
carries over. What it is we have conversations and we don't get to get it out on the show before, or something lingers on, and we feel like it's something that needs to be.
No, is that
nah,
you
it ain't
couldn't
that.
do it
Rachel,
yesterday? Couldn't do it
Tio
yesterday, and now at
told
the
me
most
that
critical
HOD
moment, you want to try to
don't stop
talk.
sucking
That's
when
what
you slap him. He got a lot of energy. They said the difference between him and mosquitoes. The mosquito stops sucking after you slap it. HOD keeps on. He says more.
happened. Poor guy trolling talk, bro. You sad, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
But
I'm glad you admit it.
let's
I
get
know.
back. Let's get back to the real conversation though. The real conversation I think that gets us heated and gets us divided is the perspective on how we are viewed, and how I believe the way we viewed in the way uh that has the way impact on how we treat each other. I give an example. The movie Colors. When that shit came out, gang banging went to another level across the country. There were no gangs, organized gangs in most of the country, only in a few of the big cities. But as far as in the rural areas, there were no gangs. There was only local things like streets. But as far as organized gangs that went and targeted people based on what color they had on, that never happened before. So that was one of the movies that was responsible for the spread of gang activity through America. Propaganda. Colors.
I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, I know, like, especially with the kids that are very impressionable and don't have a, a parent that oversees like their actions, what they're doing, etc. They're very impressionable. But oh, I don't want to just talk about movies when you say stuff like that. Like and I love hip hop rap, right? Like, but when I put it on TV or on YouTube and my sons walk by, it's, there's guns in the picture, there's strippers all over the place and all that other stuff. Now you will have a group of black strong women that are going to say, hey, that's not okay. We don't want our kids to replicate that. And it's the responsibility of the parent, in my perception, to tell them that this is not what we are imitating. And I think it goes in, it's not just movies, it's what we listen to, and it's the people that are around us that influence our children. And so even when it comes
100%.
to music, my God, like, again, when my 9-year-old's a DJ, so he comes across a lot of stuff, especially when they want him to play explicit. And I'm like, you're not playing that song. Like, he's talking about like, shooting people and stuff like that. And I'm like, nope, turn tape that's not going to be on your playlist. And that's just music.
You know why?
I agree.
Because people
I agree.
imitate that shit. Because the music, and we did have black people standing up for that shit. See, Dolores Tucker, she took a lot of heat, and she probably did some things that she should. But overall, the message, even Snoop Dogg came around and admitted on the Breakfast Club. He said she was right, that music caused destruction and a lot of harm to our community. That's
But it hasn't been. If there was a really big stamp on it where you're saying like, nope, we're not going to take this, then these rappers wouldn't be running around in Bugattis and gold chains and diamonds. They wouldn't have the money. They wouldn't have that money if
white people buy that shit. White people buy this shit. They the most consumers of this shit. They buy that shit, and we get exploited, and we act that shit out.
We put so much emphasis on these, on leaders of Hollywood or shit like that. And I know Malcolm X spoke on this shit. We put so much emphasis on putting these fucking parents of people that are not supposed to be leaders to anything of our community, but since we look up to it, and we don't teach our kids that we're not supposed to actually look up to these fucking people. No comedians, no actors. They're just what they are. But to be looking up to them for that inspiration of shit, that's a problem. And we need to stop that.
Well, teach your kids that
100%.
T.O. ain't shit.
I just
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. HLD, you're underwater. HLD. HLD.
Nah, he's
You're
sucking
underwater.
dick. He's sucking dick right there. He's trying to multitask.
Let him make it. Let him make it, Bossy Scholar.
I'm giving
He
that
just
man his
sounds like
credit. That's hard to do, ain't it, HLD?
What was that?
Talk on the
You couldn't
panel.
hear me?
better.
Sorry.
But that's the shit that I don't like. We can see the impact of it, and we can see what he's done. We can look back and say, nah, that wasn't good. If we would have represented that's the import that we sent across to the world. They look at us. We play basketball. We make this bullshit ass music, and what else we do? And we play football, and we box and play sports and shit like that.
No, but
That's
that's
what
the
we're
thing,
known for.
Brandon, is like what Rachel was saying is that like for instance, when I was 11 years old, 10 or 11 years old, and I went to see Boys in the Hood for the first time with my sister's 15 years older than me, so I had never even heard of. I was living in the suburbs. I had never heard of Boys in the Hood. I knew what rap was or whatever, but my mother did not allow me to be exposed to that. And so, what's going on?
HLD, you're echoing. There you go. Go ahead, Food Revolution.
Okay. So I came out to LA for the first time when I was like 11 years old. My sister was older than me, and I came to visit her for the summer. And I went and saw Boys in the Hood for the first time, and I loved that movie. Like, it was just like mind opening because what I saw, it gave me a different perspective of what was being portrayed on the news. Like, I was completely scared of gangs and all that kind of shit versus, I mean, it gave me a perspective of what was really going on in
I bet you
Trump.
had went and got you a gang member. I bet you did.
What?
I bet you've been with a bad boy before. Come on now. Come on,
At
don't do
11?
that. No, not at 11. When
Well,
you became
I'm talking about when I was 11 years old. I'm not talking about what my life was after that. So, after the movie, my sister was like, "I hope what you saw didn't scare you." And I was like, "Oh no, them niggas didn't scare me." She said, that's not the way we speak. We don't talk like that. Though that was just a movie. You know what I'm saying? So that was the correction that I needed to understand. Like, that was the difference between reality versus what the movie. You know what I'm saying? So we don't. What I'm saying is that a lot of kids are not getting that redirection, and a lot of times, basically from in the 80s with the crack epidemic, there are two sides to it. There is the crack user, and then there are people who benefited from people selling dope because people were getting money so fast and people were so poor. And so you had a lot of parents, not just mothers or whatever. There were a lot of parents that are saying, you know what, I know what my child is doing is wrong, but it's putting food on the table in a way that I can't because I don't have the resources, or they saw that they didn't have the resources to do it that way. That was their perception, but that still doesn't make it right. There are a lot of parents that said, I don't give a fuck how poor I am. I'm not going to let my children grow up and turn out to be that way because I see where this is headed. And they move their kids out of the neighborhood, or they, put them in Catholic schools or whatever. The perception is that everybody in the hood turned out the same way, and that's bullshit. There are a lot of people who grew up in the hood and their parents took the time to raise them and make sure that they went to schools better than anybody on this panel have gone to. So it's just a matter of choice.
I see. I disagree with that. That's the same shit Kanye said about slavery. It's just a matter of choice. Kanye said the same thing. And if you take that position,
but slavery was not a choice.
But what I'm saying, if you take that position, it's just a choice. That's not true. Here's the thing. What I would say about that is we don't even blame the people who put the drugs in our community. We blaming
We
the
do though.
victim. We
We
blaming the
do.
victim.
No, we're not
But we
blaming
don't
the
blame
victim.
the CIA. We don't blame the people who actually benefited. We talk about the little petty drug dealers and the little fake ass drug lords that they put in front of us. The little Rick
No,
Ross,
we do blame
fake
them.
ass people.
We do blame
those
them,
are not
but the problem is we have glorified all the money that we've made from it. You know,
We
people,
didn't. They
everybody. So
put
no,
us
no,
on
no,
these
no, no.
platforms to be glorified. We didn't. You wouldn't even hear this shit if they didn't make American Gangster the movie. If they didn't
But
make the
people,
TV series on
but
BET, we
people went
wouldn't
out
even
and
know
bought
what the fuck these
People
people
went out
are.
and paid their money to see American Gangster. People are
Because,
buying the
because
rap music that is glorifying this.
Okay,
And
you
that is
know
the
why? Because
reason
they
why.
represent filth. People want filth. They want to be entertained by the most filthiest,
What people do?
raunchiest, wickedest
What
shit.
people do?
Shit, boxing
All
is filth.
people.
What
All
people
of us
do?
do. All
We
of us do. Me,
bo-
you,
Okay.
everybody.
So you
box,
keep on saying they, and then we say we. You
Okay,
say
I would
they,
say
and then we
we.
say
I
we.
would say
And you
we
say
as a people. We all want that shit.
okay.
We all want
So
to be
you can't.
entertained.
Then you can't blame Hollywood for
But
making
you
money off of the
can
bullshit.
because if you didn't produce filth, maybe you would get a better people who cared about each other, who you didn't find shooting each other up
There are
every
plenty of
fucking
people
day
that are,
with guns.
but Brandon, there are plenty of people who are making movies off not off of filth, and they aren't making any money off of it. So what do? They go to the filth.
I don't. Here again, you can tell the difference of accountability person, a person without it. The CIA could come in front of my fucking house and drop a fucking ton of cocaine. Don't mean I'm gonna fucking snort it. I mean, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, where is the accountability?
You hear that, Brendan Watson? Where's the
I agree.
accountability?
I agree.
Yeah.
They ain't never heard of us trying to do it.
But it's okay though because we understand that. I mean, when Puerto Rico has been a commonwealth for the last I don't know how many years without being able to be a state, we should ask where's that accountability. But we ain't gonna do that though.
No, we gonna do that.
Actually, I'm okay the way it is.
I bet you he don't even know
Puerto
what
Rico
redwood.
not. Puerto Rico's not though.
Who says that Puerto Rico is not?
Because they keep petitioning to become a state.
No, you have people that put out petitions and it always gets the same way.
That's right. So which means they're not satisfied with being a
No,
commonwealth.
it stays the same because my majority is how it is. You're not going to talk about
the white people don't want y'all to become a state. That's why Congress said hell no.
I'm okay that I don't want it to be a state.
No, it doesn't matter what you want. Puerto Rico
won't. It don't matter what it won't.
CHOD, no accountability. No accountability whatsoever.
No,
like, see, you got to stay thinking that we want that. No, some people may do. Some people want independence. Some people are like, you know what? We like it the way it is.
So why is the majority of Puerto Rico petitioning America to become a state?
If it was a petition by majority, they would have won already. They didn't.
That is not true.
Now you're gonna. Oh God, dude,
why is that not true? Why is that not true, Brandon?
Because Congress decides who becomes a state and who doesn't, and they keep rejecting
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on what they want, if they want to. That's why.
Okay.
That's what it's based
so
on.
If the majority of
there have been several referendums. Several.
That's
so
what
if
it's
the majority of the people wanted it, then why would they not do it? It would benefit
because
them
white
to
people
do so.
don't want it. That's why. I keep saying the same thing.
All right. Well, what does white people have to do with Puerto Rico?
Oh, you don't understand, sis. I'm sorry.
Again, man, you still can't explain that. Why is it that if somebody drops a fucking ton of cocaine in front of your house or rocks or whatever, fuck, are you taking it, Mark? Are you gonna start doing it, Brandon? Are you gonna do it?
I'm explain how economics work. I'm gonna explain how economics work. Okay, when you put poor people in a position to exploit themselves and also make money while doing it, while exploiting and turning themselves because they are put in an economic position where they don't have anything, then that's what they do. That's part of capitalism. I'm sorry, HLD, you don't.
Hey, Brendan, and then Rosewood is when we try to do it ourselves. And what happened with Rosewood?
And what happened today?
You don't even know what Rosewood. What is Rosewood?
What happened today?
What is Rosewood?
What the fuck are we doing today?
What is Rosewood?
What are we doing today?
Rosewood happened in 2020. You didn't know that?
Again, What are we
See,
doing?
he don't even
today?
fucking know. He would have called me out there. He don't even know Rosewood didn't happen in 2020.
HLD, when you say what
Keep
happening
pushing to get a
today,
master's degree?
the same thing that was happening yesterday, the same thing.
Talk yesterday. He's from the hood in Chicago.
Let me explain.
All his kids are graduates from university, and he's from the ghetto.
HOD, you so funny. Why you didn't tell Tio that when he was whining about being robbed and conspiracy theories and shit? Why you didn't say what happened today, Tio? What happened today?
Dude, against you have no accountability for your life.
Exactly.
And
Dick all down your throat.
HLD, I'll
Zero
say this.
accountability.
I'll say this, HLD. When you talk about 99%, 90% of most black people work for white people. So when you talk about interacting with them and working with them, we work with these people every day. And also, hold on.
And white people. 90% of white people work for white people.
I mean, this is pathetic talk, man.
So when you talk about interacting with them and going to work, man, when people go to work, they go to work. Ain't nobody talking like this at work. Nobody's talking about their issues and taking stands and shit like that. You respect me as a person, I respect you, and I'm just here to work. So if you think this stuff is something that, oh man, this and that. No, we're talking about life the way it is, the way we have to maneuver through it, and the way that we see it, especially myself.
Brandon, you're an educated guy, right? You got a title from university?
No, sir. I
title.
Hold on. I actually am a high school dropout, and I went and I got my GED later on.
Did somebody prevent you from getting it?
My life circumstance prevented me from getting it. Actually, I had caught a dope case.
No, but for you, okay, you didn't get a high school diploma.
I tell you, I actually caught a dope case while I was going to alternative school. So I was going back and forth to court, which caused me to miss a lot of time. So I ended up dropping out because I was still hustling, trying to get money for my lawyer.
Understood. But did somebody prevent you from trying to get that GED?
Why you gotta answer your questions? You ain't answer none of mine.
Shut up, bro.
Nah, life circumstance.
Bitch, you shut up.
I can't
What's wrong
say.
with you?
Can I say that somebody like a man or a person stood in my way?
Right. Did anything prevent you from then? You know what? I gotta get that GED.
Nah, it was a stipulation on my probation. I had to get it.
All right. So then you need a stipulation. Get it. Did you need a stipulation to go to a community college after that?
No, I didn't. That's something I did on my own.
So, you did on your own?
Yeah.
Who prevented you from doing that?
Nobody.
My man, you took accountability of your life.
Yes.
He did. That's why he went and got his GED.
So why are we over here talking about everything else? You took accountability for your life and you fucking make progression from it. No matter what the fuck
HOD, what you're not factoring in it. This is what you're not factoring in. Everybody makes mistakes, right? But we're not afforded the same luxury.
I'm not even.
See, he ain't gonna let me talk. We're not afforded the same luxury that everybody else is afforded to make those mistakes. When we make a mistake, they throw the book at us. When a white person make a mistake, it's boys will be boys. We've seen it time and time again. You remember the guy that sexually assaulted somebody, but
don't get the book thrown to in a sense. But you think I'm gonna use that as a fucking excuse for
excuse
anything?
To do what? See, and this is why I don't even have conversations with people.
No,
because it falls on deaf ears.
Two women on this and they don't believe in this bullshit of no accountability. You fucking get your ass up, tie up your fucking your belt. You fucking put on your.
It's called bootstraps. You don't even know the right argument. You trying to talk like white people. You're not even talking like white people.
I do agree.
Accountability about this. You proved that yesterday.
But the thing about it, HLD, it's not as though I still don't have to go to work and deal with the stigma and go out in life and deal with the stigma of what come along with the propaganda that's been spread about people who look like me. You see what I'm saying? I still have to deal with all of the bullshit that comes along with that every day.
You work for a white man, Brandon?
Yeah, I do.
All right. What's preventing you from getting a loan and doing something, trying to think of an idea to start your own business? Because there's a lot of black business owners.
Because everybody's doing that, HOD. Everybody, they just handing out loans. Matter of fact, my bank sent me a notification the other day, said, "Hey, black man, come on down to the bank and get this loan over your business."
Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with everybody doing it? Why can't you do it since everybody's doing it?
So this is y'all don't watch the
You
news. This is
being
how I know y'all don't watch the news.
sarcastic. You
There
being
has
sarcastic,
been
man. I'm
stories
getting ahead
where
from
people
you,
have
dude.
literally went and applied for bank loans and not got them and got their white friends or somebody else to go do the same thing and got the loans. That's how I know y'all don't watch the news. But well, anyway, this is
Actually,
what like I said.
that was a black person trying to sell their house, and they had their white friends pretend to be selling the house, and the house sold when it was being shown by white people.
Financial equity though. It was about that, right? Like there was
Hmm.
nothing that person could have did to make the equity rise. Just them being black devalued their house, right?
Yes,
No,
I remember.
Okay.
Well, no, I
not
remember
all,
that.
not
Yeah,
in every situation. Yeah.
no,
There,
the
are,
one that I'm
are
talking
there
about. Yeah.
circumstances of the such? Of course there is. But again, you're talking about selling a home. We're talking about right now. I asked the question, Brandon, what's preventing him from fucking thinking of an idea, trying to get into that, and make his own?
Generational wealth is started with equity. Home equity is equity, bro.
Fact. That's a fact.
So,
What the
so
boxing
the black,
scholar
the
said.
black business owners out there, they had equity from what? From the 1920s?
No.
What
From
the
when?
fuck are you talking? HOD, the black people,
HOD, they
the
read
most
about that.
millionaires that have
They
came
read
from black
about that.
people
Why
are
do you have to be a
entertainment.
millionaire? Why can't you just start a business that's just what it is? It's
HOD,
enough for you to live.
HOD, we did
So
that in
either you're a
Rosewood. That's why I
millionaire
told you.
or you're
That's why
bust.
I asked you what was Rosewood. You didn't know, so
Either you're a
you're not
millionaire or you're
qualified.
Well,
bust. Is that what
well, the
it is?
funny thing about what you guys are saying is that, like you said, we don't watch the news. Well, the news told me that black women are the number one um, people that are entrepreneurs. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say that that's just
Kevin
white people or
Samuels
whatever
told
else.
me that black women are mostly women group by their damn selves.
Well, Kevin Sanders is dead.
Also,
What is
also,
that?
also
So
the
he can't
black
be right
women,
because he dead.
also the black
He's
women are
dead.
Einstein
He's
dead.
dead.
His
He's
formula
dead,
still
and he
working.
died. Look. Kevin Sanders didn't take care of his health, and he died fucking somebody who wasn't even fucking a black woman and all this bullshit. So I mean, I don't give a fuck about what somebody dead had to say because he was coming
But
from a
what?
corner.
But this,
He was
People who
coming from a corner of a point of view, and this is the thing about what I'm listening to. What you guys say? You guys take a minority and then and pretend like it is the majority.
But that's the funny
Amen.
part
You
about
take
it.
a
You was
minority
just preaching about
mindset. You
accountability.
take
The reason why you don't like Kevin Samuels is because Kevin Samuels preached accountability for women.
Well,
And we're
I
gonna be
never
all the way
listened to
real
what he
for
had to say.
revolution.
I
Man, we
never
keep on
listened to
changing
what
topics like a
Kevin Sanders had
motherfucker.
to say. So I
I know
can't
it's really
say
hard to
I
follow.
I can't.
I'm just saying the fact that we brought up Kevin Samuels and she's saying he's dead.
He
So
is.
dead people can't be right. Einstein been dead years and we still using E equals MC
Well,
squared, right?
maybe some of the things maybe he said were right, but not
Okay.
all of what he said was right.
But
So I
I
don't
just thought
know.
that was weird that you even brought that up. But Kevin Samuels preaches accountability. I don't know how y'all don't connect
No,
the
you brought
accountability
up Kevin
dots.
Samuel.
I didn't bring him up, but Kevin Samuels
I
preaches
didn't. I was just
accountability.
fucking.
He don't
So
full
He,
revolution. He don't take accountability of anything. Man. He's
yeah,
just
I
HOD,
didn't
you
bring
don't
him
even
up.
know what
I
that
don't know who the
is.
fuck
You don't
brought him
even
up.
hold another
So
man because you love him and
there you
worship him
go.
accountable for
Emotional talk,
anything.
bro. You're pathetic, bro.
so
I hear you. I hear
so
you.
what's going on right now since he's been dead? I don't know what the fuck, and I don't know where he got his statistics from. So you know what I'm saying. I was
Why?
talking about, like you said, the news, and you talk about Kevin Samuels, and the news and statistics that I could bring up would say, and me as a black woman would say, yeah, black women are the number one graduates from college, which is doesn't mean anything to me. I'm a college, I have
I'm
college
glad you
education.
said that,
Don't mean
sis. I'm
shit.
glad you
Women in
said that.
general are taking over an education over the men. Period. They're
And
taking more accountability
entrepreneurship,
of their lives than the men
and
are.
entrepreneurship by
Amen to that. And why is that?
yeah.
Because they're taking accountability.
They're taking responsibility for things that other people are not taking responsibility for. That wasn't the point I was trying to make. So, you can say that,
Or you can
black
just
people
pay
this.
women less, which is what they do. How
And
about
they're
that?
fighting for equal pay right now. It's just so crazy, man. Why don't we
One
tell
thing
Black
has
women?
women are
nothing to do with the
definitely,
See how
other.
easy,
but
see how
women,
easy they
but
was, Boston Scholar? That was just so easy. That was an
One
easy
About
layup.
what? About accountability?
women do get paid less.
No, they're fighting for equal pay, Rachel.
Well, yeah, we are because we do get paid less for the same job.
Suck it up. Accountability, bousstraps. You chose that
Ain't
profession.
no,
You knew what
ain't
they
no, ain't
paid.
no
We're
suck it
moving the
up.
goalposts
I'm
You
gonna
knew
fight
what
for
they
what I
paid.
want, or I can fight for what I want. I ain't sucking shit up. I'm gonna fight for what I want. You're not
Well,
gonna
why
get me to
fight?
come
Why
to
not
work
just
every day. You're not
It's a
going to get me to
personal
come to
choice.
work every day. Listen, you're not. No, it's not a personal choice. The personal choice is this: I will give you the choice of paying me more, or I'm not showing up for work.
Let me just put it this way: a lot
And
of
then you
people
can
don't
deal
know
with
what
that.
a lot of people don't know what I do, and not about to announce it here, but I'll just leave it at contracting. Okay, I have a whole different name. I have a whole different name, and people think I'm a guy because I
Yes.
used one of those names that you
Surname.
can't tell, right? Like, what are those unisex names?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I get more.
like boxing scholar.
I get way more respect early on than I do when I start off as a female.
Right.
Way more respect.
Right. And that's been since the beginning of time. Like I said, women, female authors back in the day when women were not allowed to work, period, would come up with surnames, and they would use, like you said, in unisex names, and people they would get a following, and then when people found out that they were female, sometimes they would die, and people wouldn't even know if that person was a male or female, because there was no visibility back then. There was no like media and all that kind of stuff. They would die, and people wouldn't even know until they were dead that was a female that they were following. And that's a social construct. That's not a right or wrong. That's just simply because we live in a male dominated world, and they make the rules, and that's what they say that's the way it's supposed to be. Whether it's right or wrong, it just is what it is. And so
I
you
don't
learn
make
to
no rules. I
adapt,
don't make
because
no rules.
adaptation. Yeah, but men do. I mean, you could say that you
Not me.
don't, but you being a man versus me being a woman. So that's the thing, is like, black men say, well, black men don't have any. Yeah, but you being a man is going to get much more attention than me being a man. So I'm a double minority. I'm a woman, and I'm a man.
You think that me being a black man, that I would get more attention than you, a black woman?
If you were
A
to go
man.
into in a actual job interview, and you're vying for the same position, and let's say the woman comes in and says, "Well, I'm worth $40,000 a year." 98% of the time, that the guy who's hiring on top is going to laugh at her and say that she's overpricing herself. And they're going to close the door, and they're going to say she's a bitch, she's an idiot, she's this and she's that. When a guy asks for the exact same amount, those words aren't put upon the man. It's
exactly.
Oh, he knows exactly how much she's worth, and he's yeah, all right, you got some balls on you, man. Like, you're strong minded. But when a woman does it for the exact same situation, we're able to bitch.
Yes, it's the difference between being assertive and
This
being a
kind of sounded
bitch.
like a soap over here. It sounded like suffrage all over again.
I'm loving boxing scholar tonight. He is getting them in.
Suffrage.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, it
not
is what
suffering
it
anything
is.
because I run circles in every single game and business that I do.
No,
That's
So
not
it
what
doesn't
Rachel,
suffrage.
matter.
he's being
That's not what
sarcastic.
I
suffrage
mean,
is.
I'm talking
Rachel,
statistics. You're talking about what you
he being
feel
sarcastic, and
emotionally.
he bringing it back to what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, but you guys sound
boxing scholar.
emotional. I'm not talking from
Not,
an
Rachel,
emotional
not
standpoint.
suffering, suffrage. Like that. Not like you're suffering. That
Women's
was.
Oh,
suffrage. We
I
get
thought
that. We understand the suffrage. Yeah.
I was talking to
The
Rachel.
women's
She didn't
suffrage
understand
movement.
it.
no, I misheard you.
But the point I was saying that I was making with that is I have these conversations with my wife, and we talk about stuff like this, but I listen, I'll acknowledge. Like, the only reason I don't have these conversations with people of other race is because they're always dismissive. Me and Brandon Washington are going to wake up tomorrow and go clock in on our job. This is just a discourse. It's us venting. It's us trying to come up with solutions. It's us trying to better our next generation. And it's people are so dismissive of it. Oh, the bootstrap talk. Oh, this, oh, that. Like, this is why I don't even invite other people to the conversation, because they could never understand. It's like trying to explain to it's like trying to explain to a fish, you know what I mean, that whales exist. Like, I don't know, shit. Or
Okay. Well,
fresh
There's
water
plenty
exists.
of black men who'll tell you strap your fucking bootstraps and stop talking about this crybaby shit. Plenty of black men out
So
there
then you
who are
made your career off of
who are
crying. The
successful.
only reason people know about you is because you cry.
My
You wake
man,
up, You wake up every day, hop on the internet and
All
cry.
this crybaby shit, bro. You making men look like bitches, bro. Shut
HOD.
up,
You
bro.
said it's crybaby, but it's not crybaby. It's
Bro,
us
like
talking
there's no
about the
like who
struggle.
the fuck is gonna
Hold
hold you
on,
back, bro?
hold on,
No,
HOD.
okay, so I
None.
guess here's
Not
how
a
easy it
hold
is.
back.
And it's not that
It's
we're
not
trying
a
to be
hold back.
dismissive. It's not that we're trying to be dismissive. I guess the question is, how do you move forward, right? And Brandon, when I'm gonna be critical, or I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. The way that, like, when you started off the conversation earlier, you were like, I'm not happy with my where I am in my life. Like, there's a different way of being appreciative of what you do have, because what you do have, what each of us has, someone else does not have, right? So I feel like because of the way that it might be being presented, and we're not being dismissive of what you're saying, but it just seems more combative than it is solution finding. So if this is your, like we were saying, if the problem is we go all the way back to George Foreman's mom, and in a situation that we're also not controlling, and we also don't know if his mom was like that and if George was okay with that, okay? How do you correct that situation? What is your solution? Is your solution to have to not have any black person's history or story told by a certain colored race, a certain race of a producer, to make sure that it's being told correctly? How is it being told? And if it is told in one person's view, let's just say George Foreman's producer, what it ended up being black instead of white, would that still suffice to you, or would you say that it wasn't represented to your liking? Because at the end of the day, your liking might not be my liking, which might not be George's liking, or even Boxing Scholar, Food Revolution, right? So at the end, what is the solution on how to not
Let me
go
give
ahead.
you this. Rach, I've been saying this the whole time. Nobody listening. Like Boxing Scholar said, people just being dismissive. I said the solution is to dignify her more. That's the solution.
But it's
If
It's
done.
not the
you but
responsibility
what
to
I'm saying,
dignify her.
no, but that is a solution. If I'm saying I don't like her dictation and the way she was acting and carrying herself, then I gave a solution right after. I said I would like to see them dignify her more. That way it could be more representative and more uplifting to people who look like her that's watching it. That's what I'm saying. So if they can take embellishments with other things in history and create characters out of thin air and give them dictation when they never existed, and show and give them a way to act and take liberties with them, why we can't take liberties? It's not that a certain people is writing these characters. It's they keep putting us and we keep acting the same way. I'm tired of seeing our actors and our movements being the same way in these movies like this. These coming of age, these come from poor, these rag to riches. We are not these broke, downtrodden, poor people. Are we the poorest people? Yes, but are we these slave
Oh
and man
no,
niggas
brother.
the way they
We
portray
ain't
us?
poor.
Hell
No,
no.
no, 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 Brandon. You ain't poor. We ain't poor, brother.
But
Yeah,
it's
Rachel.
but again, like, we're talking about a story, like someone's life story, and none of us were there to witness it firsthand. And if they were that poor, who are we to say that? Well, it should. I mean, I understand that you were in the slums, but can we at least put them in Section 8 instead? Like, who are we to? Especially, again, this story, not a fictional story, the George Foreman story. Who are we to also rob the people who lived through that, the George Foreman and his people, like whoever surrounded him? How do we rob them of the truth telling of what they wanted it to be told? Because if you embellish it, from what you're saying, if you embellish it to make it look pretty, like how they do and you create a character out of thin air, you're taking away from the actual foundation of the story. If you make George Foreman to look like he was like a freaking a silver spoon baby, people are not going they're gonna be like, what the hell, you didn't grow up
But
there.
right, they do that anyway. That's what I'm saying. If they take liberties like that, then let's fix up the character. Then let's fix up the characters the way that we would want them presented on screen. Because it's certain people don't allow themselves to be presented. I ain't never seen the Jewish man acting like a slave or acting a certain way on screen. It's just certain ways that people
Wait a minute.
groups of
Hold on,
people
Brandon. Hold on.
Shit,
Slow
Eminem
down.
the 8 Mile.
Brandon,
hilarious.
let me interject if I can. Brandon, you said have you ever been outside the United States? If I'm just asking this question.
Or I'm gonna call you 21 questions, bro. You never make a statement. You just ask questions.
Okay. Have you been
I know
out?
you was interrupted.
I
Have you
respect
been
that
outside the
question.
United States?
Nah, go ahead.
Okay, so I've been countries like Honduras, and the lifestyle and the suffering that they have to go through, brother. You rich. Trust me, you're rich. It's if you stay within your environment, that's all you know. And I'm not trying to knock that. All I'm saying is sometimes you have to if you step outside your environment, you'll find out that you're a lot more blessed than you think you are.
What he's saying, Brandon, he still got a problem with the comments you made earlier about black people being poor. He's saying that we ain't poor, is what he's trying to say. But Rachel, what I was trying to I don't disagree with
No,
you.
he said something about that about Jewish people don't it's Jewish people. I've been to Israel too, so it's Jewish people that feel like you feel about their people.
I live in
And
California where there
they're
are a lot of Jewish people and they're not all rich. A lot of them are
Yeah,
poor.
I don't think that stereotype. They talk about Jewish Americans, the immigrants that came over and got the opportunity, because the Irish were police officers, right? Like that's what he's referring to. But I
Yeah,
wanted to say this before we get on another
no.
topic. I wanted to address something that Rachel said earlier. So I don't disagree with you, Rachel, with what you said. I was saying this a while ago, and he like Dick interrupt me, but I feel like that what you're saying is not. I agree with you because I called in. I told Brandon, "Chill out." Is just a movie, right? But while I do disagree with him, I don't dismiss his feelings because I understand it. I know what he's talking about. Like it's something about like. Remember when Black Panther came out and black people were so proudful of that movie, and everybody was like, "I don't get it. It's just a movie. It's a fictional character, but that movie meant something to us because they depicted us in a good light for once." That was like symbolic. Like you go over Black people's house now. Me and Mark Nash joke about this all the time. They play Black Panther in the background at the get-togethers because it's symbolic, like from what we went through. And then anytime that they try to give us fictional characters, white people have outrage because they understand how much imagery is. Like when the Little Mermaid was announced that she was Black, they lost their shit. They was even trying to bring up scientific facts to why the Little Mermaid would not be Black, a fictional character. Why Santa Claus ain't Black, why Jesus ain't
And
Black. Like
Cleopatra, yeah.
Cleopatra, well, we keep getting these negative images from them. So I get what he's saying. Basically, it's like trauma. It's like everybody responds different to trauma, right? I feel like that's his way of like seeing it over and over and over and not having nothing for your kids to look up to. Because I can remember being a little kid on Halloween. I was really big into Marvel, and I can remember I went dressed as Wolverine, and I remember this one white kid came up to me. He was like, "Wolverine's not Black," and I was like, "God damn, this motherfucker right." But I remember like not having any heroes to look up to. So it's just like a confidence thing, and based off the trauma of the history that we went to.
Yeah, and my point is that you should not be placing your confidence or your feelings or the way that you see yourself in other people's hands, period. So the thing is like I don't understand why a lot of people of non-white people are still looking for validation from people who don't look like them.
Because we're
Why are
society. They call that social
why do you,
conformity.
I don't give a fuck what white people think about me or how they portray me.
But you
A
care about
fact
what
is a
somebody
fact
thinks
Yes, you
about
nonetheless.
you,
do.
right?
Yes,
I
you do.
don't.
Yes, you do.
I
But you
don't.
do
But
because
I
you
don't.
conduct
How?
yourself. I explain how. Because when you go to work around those people, you conduct yourself professionally. I can promise you that your behavior is not the same with your family. Is that
But I
correct?
don't consciously think how are these people thinking about me? That is a condition of
But you constantly
survival.
thinking
That
about
is
your
a condition
behavior.
of survival in a society, conforming for the way that survive. I'm conforming for a short period of time
That's right.
in my life for survival until I can get to the next level where I don't have to be concerned how people think about me. It's just a part of the plan, my personal plan of how I'm going to get out. I don't plan to live this way my entire life. And I don't personally give a fuck how they think about me. They want me to, but I don't.
But see how you talk about getting out, about getting away. You talk, but because you understand that this society does not fit you, and you understand how this society views you, and you
Not
want to
just
get the fuck.
society.
Hold on,
Not
hold
just
on.
society. No. It's
Okay,
not
go
that
ahead.
I don't not just society. Working for someone else doesn't fit me.
I agree.
Whether it's another black person, another Hispanic person, another Asian person, an alien, or anybody else, working for anyone else besides me doesn't fit me. So I'm doing what
So
I have
let
to
me.
do because I've worked for black people too. I don't want to work for them either.
So you working for yourself? So you want to be your own independent entrepreneur? Is that what you want to do?
That is what the name Food Revolution,
So let
encompasses.
me ask
And
you this: would you want them to? Would you want your employees? I mean, I'm assuming that you're thinking bigger than just yourself. Would you want
100%.
your employees to feel the same way about you?
I don't care how they think about me. All I concern myself with my employees is, do you have the same vision that I have?
Not
Are
everybody,
we
but
headed in the same direction as far as the product that I'm providing for the world, and the idea and the mindset and what I want to provide for the world is? If you don't
but
believe in revolution and the products that I'm putting out there, if you don't believe that sugar is bad for people and that diabetes can be cured by just basically, modifying your diet. I don't give a fuck about what you look like or how you think. You got to get the fuck on.
Man, Food Revolution is a woman. I put respect on that shit.
I know, HOD, you got female intuition, bro. You know when you
No,
talking
man,
to another woman.
you just a bitch of a man, bro. She's actually more of a man than you are, bro. This woman's trying to be something, and you over here crying about bullshit.
HOD, I got you, man. I did something Bill Hader couldn't
Bro,
even do.
this is the problem. We're trying to have a
He
conversation
like
of
Dick.
adulthood, and
He
you're here
like
trying to
Dick.
act
He
like a
mad.
fucking teenager, bro.
See, HLD. The thing about it is, you make it seem dismissive when you say crybaby and shit like that. Because
Man,
we know
because I call my own
women.
fucking family on that crybaby shit. If you don't want to get something done, get the fuck out of my face, because I don't want that type of energy around me. I
I
want
And
people
that's
respect
all
that.
I'm
to get
saying.
it
I
going.
respect that. But I
Get it
will
If
say
you
going.
are
this.
Let's
not on
do
the
this.
same, if we don't have the same mindset, if we are not headed in the same direction, if we don't have the same goals, you got to get the fuck on. And I'm not gonna,
Amen.
I'm not gonna say what you believe is wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't align with where I'm going, and I can't get anywhere with you.
That's
Hell no. Don't
respectful.
want that
so I
crybaby
mean,
for that.
shit around me.
But
it's
I will
good that
say
you have
this.
that. It's good that you have that. If that's the way you want to live your life throughout this world that we live in, and you're saying all these things, and I just you plan
And
on
I'm
being
actually, I'm literally working on these things. These
right,
are, and I have
right.
tangible
I mean,
proof of
so
that.
you're not. So let's just keep it a buck. Being a partner with somebody don't mean you guys are y'all think alike.
If you want to be
It's
my
just that
partner, we
you
have to think alike.
well
If you want to
then you
be
can get
partners with
somebody
somebody
like
who don't think with
yourself.
you,
You need
That's
somebody like
wild.
yourself.
yeah,
Rachel, you agree with
yeah.
that? Let's ask the married woman on the panel. Rachel, you agree with that? You and Nonito have to think alike all the time.
We have the same mindset. Like, he's not lazy. Like, I can't be with someone who's lazy, who has no direction in life and wants
Right.
to just mooch. He has, of course, his career that he is very passionate about and works hard for. So, I mean, it depending on what your definition as far as that is, I can't be with someone who is going to be just like on the other direction of me. We have to go together. Like, that's the whole thing of a partnership.
Right, but is he following you or you following him?
It depends on the day. It really depends on
Oh,
the
okay.
day.
But
We
Rach,
both like. I mean, like, I have my own business. He has his, and sometimes he calls the shots. Sometimes I do. It just depends on the respect that we have for each other. Because sometimes you know, his viewpoint or his perspective might not be as clear as mine. Sometimes might not be, and that's why we even each other out and respect each other's opinion when it comes down to it.
But Rach, when you first met,
but if he says we're going in this direction, are you going with him?
Yes.
Yeah, she married
right, because you form a trust that you know he got your back, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
but I'm not going to blindly
but
go though either.
But you allow him to be the man and be the head of the household. It's not that he disrespects you or nothing like that. Not that he doesn't take your opinion in consideration. But at the end of the day, if he said this is the direction we going in, you're going in that direction because you trust him to lead you in the right direction, correct?
After meaningful conversation, if I have doubts about the direction,
I already said that. I already put
yes.
that avocado in there, right?
So,
Yes.
but food,
but
but
it
food
goes
don't
both
feel,
ways. But
see,
it goes
food don't
both
feel that
ways.
way. But I can say this: if you have, I would say, not thinking like you think. I would say you probably mean share the same value, like have the same value system. I think it's more that than anything because most people don't share the same values, and if you share the same values, then most of the time, a lot of the things that you believe in, it aligns. So I think you mean
Yes,
that.
I align myself with people who have the same values as me. I don't waste my time with people who don't. And I'm not saying those people are a waste. I'm just saying we simply don't have the same values. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Okay, that's a
We
different take, though. That's a different take from what you
No, that's
said.
exactly what I
that's the
just
same
said.
take. That's the
That's
same take.
exactly what I just said.
No, you said you want
You're just
somebody like
understanding it
you.
different. You're
Okay, well
understanding
maybe
it differently. Same thing
okay,
I just
maybe I
said.
am taking it differently because it sounds like you said you want somebody like that like you,
No, I didn't say
pretty
I
much
wanted
like you.
somebody anything because you
she said thinks
specifically
like
asked Rachel about her marriage and the way that's different. That's a personal
That was
relationship.
a whole
I'm
different.
talking
That
about a
wasn't even the
business
same take.
relationship.
I gotta address the elephant in the room. HOD, we heard you squatting earlier when you piss. Could you mute up when you pee? But
Dude,
I
bro,
just
how old are you, bro? Like, how old are you, bro? How old
wait,
are you? Seriously,
I
bro.
just wanted to say this. I just wanted to say this.
You
Earlier,
don't need to say
when you
anything,
was
bro.
talking, Rachel, when you first met Nonito, you said because I heard somebody try to call you out before because I follow you, I fuck with you. But somebody tried to call you out a while back, and they said when you first got with Nonito that you was like not taking care of him, but you looked out for him. You invested into Nonito, and a lot of women wouldn't even do that. So they'll look at you and they'll judge you off a monetary gain. If you're not coming already made, fuck you, it's over. Like, don't even look my way. And that's be a lot of problems in our community. That's the elephant in the room. Like, black men are judged off of what they bring in financially, not the potential that they have or etc. They're judged off of what they come in with already made.
Well, I mean, I think that it's not just in the Black community. It's also throughout like the society. Like I look at a lot of these women today. I live in normally Las Vegas, and you see a lot of these women. They just flock to those one percenters or the people they think are one percenters, right? And it's this mentality of, well, I just have to show up and